Look, I've never done this before. I've never sat down and recorded an entire training from start to finish for free because honestly, I didn't think that would be, appreciated by my clients. But I've also found that I've just been too busy doing the work and practicing what I'm preaching. But something happened and it made me realize that I want to share this. I want to take all the information, not only that's exclusive to my one-on-one clients, but stuff that's actually going to push the needle in the things that I literally do in my own business. Not like I do this and teach you that. This is literally what I practice and what I preach. So for the past few months, I've watched guys in my DMs completely transform. We had Mondo go from literally 30,000 to 90,000 to now doing above $150,000 a month. We had Jig go from 11.5K in debt to $20,000 cash collected. And they both had something similar to say. Nobody else is teaching this stuff or knows how to teach the things that they're actively doing at the moment. And you can minimum 2x or even 3x your business. And when I hear these types of things, that's when I realize, I'm sitting on $40,000 worth of lessons that actually work. While everyone's out there pushing the same recycled bullshit that literally does not push the needle for anyone, not even themselves, which is why they don't teach it. See, I'm not just some guru who's been doing this for a decade. 3 years ago, I was grinding with contractors, building an agency, and I hated every second of it. So when I realized that I don't actively like working with those guys, I wanted to pivot. And with that being said, I was as desperate as anyone could be. I didn't know where to go. I didn't have any guidance. So I bought every single course. I joined every single mastermind. And ultimately over the last year, I spent $40,000 trying to figure out what actually works in this info space. So that being said, I spent the last month putting together something that's never existed before. 4 hours of me showing you exactly what's running behind the scenes. This isn't theory. This is not just some stupid motivation to keep you hyped up for the next 10 days and then you lose all focus. These are actual systems. My niche selection process, the 100K offer framework, the paid ads that are running right now that probably brought you to this video, the DM setter scripts that are booking 10 calls a day, and how I use AI within my business, like I'm gonna show you. So I can keep this private, I can keep my competitive edge, but watching coaches and consultants just like you with massive potential, it hurts me to see that you go course to course, you waste all your money, you waste your time, and you get literally no results ever. So fair warning, this is 4 hours long, right? If you can't sit here and watch this, you aren't serious to grow your coaching or consulting business, then so be it. Click off this and go to another video. But if you want the real systems, if you want every single template, every single script, the exact same infrastructure, the exact same tracking systems that I use, then for the next 4 hours, you're gonna get just that for completely free. So picking a niche is one of the most important things. A lot of people look past it simply because it's like one of those easy things to do, right? Just pick a niche, take action, and run with it. But I've seen a lot of people fail specifically because they pick the wrong niche, or they pick something that's not true to them. They pick something that's just, more or less based on the money. And what happens is you get on the sales calls, you start making ads, you start trying to relate to these people, but that's not truly you, and nor do you even care to help those guys. So you're nothing that you do will relate to them, okay? People will feed off their energy. People can sense energy. So if you're putting off bad energy, you're on a sales call, you're putting out an ad, and people can tell that you're just not that person, then they're not going to want to click or even work with you. So it's really, really important you don't look past this. As well, I've seen a lot of people not understand exactly who their niche is, who their target, right? People say, oh, I help coaches. Well, what types of coaches? Is it business coaches? Is it fitness coaches, right? Oh, I help contractors. Oh, is it what type of contractor? Like, there's so many things that go deep into this. And it's really important that you understand exactly who you're targeting, not just abroad, but in very specific to that person, the target audience. Because if you want your ads to resonate, your content, your messaging, you want your sales calls to go well, you have to be able to relate to these people and you have to understand them. So that brings me into the first thing here and why niching matters. And then I'll get into what makes a good niche in just a second. So why niching matters is, first thing is the authority and trust that is built within. So people like specialists. They don't like generalists. People don't like people that can't, in a sense, understand them on a deeper level, right? When you hop on a sales call and you can have an actual conversation with someone simply because you understand them to a whole new level, not only your sales calls going to go well, but the types of clients that you bring in are going to be much, much higher of quality than someone of which, you don't really know much about the industry. You're just trying to sell anyone and everyone. You don't really care about the results. That's not going to get you anywhere, right? But when you understand the niche, when you understand the prospects better than they understand themselves, that's going to first establish authority, and second off, build trust because you're talking their language and they can relate to that, okay? Number two is clear messaging. So when you have a specific niche or a specific target or person you're looking for, the messaging can be very direct. You can call out their pain points. You can call out them, right? You can call out specific things that are related to, for example, let's do marketing, right? For example, contractors, okay? So contractors, they have specific marketing vendor or lead vendors that you can talk about. When it comes to coaches and consultants, like I'm going to talk about struggles of, being burnt in the past from courses. It's like I can really get specific when I'm targeting a specific niche, right? Can even go as far as for example, you're targeting like fitness coaches, you can go and talk about the struggles that they have within helping people with their fitness, right? and how hard it actually is, right? Do you not just, do none of your clients actually listen to you, right? Do you tell them to go do these workouts and they stick with it for about a week, and then after you realize like they're not sticking to their diet, they're not following your routines, right? I can get really specific, and that's the most important part. So the messaging is gonna be super, super clear, and you're gonna speak directly to the people that you're obviously looking to target. The last tier is gonna be pricing power. So if you're more specific, you're gonna probably have more value specifically because you understand the pains and problems, and you can fix more that's related to that specific person. Okay, so you're able to charge much, much higher, right? And that's why, for example, a lot of you might see my videos, you might see my YouTube, you might see me on Instagram, right? I can charge high ticket at $5,000 to $7,500 and up simply because you guys consume my content that's directed and geared towards you guys only. And from that, you watch it and watch and watch it, you get nurtured. And then from there, I can sell you on the high ticket level simply because you guys know that I can solve your problem, right? Because I talk about your problem, I talk about your pains, I talk about success, I talk about people that are just like you are seeing success with me. For example, like Mondo, we got like with Jid, right? Those two guys are just like you. There's nothing different, right? So people are able to see things like that. And with that, they're able, we're able to sell at a higher ticket because we can obviously show not only just the proof, but able to solve bigger problems and bigger pain points. And from that, you can charge higher ticket, right? So that is that. Now, in a sense, the 3 core filters of picking a niche is of these, okay? So first things first is market demand. You need to make sure that you're not trying to sell some crypto offer, right? A lot of people, they pick the wrong market, okay? So a lot of people build up hype, right? They see a lot of hype in that one specific market and they want to go run and do it, okay? So is there a consistent need? So when it comes to like the meme coins and the crypto offers, like no, there's not a consistent need. Right now, it's just hype, okay? So that's not essentially what you want to go into, okay? Now, if you're, again, obviously someone being, for example, someone that's really, really good at crypto and they actually do it and they just kind of help people on the side, they're going to see a lot better results than the person who's trying to help specifically like crypto traders, right? So another thing is, are people actively buying solutions here, okay? Well, for example, probably not the best right now. Like that's probably not the biggest demand. For example, fitness will always have demand, and like I mentioned, cryptocurrency coaching might just be trendy, but it's not always in a sense be there. Okay, it's not that it's not going to always be there. It just might not be stable all the way through. Like again, throughout your time of business. So you want to find something that's actually consistent, or else you're going to be wasting quite a bit of money. And if you don't have that sort of capital, then you're going to screw yourself. The second is the ability to pay. So you don't want to target people who aren't high ticket. For example, for me, I don't like to work with guys that are in a sense right out beginners, okay? I don't like to work with people that don't have any sort of experience online simply because, one, the things I teach, they might not understand, okay? The things I teach are a little bit more advanced, and it's simply because I've been doing what I've been doing for so many years. I've collected so much information over the time. I've collected SOPs, I've built things. I can explain things a lot higher depth, or like a lot more in depth, versus someone who's going to be targeting the brand new business, like someone who doesn't even have a business yet, right? Those guys are really hard to help. And it's simply because you got to teach them everything from A to Z, okay? Like all the way through. And it's simply because they don't know anything. So those guys are a lot harder to help. Not only that, the ability to pay is sometimes just not there, right? Sometimes the people that are just starting a business, I mean, it makes sense. They don't have the money, right? So you got to be smart on who you're trying to target. If you want to make a lot of money, you want to sell $20,000 packages. Well, I'm going to tell you right now, you're not going to be selling to people who are just starting a business because they don't have any money. Matter of fact, most of the money is going to go into that starting that business, right? So you want to ask yourself, do they already spend money trying to solve this problem, right? For you guys are looking for someone who's going to guide you, not a course, not just a mentor, but someone who's allowed to, or someone who's going to work with you one-on-one, right? And that's what I do. I work with guys one-on-one. I give them a course, I give them trainings to go through, but I don't just let you say, here's your training, have fun with it, take care. I work with everyone one-on-one to simply get across the fact that, look, here's the trainings, let's have our one-on-one call. What are you having problems with? It's this. Okay, what's the issue this week? What's the issue next week? Okay, let's fix that. Let's fix this. Now, you're at this level. It makes sense for you to go watch this training. Okay, go watch that. Come back to me if you have any questions. Now, let's start to implement this slowly, right? I hop on calls with people, I implement these things. So it's not just me, in a sense, giving you one thing and telling you to screw off, right? I'm able to provide more value. And from that, not only do I get, the ability to charge more, but you gotta think, this works best with guys who, in a sense, already more or less have some understanding of what to do. And that's why I can put this offer out there. Okay, so Look for look for industries or groups with cash flow. So again, business owners, professionals, health conscious individuals, so people that are health junkies, that sort of thing. Again, it doesn't have to be you helping coaches. You can help 9-to-5ers do X, Y, Z, right? So you just got to keep in mind, your price point has to be relatable or related to the person that you're obviously targeting. Okay. The next is the pain problem, the pain and problem. So the bigger the pain, the bigger the willingness is to pay. Okay. So for example, I want abs. It's a pretty weak pain. It's very generic. Like you just want abs. Okay. Now, what if I told you this? No, my doctor told me I'm pre-diabetic. That's a much more stronger pain and desire to do something different than just I want abs. Well, no, this person's has been told by a professional that if they don't fix their health, they don't fix what they are doing, they're going to become diabetic, right? So it's really, really important that the bigger the pain, the bigger the problem you solve, the more willing people are to pay. Okay, and that's why I said a little bit earlier, when you're talking to new business owners, I can't go charge them $20,000. Why? Because they aren't, in a sense, they're not at that level yet. Not only they don't have the money, right? It is pretty big pain, but you got to think, do these people have the money for that big of a pain? No. If I was to go and say I'm going to help specifically consulting businesses that are making above $2 million a year, well, you better best believe that person has the knowledge of that business, that type of business, and can fix even bigger problems that are worth the $2 million, right? Obviously not charging the $2 million, but with that type of offer, that specific person I'm targeting, I can charge 10 times more than I would, for someone just starting out. Okay, so that's the 3 core filters. It's pretty simple. Make sure there's market demand, make sure they have the ability to pay, and then make sure they have big pains and problems that essentially can ultimately get you more money. Okay. Now, the things you want to avoid is going too broad. So I help all business owners, I help all coaches, I help all consultants. You don't want to do that specifically because you'll be talking to everyone. If you try to talk to everyone, you talk to no one. Okay, so keep that in mind. And next thing here is picking based only on passion. So earlier I said that you might pick something specifically for money, right? You might not be able to relate to these people because you don't really care for them because it's just for money. The same is vice versa, right? You might just be trying to help someone simply because you like that person so much. Maybe, for example, for the sake of my example here, I have the photography, okay? Yeah, you might want to help someone who's in photography simply because maybe you've done it before, right? You like helping those types of guys. Problem with that is photographers aren't really going to have the most amount of money, right? Not really going to have the biggest pain problems in a sense you can come and help. Those guys would be better off doing everything themselves for the time being until they get to that massive business. But you got to think, okay, like I said, vice versa. If you're just trying to help someone because you like it, you're probably not going to get the best results. If you just try to help someone simply because you want the money, you're probably not going to get the best results. You have to kind of like meet that fine line. Like, I like these guys, right? I also can sell high ticket, high prices. So I'm going to meet in the middle and I'm going to pick that person. Okay, you can't go on the far ends of the spectrum and expect like one or the other, right? You can't go in it for the money and expect you're going to like working with these people. You can't go in it to expect like working with people and also have a bunch of money. Like there's kind of a fine balance in between the two, and you got to kind of put yourself in the middle, that middle spot there, or else you're going to have a business that you love working with clients, but you're not making any money, or you're going to hate your clients and you make a shit ton of money. So when it comes to creating an offer for your niche or for your business, it's really, really important that your offer sticks and resonates with the specific niche and your target audience. So a lot of people screw up here and they can create a really good offer. It just doesn't have the right messaging or doesn't come across the best way for their specific niche. So I'm gonna show you guys today how to create a $100,000 offer. And with that, you guys are gonna be able to go into your niche. Obviously, given that you went through the niche section here, go through the niche and find a offer that's gonna be so attractive that you are going to see $100,000 months. Okay, so let's dive in here. And first things first is this is more or less like the thinking process. So when it comes to creating an offer, you always want to think, who are you making that offer for? Yes, you're making it for your niche, for that specific person. But when it comes to your niche, right, just how like you niche down, you don't want to talk to just business owners. You want to talk to like a specific business owner. But not only that, once you find out who you want to talk to, you got to think, I want to call the top of that market, right? For example, if I'm talking for the sake of this video, obviously you guys are watching my stuff, you're in the info space, I'm going to call out guys that are already doing that $30,000, $50,000 a month. Again, and the reason for that is because I want to find guys that are, in a sense, these guys aren't really necessarily at the top of the agency space, right? Because obviously there's guys out there doing $1 million a month, right? But the person that I'm looking for right now, the top of the market for that is going to be like $30,000 to $50,000. For example, way back in my day when I was doing like actual agency helping contractors, I was calling out guys that are doing $2 to $5 million a year, right? So the purpose of this is we want to call the guys at the top. That way we kind of scare off anyone at the bottom, right? So for my sake, I want to scare off guys who haven't really started a business, right? Haven't even stepped foot in the online space. And the purpose for that is because I know that I can help people who already have experience, already have some skin in the game, better than I can help the guys who are just starting out, right? Because the guys that are just starting out, my information I'm going to give is probably not going to be, in a sense, the best for them, right? It'll still be really good. Depends. Like, it depends on the person, but majority of the people, it's going to be a little bit too advanced, right? So you got to figure out who exactly you want to target. And from that, you have the right messaging, but you have to call the top of the market, right? You're scaring off the guys at the bottom, but as well, you're speaking to the guys at the top. And when you're, in a sense, creating that offer, you want to make it related to the top of the market person. So what I mean by that is you're, in a sense, have two sections, right? So you have the guys at the bottom. They don't have a sales team. They don't have a marketing team. They're all full, like, self-run. They're fully self-run. Versus the top of the market, those guys have sales teams. They have marketing teams. They have people that are taking over the tasks. Essentially, what I'm getting at is these guys are just business owners, right? They pull strings, they pull the levers, and they actually run a business, not just like working in a very expensive job, so to speak. So these people, I want to create my offer for them. So the offer that I'm going to create is going to be for the people that have the sales team. It's going to be for the people that have the marketing, right? It's the people that have all the systems, they have all the softwares, everything that we need to see the best results. And from that, that's why I can go there and guarantee that offer, right? So when you see people that are guaranteeing results, typically I know they're not thinking like this, because a lot of people just guarantee results simply because they want you to click on their ad, and they sell you on something else because they can't actually give you that guarantee. But the really good companies, they'll basically guarantee you what they have ability to. So for example, a more common one is like appointments, right? They'll come in, they'll take over all the appointments side of things, like all the systems, all the marketing, and they will generate you those appointments. Then it's up to you to convert those appointments to sales. People that can do that is specifically because they have the systems, they have the process in place, but they know the person they called out, which for example could be yourself, that has the sales team, has the marketing, has all the systems, you have everything that's needed. With that all in place, you can get the result that they're guaranteeing. Okay, so that's why obviously when it comes to creating the offer, you want to make it for the most ideal person. So at the top of the funnel, obviously, as we take a look here, that's who we're talking to. So another thing here, this concept also ties into your offer, like I've obviously mentioned here, right? You don't want to focus your offer around what you can deliver, like in a sense to the whole market, but rather what is the outcome? What's the result that you can achieve, right? So that's all you want to speak. When you're talking to people, you don't want to talk about all the fancy things. You want to talk about the results, talk about the outcome, and that's essentially what's going to get you the best offer, right? So for example, if you're in the agency space, info space, coaching, consulting, you name it, you guys all want appointments. You want qualified bookings. So I'm going to speak on the qualified bookings, right? Or I might speak on specifically your pain points. So that sort of thing. That's obviously what you want to create your offer around, and that's going to attract the high-end client. Okay. So for example, a few of the things that I was mentioning there, right? Like the sales, they had the sales team, that top of the market person. They have the ad spend, they have location size, if it's like a local business, right, that you're working with. They have the team size, so like a sales team, setting team, all that fun stuff. For example, like their sales team is calling all the leads or calling the bookings immediately, or interacting with these people, doing whatever you need them to do, right? They do everything, like I mentioned, that you in a sense require them to do to get to that, that guarantee or that amazing offer that you have. They listen, they make any changes, any recommendations, anything that you need, they get it back ASAP. It doesn't take them weeks, doesn't take them days or months. You mentioned something, and that same day they're working on it. Okay, as well, like traffic conversion. So their sales conversions have to be X, Y, Z, right? That sort of thing. So that's what I'm talking about when I say that they have certain things in place already. So step number 2 is creating your guarantee in the offer. Okay, so when it comes to creating the guarantee, creating the offer, what you actually want to do is, in a sense, you want to make sure this offer, first off, just resonates with them. Okay, but you want to make this sound very, very captivating, but not sound desperate in a way. So what I mean by that is you want to walk a very, very fine line between the person can, in a sense, almost do it themselves, but like they got to reach, and they got to really pull, and they got to really try to get that result. And you don't want to make it too easy to where it's like, they can just grab it and it's like, oh, that was easy. Okay, now why? So you want to make it your offer, like that kind of like that zone of them being able to reach. Like they have to do a lot of work to get to it, because you want to build that pain, that motion, and the problems there can build up. And once you come into play, you sell them on fixing that in that gap, in a sense. That's what I'm talking about, is the gap, right? So if you can fix that gap, you can charge a lot more, but as well, people will be more inclined to want to go ahead and purchase and work with you. Okay, so what a sense I want to get across is, I'll just give you an example. Okay, we're talking info. So if you're in info, I'll come into your business, I'll guarantee you 50 qualified appointments every single month. Okay, or you can be like, I'll guarantee you 50 qualified appointments every single week. Okay, now for some, like every single week, that's a shit ton, right? And that's the point of that. The small guys, they can't even fathom that. They can't understand having 50 qualified appointments a week. Whereas some, 50 qualified appointments a month is still a shit ton. Like, that's still a lot of appointments, right? The point of that is that's like out of reach, right? But it's still reasonable. Like the big companies, they're doing that, no problem, right? So it's reasonable still. You don't want to go out of the way and say, I'll guarantee you 1,000 appointments, because that's not going to make sense. But at the same time, on the other end of the spectrum, you don't want to say, hey, we'll guarantee you 10 qualified appointments every month. Reason for that is because it's too realistic. And it sounds stupid, but it's too realistic. In the human brain, we always want something that we in a sense can't have. So if we can say, if someone came to us and said, in an ad, and they give us like true honesty, like realistic results, we wouldn't click on it, because we just want that, that dopamine hit of like, oh, you can give me 50 qualified appointments. Oh my God, that's awesome. Versus another guy over there who's actually good at his what he does. He's telling you the expectations. He tells you 10 appointments. You're like, nah, I don't want that, right? So that's how the human brain is essentially working. So you want to make it, in a sense, reachable, but not too easy for them to reach, because we want to, in a sense, build that gap that I was talking about. Okay, so that's what I was talking about here. Okay. Now, if we scroll down, an example of this is, in a sense, I will come into your 200K a month gym and launch ads to drive 50 plus personal training clients per month with a proven system, or you don't pay. Okay. Now, the purpose of this and why it speaks to that top of the audience, and I know I have different ones in here, but I'm going to skip those. Essentially, what this is, and you guys have full access to the doc, so you can go back and look at this. We're here right off the bat. We're calling out a specific person. Okay. And what we're doing is just saying what we're going to do is launch ads. So we're already talking about you have to pay money, and you have to drive, or sorry, we're going to drive 50 plus personal training clients. Like if that's a really small gym that only has like one person, right? One person training, they won't be able to do that. Not even two, right? Maybe three, maybe four. I'm not really in the space so much, but you got to understand like that's the person I'm speaking to here. Okay. Now with this offer, it specifies the ideal client. So 200K a month gym owner, right? It states a specific measurable outcome, so 50 plus personal training clients per month. It has a clear risk reversal, so you don't pay if we don't deliver, right? It's not saying it's free. I'm saying it's you don't pay if we don't deliver the results, okay? And as well, it still requires a prospect to be qualified enough to handle the results. So again, someone that has one personal trainer or two personal trainers is not going to be able to handle the 50 qualified personal training clients every single month. Like that's too many. Okay, so that's a sense how you're going to scare someone off, but that's how you build up the offer, right? Calling them out, a specific person, as well. I'm giving them the outcome of what they're looking for, right? So, and then risk reversal. I always recommend, if once you get to the high end, like you've built a trust for your business, people know you, gain some reputation. Typically, you're gonna get rid of that guarantee, because people are only gonna come to you specifically because they've seen results, they like you, they trust you, and they want you to work with, or they want to work with you. Okay, so you kind of get rid of the guarantee. Now, when you're in the beginning, you don't really have that sort of that room to play, right? You don't have all those testimonials, so you're going to throw in a risk reversal to make it feel more opening and welcoming for the type of person, type of client that you're going to attract, right? So here's the offer formula breakdown. So when you're creating your offer, you're going to use this exact framework. Okay, specify your ideal client. Who exactly is it for? What's the revenue level, their business type, their market position? Again, like I mentioned up here, 200K a month gym, a gym owner. Okay. Number two is define the outcome. So what specific result will they get? Well, that's 50 plus personal training clients per month. Okay. Set the timeline, right? So how quickly will they get these results? So what I want on, like, I guess another step to this, what I could do is I'll come into your 200K a month gym and launch ads to drive 50 plus personal training clients per month. And we'll get this within the first 30 days, right? We'll get 50 clients next for 30 days. That's how you can kind of use the timeline. As well, include the qualifier. So what do they need to have to be eligible? So, I mean, for this one, the qualifier is 200K a month. But as well, what I'm saying here is we're going to launch ads. So it doesn't seem like a very direct call out, but what I'm doing here is I'm speaking language of people who are actually going to be getting results. People that are running ads are probably going to typically be able to handle this, right? If not, then we're going to get to that point. But that's what I'm doing. I'm indirectly calling out a specific person using things like the qualifier, talking about ads, talking about the months, how much you're making a month. This is a qualifier itself, right? 50 plus personal training and that sort of thing, right? So that's what you want to do. State the guarantee. What's the risk reversal here? Obviously, that's going to be this guy here. Okay, so again, that is the step number two, and that's obviously the offer formula. And the third step here is attracting the right people to the offer. So once you have your offer dialed in, you need to make sure that the right people are seeing it and the wrong people are opting out and being self-selecting themselves to opt out. Okay, you're going to be doing this by using qualifying questions throughout your ads, throughout your ad copy, so in the actual primary text, the headlines, and as well landing pages and forms, so questions in your forms. For example, okay, so if you're already doing 200K a month, that's in my ad, right? It's a call out. This is only for gym owners with 3+ locations. Only applies to businesses spending 10K a month on ads. If you don't have a team follow up leads, this won't work for you. These are all call outs, okay? The call out is going to disqualify these people very, very early on. As a matter of fact, it should call them out very early on in the ad, right? Not just the copy, not just the landing page. Everything should be consistent all the way through, but you want to call them out very early. That way they don't get through your funnel and get to the next steps. Because what happens is you're going to train your Facebook account to go look for those people, because Facebook runs on results. So if they see something come through in the results tab, they're going to say, oh, like that's the person we're looking for. Let's go look for more, right? Which I'm not going to get too much in depth because we'll talk about that later in the training. But that is what we're doing here. C is showing social proof, okay? If you show social proof, for example, I'm calling out a business that's doing $100,000 a month, and I show social proof by showing a result from a client who's doing 80K a month, and I took them to 160,000. I'm gonna scare off the little guys, right? They're gonna think, oh shit, yeah, this ain't for me, okay? And that's what we're gonna do. You don't want to show testimonials and results from people that are nowhere near the types of guys you're targeting because they won't relate to it. So you want to make sure as well you're showing the right results, because when you show results that doesn't relate to your prospect, it can actually hurt you in a way, because they're going to be like, well, you're calling me out. I'm doing 100K a month, but all your testimonials are the guys brand new to business. Like, how does that make sense, right? And they'll lose trust in you. You'll lose the authority and positioning, and they'll ultimately probably not even show up to your call. So it's really important that you watch out for that stuff, okay? And essentially, D is using strategic targeting. So targeting higher income brackets, target business owners. Obviously, if you're targeting business owners, another thing you can do, for example, is if you're targeting, I'm trying to think what would work well. We're actually doing this for a client. He's in the fitness industry, so he helps people with their fitness. What we're doing is we're not just calling out the general public, right? He has like an in local location that he trains people at. So we're not just calling out everyone, right? What we're doing is we're actually calling out business owners. And so it seems weird. Like, why would you do that? You're limiting yourself. Well, no. What I'm doing is we want to target specific people because we have a very high-end gym, and we're looking for high people that are coming in for high income personal training. Like it's I'm using the wrong words. It's not high income. People that have high income coming in for quality premium training in a specific location where there's no one else is going to be, right? It's quiet gym. It's you and a few others. If if you're lucky, there's 2 or 3 people, that sort of thing, right? So we're calling in a specific individual, knowing that they can probably afford it because obviously they're business owners. So be very strategic when you're targeting your people, and as well make the application process somewhat difficult. You don't want to let everyone through, right? You want to make it very, very hard. If you want more qualified people, what you're going to do is you're going to make more steps in your funnel. The more steps in your funnel, obviously less people coming through, less volume. So you don't want to make too much friction, but you also want to have enough that like the simple tire kicker, that someone who's just slightly interested because they're bored at 3 a.m. They click on it, they fill in their information. Well, then they're going to get to the next step, and you're probably going to scare them off because they have to do something else. They don't actually care to do it, so they don't go ahead and complete the entire process. So that's what that's about there. So don't make your process too easy. Don't make it too hard to where no one can get through. But you obviously don't want like the beginners or in a sense the people who are unqualified to get through. So again, guys, that is in a sense the entire wrap up of creating a $100,000 offer. Let's get into the next one. So the DM Setter Master SOP is one of those SOPs that is essential to any sort of consulting and coaching business, especially if you're running anything that is going to deal with the DMs. So if you're running a DM funnel, if you're talking to your clients in the DMs, this is going to be essential to you. It can also be used for many different types of funnels, as I'm going to list out here. But the most important part is, how do you communicate? How do you actually get people from just being interested or curious to then that highly convicted and want to book a call to then have the ability to sell them? Okay, so we're going to dive into that today. And the first thing here is, like I mentioned, the different types of funnels that this essentially works with. Okay, now not all of these are going to be the best, but again, depending if you're a coaching consulting business and your prospects are sitting on Instagram, then you're able to use this SOP. So the different types of funnels are going to be obviously lead form. You have follower ads. You have your DM ads, booked call funnels, webinars, and you can even put in here story sequences. Okay. Now with all of these, the DMs are going to be helpful. Now, some of them aren't going to be the best use case. Whereas, like for example, if you have a follower ad and a DM ad, those are going to be your best use case for this SOP. So the best use case of a DM setter, in the first place, we're going to obviously, like I mentioned, have DM ads or follower ads, simply because people need to be attended to immediately. And they're likely to respond because the DM is the main point of contact. Because they came through Instagram, because they're DMing you a message to start that interaction, that is going to be the highest point of interest for the specific SOP. So in the DM ads or the follower ads is essentially going to be the best use case for this. Now, in second place, we're going to have the story sequences. Like I mentioned, I want to put this in here simply because the story sequences are just like anything, right? People might follow you, people might DM you, but they don't engage. After, let's say you nurture them for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, maybe even 3 months, they come into play, and they obviously start to interact with you and your content again. Now that's where the story sequence is. These people are typically the ones that have been, like I mentioned, getting nurtured by your content on Instagram. So this SOP is going to work best for them. The third place is the following. Now again, the DMs are, if your prospects are on Instagram, I would use the DMs regardless. Whether you're texting them there, you're sending reminders, you're just sending them free information, like nurturing them, the DMs is going to work regardless. Okay. Now, things like lead form, a booked call funnel, webinar, challenge funnel, it's not going to be like the best use case simply just because your main point of contact is going to be like a landing page, or even a phone call, right? It's not going to be through the DMs because that's not initially where they started the conversation. Yes, they could have found you on Instagram. Maybe they found you on Facebook, right? So this particular scenario, the DMs aren't going to be the best choice. But again, we can still use it to the best of our ability, just simply because the DMs are the last resort when you're running these types of funnels. If you're not getting a hold of them through the text, you're not getting a hold of them through phone call, or whatever way you communicate with your prospects, DMs are just like that last resort, especially for these types of funnels. Okay. Now, when it comes to interest spectrum, like I had mentioned, you're trying to take your clients, or your prospects, I should say, from having no sort of interest to being a little bit curious to highly convicted. They love your stuff. They want to jump on a call and they want to buy from you. That's the point of the DMs, right? We want to push our clients from having no interest all the way to having the most interest to booking a call. Now, typically, when your prospects are going to come into your funnel, they're going to be at the highest point of interest, right? They just saw an ad, they just saw a piece of your content, a reel, whatever it may have been, whether it's paid ads or organic. Their their interest level is its highest peak. That doesn't mean that, for example, they're going to be on the highest level of the interest, which I'm going to show you in a second, but it could mean that for them specifically, it's at the highest point right now. It doesn't mean that it's going to be below. It can go smaller, like below, and it also doesn't mean that it can go higher, right? It's just their highest point of interest at that current moment is going to be obviously when they just saw your reel, they just saw your, they just followed you, they just DM'd you, whatever it may have been. So that's where we want to capture them. After you wait, people like to say, oh, you have an hour, you got 2 hours, and like people will still be interested. That's not how it works. Their interest level drops this fast. As you can see, this is very rapidly decreasing. Like after 5 minutes, it goes from here and it goes all the way down, right? And that's literally just 5 minutes. After about 20 minutes, they're here. After 40 minutes, an hour, 2 days, 3 days, you got to forget about it. Like that point, you got to have to nurture them and have your retargeting in place, or else you're just never gonna contact these people again. Okay, simply because their interest level has just completely decreased, to which they're not going to be interested anymore. Now, with that being said, the different interest levels are as follows. The first one is going to be your no interest. Okay, so again, these people aren't going to really be the ones that are opting in, obviously, but these could even be followers. Now, when I say no interest, it could be they don't have interest in your offer. Maybe they just like your content, right? At the current moment, they're not interested in buying from you. That wasn't even a thought. Maybe they just liked your content, they followed you, or whatever it could have been. Okay, so that's the first point, the no interest level. Typically, these people aren't going to engage with you, but if they do, maybe it's just for your content. Now, these leads have clocked out entirely. They don't want anything that you have to offer. Now, keep in mind, which I'll say that for a second. Let me just get through these guys. Number 2 is curiosity. Okay, so a piece of your content caught their attention, and they are curious to what you do, right? So like I mentioned, someone came through a reel, they came through a paid ad, something that sparked some sort of interest or curiosity is where they are, okay? Again, it doesn't mean that they're going to be staying in curiosity. They could move up into a higher interest level, but at that time point being, if you're not engaging with them, this is their highest point of interest. Number 3 is general interest, okay? So they are past being curious, and they're considering solving the problem that you can help with, whether that's helping with sales, whether that's helping with marketing, whether that's helping them book more appointments, whether that's getting them more leads, whether that's getting them more qualified followers, whatever it is specifically, they had some sort of general interest, and they are looking for someone to help with that problem, okay? Now, number 4, okay, and these are, number 4 and 5 are going to be like your buyers section. Typically, these guys are going to be the ones that are booking calls and buying from you. These are high interest. So in-market buyers, they have been nurtured by your content and are looking to get your help with this specific problem with your system. They've watched your YouTube, they've seen your short form content, they like your systems, and they have either heard heard from someone that's within your program or has worked with you, they have seen your results, your client testimonials, they know that what you have works and they want a piece of it. Okay, so your higher interest. And then number 5 here is your conviction. So like these guys are like fully convicted. You are the go-to. They are buying from you regardless. Okay, these guys are ready to go. They essentially hop on a call, or they even buy in the DMs. But when they hop on a call, all they're doing is asking some buying questions, right? So all you have to do is hop on, answer a few questions, like simple questions that are buyer questions, and then from there, send the payment link and they move forward. Okay, when you get people in these 2 sections, typically they've been nurtured, they've seen your content, like I mentioned, they've seen your results, they know who you are, and they've been following you probably for quite some time, or they've heard about you and they really like what you have to do. These are your buyers. Okay, now I'm not saying you can't sell someone that's in general interest, but it's going to be a lot harder to sell versus the guys that are in 4 and 5. Okay, now that being said, the point of contact is a very big thing, and I want to quickly mention is no point in time do people stay in their interest level. So if someone's at number 2, when you start nurturing them, they see more of your content, they're going to go to 3, and then they're going to go to 4, and then they might even go to 5 and like ready to buy from you in the DMs, or just hop on a call, answer some questions, and go forward. That being said, does not mean that if someone comes through at high interest, they have a conversation with your DM setter, that doesn't mean that you can have a bad point of contact, a bad first impression, and they don't go backwards. This is definitely possible, okay? And it happens all the time, especially if you have a bad DM setter. And that's obviously what this SOP is for, is to kind of show you examples of what to do, what to say, how to deal with people, to make sure that no one's moving backwards, but they're all moving in the forward position to get to that number 5 or number 4 spot. Okay, so next is point of contact. You want to reach to these people, like I just showed you on the interest level, immediately. Like we got in the first 5 minutes, you have to be reaching out to these people. If you don't, then, well, it's a terrible arrow. Anyway, if they don't, they're going to go down here. Okay, and that's what we don't want. So the point of contact, any new follower, for me, I have a ManyChat sequence set up. Once they follow, it says, yo, appreciate the follow. Are you scaling a business, or are you here for the content? I, right off the bat, I want to know, are you here for my content, or are you here for business? Like, I just want to know which way this conversation is going. That does not mean that if you come through saying your content, I'm still going to ask you about your business. Okay. Now, maybe some of you have seen this. Maybe you've DM'd me or you followed me, and you've probably gotten this DM here. Now, when someone, for example, when they message a certain keyword, it sends out something that's related, right? And the purpose of these ManyChat sequences is to get the point of contact immediately. We want to engage with this prospect instantly, because again, we just caught them at their highest point of interest. They just went ahead and followed. They just went ahead and DM'd. That is the highest point of interest before we get them to walk down that interest level. Now, the purpose of this, like I mentioned, is instant contact. So not only are we engaging instantly, but it is related to what they're inquiring about. So if they're responding saying consulting, I'm saying, yo, brother, you're looking for the one-on-one consulting question mark, and just get into that conversation immediately, right? With this, yo, appreciate the follow. You scaling a business? I'm getting into something that's related to their inquiry instantly, okay? From there, we go down the funnel and we start to qualify. We like to ask things like revenue, right? What's the problem they're specifically facing? See if we can even help you. Their urgency, is this like something you want to fix now, or is it something that like you've been putting off and you're going to continue to put it off for 6 months and never do anything about it? And as well, more importantly, is are you in the right niche? Can we even help you there, right? Like problem and niche are going to be one of the biggest things. Yes, revenue, like you need money in order to help someone, or I guess they need money in order for you to help them. But the biggest things is niche and problem, simply because if they aren't in a niche that I can help with, I'm not going to sell them just to get money. Because what happens is you're going to start to tarnish your reputation. You're going to get them bad results. That word of mouth is going to spread farther than the good word of mouth will, and it does you no good. So don't ever just try to sell someone simply because, like, oh, they're not in my niche, but, they're going to give me a bunch of money. I'm telling you, it's going to hurt you in the long run, so do not do that. When it comes to the actual DM itself, this is what it looks like. So like I mentioned, you appreciate the follow, you scaling a business, or you're here for the content. Okay, now look, this prospect didn't respond instantly. So we sent them this message, and then he responds, okay? And we get into conversation. You're scaling a business right now. He says this, right? How's that going? We just want to qualify them throughout the entire funnel. Not in the sense like we're trying to be assholes and you qualify. We want to see if we can actually help the person, okay? So how's that going? Like, we want to find out some problems. Like, did you see my message? Again, this is what's going to happen. People, this is not the highest point of interest. I'll tell you that right now. And that reason why I'm showing you this. I'm not going to show you all the best things because a lot of your conversations may look like this. I don't want to show you all the best because that's not how the world works, right? You're going to have the bad ones coming through, and you need to know how to deal with those guys because the good ones are a lot easier. So when it comes to it, we finally got the information that we were looking for. Like he's good at the moment. He's scaling a few clients. He just wants to be consistent in 10, 20K months. And right now he's doing 5 to 8K. Okay, so then we get a little bit deeper into what's kind of stopping you, get into the problems. But that is, in a sense, the start of a conversation. Now, this is not the best conversation, and the reason I'm showing you that is because I don't want you guys to not know what to do when it's a bad conversation, right? With this, we had to follow up. We had to keep saying like little things like this, right, to get this guy bought back in. Because without these points of contact, we weren't going to hear from him again, right? Without this one, we probably weren't going to hear from him again. And that's essentially what it's going to take, right? Some of the conversations are a little bit harder to get going, but once you do, they work. Now, one thing I see in one of the biggest common mistakes is over qualifying or even under qualifying prospects based on their interest levels or just how they're talking to you. Now, over qualifying, okay? What does that mean? Well, when someone comes through, they might not be open to answering questions. They might not be giving you all the information possible. It just sounds like they're a little bit closed off simply because they have a sales guard. Okay, and this is typically going to be the people that are in a lower interest level. For example, they're in a curiosity if they're in a curious level, like curious interest level, or they're somewhere in like a general interest. But people in this area can be mixed. They can go both ways in the spectrum. More or less, no interest and curiosity are going to be people that are closed off. And from that, essentially what that looks like is it's going to sound like they're not qualified. Okay, they're not so open, and they want a lot of detailed explanations on things, and simply because they have a sales guard, right? They don't really know you, they don't trust you to this point yet. So what happens is your sales rep or your DM setter is going to try to qualify these people and asking a bunch of questions, and will typically just go ahead and burn that lead, right? Or simply because they're not answering, they might get really aggressive, or sorry, not answering. I mean, like not answering in a good way, the way that they want with all the information. They might get aggressive and burn the lead. So they're trying to overqualify. You don't ever want to do that, okay? On the other side of the spectrum is underqualifying. So these people are really, really open, typically in a high interest level. Okay, so when someone comes through, if they're in the high interest level, it doesn't mean that they are qualified, right? It could be someone who is poor, really likes the fact that someone made hundreds of thousands of dollars with you. They saw that video and they're like, oh, I want that too, right? So a lot of people get confused with people that are in high interest because they spill out all the information and they say exactly what you want to hear. They tell you absolutely everything, and it sounds a lot like, oh, I want to get started, or there's no objections. They just get really, and don't get me wrong, sometimes you'll have people that have no objections, but the yes, yes, yes types of people are typically the unqualified guys. And what happens is typically the DM setter is going to underqualify them, right? So just make sure that you treat every single prospect the exact same way. It does not matter if one is super open and the other one's not open. You have to treat them the exact same way, okay? And then with the conversation flow is going to look something like this, okay? And these are the exact words that you can use from start to finish. So building rapport. Now, you can use things like, got it, makes sense, nice, how long have you been doing that? That's pretty interesting. What pulled you into that space, okay? These are building rapport. This is how we're going to start our conversation and gear it towards the path that we want it to go. From there, we're going to be probing, kind of digging deeper, trying to figure out exactly what is the problem. So, has growth been consistent or like more up and down, right? What's the main thing you're focused on improving within that business? What's the main thing you're focused on improving with your quality of quality of bookings, right? What's the biggest bottleneck that you're facing right now? These types of questions are going to more or less turn us back again into the conversation we want to have. We want to dig deep. We want to figure out what is the real problem. Why are you DMing us? Why are we talking right now? Right? Why'd you follow us? Why'd you fill in a form? What is the main problem? From there, you want to identify the specifics. So how long has that issue been going on for? Right? What have you tried to fix? What have you tried so far to fix it? What have you been doing? What do you think is causing this specific problem? Right? What have you been doing to fix this problem? Like it's those types of questions. We want to see now what they've already been doing or what they've already tried, so that again, and a lot of people don't use this. Personally, when I'm on a sales call, when I'm DM setting, I want to know what people have tried simply for my own sales process, because I'm not going to go ahead and say all the same things that they tried and say, try to convince them to book a call when they've only had bad experiences with those things. Okay, so it's really important. Not a lot of people understand that. When you get this information from the identifying, you want to use it to your ability. Pass that on to the sales team. Communicate to the sales team. Hey, I talked to him about this. He said this, this, and this. Maybe we should stay away from talking specifically about this, and we should go into this path. People that are experienced understand this. They identify the issues, and then they make a not a proven personal process for that prospect. Okay, so the last thing is, or not, I guess not the last thing, but before your booking is the qualification. So are you actively investing into scaling your business right now? Are you running paid ads? Are you looking for mentors? Are you investing in anything? Something like that. Are they spending money to better their skills? Are they investing money to get more bookings, more leads, whatever it may be? Okay. Timeline wise, are you looking to make moves soon or just gathering information? Okay. Are you comfortable in the higher four-figure range for solving this? Typically, I won't ask a question that's this direct unless it seems like someone who's really unqualified. Okay. Again, based on the messaging, how they're communicating to me, you can more or less tell once you guys have some experience. So it's super important that once you're asking, like when you're asking these types of questions, you got to first off have the authority, and second off, make sure you're asking that person at the right time. Okay. This is a very aggressive question, so you want to make sure that you're asking that for the right person. And from there, you want to transition to book a call. So it looks something like this, right? Makes sense. I can walk you through more or less, how we help clients book more qualified bookings. Want me to send the calendar over, right? If you want, we can run a quick strategy call. I'll give you the clarity on the best path moving forward, to get more qualified bookings or to increase your show rate. Okay, cool. I know I've got a couple openings this week. Do you want to lock one in, right? You want to make it super nonchalant. Do not be aggressive when you're trying to book a call in the DMs. Like these messages here are very, very kind of just nonchalant. Like, hey man, I know we've been talking about this. You want to just jump on a call and we can probably chat about that. I can give you some quick pointers. You want to make it seem like they're getting something out of it, not just, yo, let's book a call. Because if you say that, they're not going to book a call. Okay, so it's super, super important when you're going ahead and booking the call, you make it sound nonchalant and just kind of, very, very easygoing. From here, like I mentioned, we're going to go back to our interest levels, back with the overqualifying and underqualifying. On this spectrum, we have a high interest and a non-interested. Okay, so typically, again, when people come through, high interest, not exactly at the high interest, but at the highest interest that they are at that current moment. What happens, and why I'm saying this after the overqualifying and underqualifying, is simply because people will be more open and ready when they're at a higher interest versus when they're at a lower interest. They'll be more closed off. Okay, so it looks something like this. At their highest interest point, okay, if the bar was somewhere over here, like that's where it typically would be if it just stopped. But as your interest level goes down, what's going to happen is the sales guard is obviously going to increase. Okay, and that's what this is showing. So at the highest interest level, there's not really any sort of sales guard. As you can see, they're open and ready. But as time goes on, once they start to move down the interest level, the sales guard starts to increase, and that's what we're obviously displaying here. So that being said, the energy and communication is one of the biggest things. And with that being said, the core four of a setter is as follows. A lot of people think as a DM setter, your job is to qualify and schedule, and that is it. Okay, and that could be the farthest thing from possible in truth, simply because what you need to do is these four things. One, you need to qualify your leads correctly. Okay, you can't just qualify and schedule. You need to qualify them correctly. So not having a bias on leads simply because one doesn't communicate the way that you would like them to. So if they're at a lower interest, they're not going to communicate the way that you want them to. If they're at a higher interest, well, they might communicate the way you want them to. But again, you can't underqualify them. You have to just treat every single prospect the exact same and get the right information, not depending on anything other than the fact that you came through. How can I help you? What's your problems? Okay, you're in my niche. You have problems I can solve. Let's talk further, right? If not, well, I can't really help you. And I tell people that. Number two is increase bookings and show rate. This is a big thing. As a DM setter, an appointment setter, or even a dialer, your job is to increase bookings and your show rate. So ensuring that you are converting people from just like basic, they just followed you, they just DM'd you, and then nurturing those people along the way to get them into a showed appointment, okay? That is the second most important thing. Number three is gathering intel and personalized material. So when you're talking to prospects, like I mentioned earlier, and you're communicating to these people, you want to make sure that their process going forward is very personalized. As a DM setter, you are the first point of contact. You are going to gather information that no one in the team understands or knows yet. You need to pass on this information. You need to gather it. And then what you need to do is first pass it on to the sales team. Second, you need to send the prospect personalized material. So if they're talking about show rate and you have things about show rate on your YouTube, or you have things on your show rate on your Instagram, send them those things. Okay, get them that personalized material, because essentially, again, that's why they're coming to you, is because they have a low show rate, or they have no bookings. So personalize the process. Give them information that's geared towards the specific problem they're facing. So listening to what the prospect is saying, and based off their problems or concerns, you send or direct them to the assets that will give them clarity on that specific problem. And number 4, like I just said, you have to set a good impression, because you are the first impression. If you have a bad first impression, you're going to ruin the entire thought process or the entire view of your business for that prospect. So you're the first point of contact. You can either make or break the relationship depending on how you handle their concerns and their problems. If they're talking about, show rates, and you keep saying like, hey, what's your revenue? What's your revenue? Yeah, that's awesome, man. Like, I'm glad your show rate's, 30%. Like, even though it's shit, you're just about, hey, book a call, book a call, book a call. What's your revenue? What's your revenue? These people are going to be like, yo, this guy's a fucking loser. This guy's a dickhead. And they're going to continue on with someone else, one of your competitors. So it's super important that your DM setter is setting a good first impression, because ultimately they are the first point of contact, and they're going to be the person that sets the standard and the authority, the impression for your business moving forward. Okay. Now, we have covered quite a bit in terms of the qualification, the process of your conversations, what to do when someone comes through, the points of interest, the best funnels that we can use this for. That being said, one question I'm sure a lot of you guys have is, how do you hire setters? Where do you find these people? Okay. First things first, when you're hiring people, what you want to look for is experience. Okay. Now, is that the question? Is it actually experience you want to look for? For me personally, I don't like looking for experience. I don't always look for most qualified person that has the most amount of experience, simply because I want to be able to teach them. I can teach skills. Okay. One thing I can't teach, and I'll get into in a second, is vision, and what's their vision on business. I can teach skills. I can teach you how to set. I can teach you how to do sales. I can teach you how to market. I can teach you how to do this, and that. What I can't do is teach someone the hunger, the drive, the willingness to go above and beyond the average person. And when I'm talking to these guys on a interview, for example, my most recent setter, when I got onto that call, okay, and most people won't like this, because everyone nowadays is just, oh, you got to be a man, you got to control the call, like you got to have the power. I'm hiring someone for a sales position. Let me tell you what that guy did. He hopped on the call, he got right to business, and he took authority, took control of the call. Okay. Now, me being a business owner, I'm not gonna sit there and be like, oh, like, that's offensive. Like, how dare you take control of the call? Like, you should be here to listen. Dude, if I'm trying to hire a killer, if I'm trying to hire someone that is for sales, the fact that he took initiative, he's already showing me that he's gonna go above and beyond the average person, and he literally took control of the call. And he started making like not a sales presentation, but showing me, his authority, showing me like, hey, dude, I can do what you want me to do. That was like the most perfect thing I could possibly see from someone. And a lot of people, as a business owner, would take that into offense. Like, oh, like, how dare you, take control of the call? Man, if you're hiring someone for a sales position and he is taking authority and he's going to control the call, that is what you want from someone in a sales position. So I let him do that, right? I didn't stop him. I say, hey, look, stop. Let's not do this. I like that. Right? More than experience, I like the fact that he's already showing me what I'm looking for in the interview right off the get-go. Okay. So don't always look for the most experience. Even when I was in my sales position before I started this coaching, consulting, even my agency a couple of years back, I literally found, like, not me personally, but our business, our company found people that had no sales experience. And we hired a shit ton of those people simply because we had good training. We had, people in the higher up that were really good at teaching the new reps. And from that, we got a lot of good sales reps that were just built over time, rather than just getting a bunch of guys that had a bunch of experience. I'll tell you right now, we had a couple guys come through when I was working there, and they were people that had experience, whether it's like selling cars or whatever the fuck they were selling. They were the worst people on earth. They had so many things that they were just stuck and true to doing, like some sort of sales process that they do, some sort of way to qualify people, deal with objections. They're so set on those things and those standards that they don't switch. They're stuck. Versus someone who's new, who has no experience, you teach them how you want them to be taught. The next is the vision. So do they share the same vision on their future or similar? Okay. You want someone, if you're gonna be working with them on a daily basis, and as well, they're supposed to be there to mimic you, because as a DM setter, that's what you're doing. You're mimicking the business, the owner, the coach, whatever it may be. You want to make sure that they share the same vision as you. So what's their view on business? What's their views on everything? I like to talk to these people on a different level. Get to know them personally. If you don't, you won't like working with them. Not only that, they won't be able to mimic you as a business owner. And that's the whole point of their job, right? Is to make it sound like the person is talking to the business owner. And that's, again, like I'm talking about personal conversation. So anytime I hire or I even talk to someone, it's more about them as a person and see how they communicate and carry themselves versus all their experience. All my calls are getting to know that person, understanding, yes, on a base level, I want to know their experience, what they've done before. I'm not going to go in depth, right? What I will do, again, on a personal level, is I'll ask them, what will happen, for example, if ads shut down? What happens if there's no leads coming through? What are you going to do? Those are the types of questions I'll ask them, because that's them as a person. Like, what are you going to do? Okay. And that's how you gauge their drive. Asking questions, what will they do? Go above and beyond the average person. Okay. Like I mentioned, I just hired a new setter. This setter, I asked them, what are you going to do that's above average? What will you do that's so different than everyone else? Okay. I don't care about your experience. I want to know, when everything hits the fucking fan, what are you going to do? And he told me, I'm not looking for inbound leads. Obviously, that's what our process is. We operate on inbound leads. But I'm not going to sit there and wait for someone. I'm going to go out and outreach to people. If people like your posts, I'm going to outreach them. If they respond to your stories, I'm going to outreach them. I will go ahead. I'll like people's stories. I will engage with them. He's telling me he's going to go above and beyond the average person who's going to sit there and say, oh, new lead, let me message. Oh, cool. Right? He's telling me, I don't care about the new leads coming through. I will nurture people to make sure that they come through as an inbound lead by myself, right? And that's them, and I'm gauging his drive. So when you're hiring people, just make sure that you're not only looking for experience, because typically experience isn't going to be the best for you, because you got to be able, you can teach skill, you can't teach the drive, and you can't, in a sense, get that hunger out of someone if it's not there, okay? Last is, where do you find setters? Now for me, my best setters, even sales reps, came from paid groups. I'm not saying you have to go out there and spend $5,000 to find a sales group. No, don't do that. What I'm saying is, I've spent $50 on like a school group. It doesn't matter how much it is. The moral of the story is, you want to be able to get people who are actively investing in themselves. My current setter, and the one I just hired, I keep talking about it, he was already actively paying to, like, in a course, is in training. So he showed me, look, I'm taking initiative to invest in my own time, my skills. I'm not here for a week or two. I'm here to be in and make sure I grind it out and get real results and grow with the business. So that's what I'm looking for. So paid groups, even my best closers have come from paid groups. Past clients. So because past clients, they already like you. They probably believe in the same things because they've bought from you. And typically people buy from people that they like and they can, relate to. So clients are going to be the best, or past clients, simply because they already know what you sell. They know and they act, they have the same vision as you. So again, paid groups, then clients, I would typically ask. From there, it's running ads. If you run any sort of ads, I'm telling you right now, you will find any sort of setter. You will find any sort of sales position. These types of guys reach out on a daily basis. Me, I have hundreds of people reaching out for setting positions. I'm like, this, I could just start a setting agency. And as well, the last here is posting. So posting on stories, posting on anything. Just using your circle, getting out to people is going to be the best way that you find setters. But for me personally, I've gotten my best people from paid groups, and even running ads. But when they run ads, it's because they have been in paid groups before. So now when it comes to paid ads, this is probably going to be one of the biggest make or breaks for your business. If you're good at paid ads and you understand and watch this full training, you will know what to do. But if you're not good at running paid ads, you're going to be screwed. Simply because organic can only get you so far. And if your content is not resonating, it's not finding the right buyers, you are screwed. Paid ads is going to allow us to find those buyers and allow us to just go directly to the source. We don't have to skim around. We don't have to bring in a bunch of unqualified people. If you know how to run paid ads correctly, you will be able to get as many people, as many buyers in your ecosystem as possible. Okay. And why we use paid ads is simply because we have control, we have consistency. If you're doing it correctly, you'll have predictability, and as well speed. Speed, you turn on paid ads, you have your buyers coming to you ASAP. Okay. You don't have to wait. You don't got to wait around for like, oh, is this post going to hit? Like, what do I got to post next? Paid ads literally goes to the source and is the quickest way to get new acquisition. So the purpose of paid ads is to find buyers. In a market that looks like this with organic, what happens, I'll just kind of give you guys some sort of scenario. When organic post, what happens is we post, okay, and we do this, right? So we go out here, maybe we'll go in here, gather these guys, and our organic post got, let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 qualified people, okay? Versus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21 unqualified people. And the purpose of this, or the reason for it, is simply because organic, you can't really choose who your content's going to, okay? Organic is mass content. Like, you're going to reach everyone. You don't have little settings here and there. Yes, your messaging can be a little bit dialed in, but even still then, you're going to reach a large influx of unqualified people. If you are trying to sell a service or a product or whatever it may be, it is going to be very, very hard if all you're doing is bringing in unqualified guys. And simply why we run paid ads. With the paid ads, let's say, I'm targeting coaches that are doing above $20,000 a month. And with that, what I'm able to do is send out an ad, okay? Now, this is obviously, like I mentioned earlier, is the ecosystem. This is the ecosystem of people which I'll be able to target, okay? In that, yes, there's unqualified people. What I'll be able to do is target this guy, and target this guy, target this guy, unqualify all these 3 guys by saying, hey, I only help people that are doing 20K a month. And these guys, they're still working their 9 to 5, right? And I can't help them. So those guys are unqualified. These 2 guys I can help. This guy comes in, this guy comes in. And what I'm trying to show you is I can pinpoint and target exactly who I want to come through to my funnel, right? The people that I want to come through. Now, don't get me wrong. Every now and then, we'll pick up a guy here, a guy here, a guy here. But what's able to happen is we are now teaching our ad account, and we're teaching everything to do with the algorithm that we have to look for these types of guys: qualified, 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 versus finding all these guys in the mix. And our ad account, or even just organically, we're looking for shitty people. Okay. So with that being said, that's the purpose of paid ads. Very quickly, we can find our buyers. We can see, okay, you're a buyer, right? And from that, we can pitch those people instead of having to pitch all these guys in between. Our ads are going to be geared and directed to just the guys who are qualified. Yes, every now and then you're going to have unqualified people coming through. That's just the name of the game. But we're able to put qualification within that funnel to make sure that you prevent those people from coming through and have your sales team getting on calls, wasting their time, and getting funnel hacked, right? Again, the purpose of the paid ads is to call the right person. So call it your ideal client. Push the wrong people away. Push the people who you can't help, push them away, right? Send traffic in the correct funnel. Okay, so send the right traffic in the correct funnel. Given, if they're looking to buy something, you send them through that funnel. Okay, and as well, communicate a clear problem. In your ads, you're going to call out the person. You're going to call out the problem, and from there, you're going to present a desirable next step. Whether it's book a call, click down below, click learn more to find out. That's what you're going to do. Okay, so paid ads are very, very helpful when it comes to finding out who your prospect is, and specifically honing in your targeting to that one person. Okay, that one type of person is what we're doing now. With the paid ad strategies, there's a few different ways. I'm not going to cover all of them. I've mentioned other trainings. There's book calls, there's lead funnels, there's challenge webinars, follower ads, DM ads. Like, there's so many different styles of funnels that you can do, which I'm only going to cover a few of them. So the first one is going to be your follower ads. Okay, so with the follower ads, what you're going to do is you're going to try to get in as much people as possible who are qualified. Ideally, you want a lot of guys that have a verified account, or when you click on their account, their follow to following ratio is very good. Their active account, maybe they're posting about things related to their business. Just, maybe they don't have a verified check, right? And there's a lot of people like that. Maybe they have 6,000 to 20,000 followers. That's essentially and ideally who you're looking for. What you want is to have people, and you can see here they have a profile picture on all these guys. This profile picture is a little too dark, but it's profile picture. What you don't want is you don't want to see a bunch of like the basic icon, like the shape of the bot picture, I guess the basic picture. You don't want that. Okay, so that's the follower ads, which I'll cover. The DM ads. Now the DM ads, they work really, really well. For example, DM me X word and I will shoot you, X product or material, whatever it may be. This worked really well. Again, this is DM ads. So similar to the follower ads, we're going to engage both of them in the DMs, but the DMs, instead of them following you, they're reaching out and engaging and inquiring about something specific. Okay. So with the DM ads, you'll get something like this. So he messages consulting and it sends them out a message like this. And then he says, yes, obviously, which again, these are people actively interested in what they have to offer. So he said consulting and it says, you're looking for the one-on-one consulting. He literally says yes after, simply because the paid ads is going to reach out to people who actively have the problem or something that you solve. Okay. And also, again, putting forward, you can see this guy is not just, I haven't talked to him, but I can already tell this guy is, in a sense, somewhat qualified. One, because he messaged me consulting. He is looking for one-on-one consulting. But number two is his profile picture, right? Looks presentable, is a real person. That's the type of people you want. So you don't always have to have the people that have these verified checks and thousands of followers. We want to have people that just look like they're proper. They bring themselves to like the business world in good presentation, and as well they just look like they're a real account. The next is obviously going to be one of the most important. Like I've used it, I've made hundreds of thousands of dollars with it. Is the book call funnel. The book call funnel works for. I mean, I haven't really seen it not work. It works across every single industry possible. The book call funnel is very, very effective. If you have a good sales team and you guys are following up and getting these people to show up to your calls. Okay. The book call funnel, we're going to redirect them to a landing page. Obviously, it's my landing page. And then from that, we're just going to gear them towards the VSL. They watch the VSL. From there, they can move forward to book a call, or they can stay stuck in continuing what they're already doing, right? So typically, they're going to go ahead and book a call, given that your VSL is good, or you have a DSL, which I obviously train and teach people. And they both have very, very good and effective benefits. So that being said, these are the three funnels that we'll, in a sense, cover. Now, with my personal ads, because I have to show people what's actually working, and that's the whole point of you watching this entire training, is to see what's actively working. Right? How do you know that this is working? Well, I know because I'm actively doing it. I practice what I preach, and I always continuously say that over and over again because no one does this. Now, the personal ads is what I'm running. If you have testimonials, I want you to leverage your testimonials as much as possible. I don't care what industry you're in, whether it's coaching, consulting, it's in a specific, fitness, it's with real estate agents. I don't care what it is across the board. You are going to show your testimonials. It's easier to have someone sell for you than you having to sell yourself. What I mean by that is I'm going to allow my clients' testimonials to speak for themselves and sell for me versus me having to get on a call, convince these people over and over again to then, hop on like the sixth call and eventually they buy. Whereas my testimonials, everything speaks for itself, right? This is what we want to see. Okay, so I'm showing off testimonials like 10K in 30 days, trip to New York City there as well. Here's a new client, another client, $3,500 pay in full, $7,500 pay in full, $2K up front and $2K a month for this guy here. Another one, we got Mondo. So cash collected 30K. Now he's doing 90K. And this screenshot's a little blurred out because I screenshotted the screenshot. He says, I've sold 4 $5,000 packages. Okay, that's what we want to say there, or that's what we want to show. Here's an actual video. So maybe you guys seeing this, watching this training right now, you've probably seen this testimonial. If not, it's on my Instagram account. Another one here. So again, just a picture of me. Again, getting people familiar with who I am, that sort of thing. It goes a long, long way. So not just showing the testimonials, but actively like, hey, look, here's me, right? There's me, there's a client, there's me again, and here's me again, and this one, here's me again, which I'll get into in a sec. But the point of this is I'm putting a face to all the results, right? So it's not just a bunch of results and screenshots. It's actually a real person. So they can see it. They can get, be relatable, build a connection. And again, as they see more client testimonials, or even if they see my face, they put 2 and 2 together and tie them together, right? So like a $3,500 deal right there. Another $3,000 deal here, which is hard to see. This is a $2,000 setup plus a $3,000 offer, $1,000 up front. I believe that was a $2,000 deal. 1.5K setup was a 9% rev share. Like these are all where are we here? These are all active like testimonials and real results. And I literally just build my entire funnel off of results. If you don't have results, that's fine. You're just gonna have to do a little bit more direct response. Right? What I like to say, if you don't have results, think of yourself. You are a result. I'm sure if you are coaching and consulting, you have a testimonial of yourself. You're not just starting from scratch, right? If that's the case, then literally just buy into that. Build off your story. If you can be vulnerable, you can tell people where you started and everything, and stop being like that person that says, oh, no, I can't teach, I can't say that. People aren't going to like that. Dude, be you, be yourself, and be vulnerable. I'm telling you, you will see results. Okay, and that's if you don't have client testimonials already to use, build off yourself. Another one here, a little bit of a different, like unique style. Because I'm selling consulting and coaching, essentially what I want to do is show that, look, I don't just sell this, I actively do it myself. So here is me. I sell $8,000 packages and was one of Serge Guattari's biggest testimonials, okay, in the contracting space with my agency at the time. And here is literally me having an interview with Serge Guattari, talking about my business, blah, blah, blah. Now, the point of me showing this is not to just say, hey, I can sell $8,000 packages, I know how to help you. It's me actively showing, look, I got results simply because I invested myself into coaching, consulting, that one-on-one mentorship that allowed me to scale my business. That is subconsciously telling them, hey, you should probably do it yourself. Okay. And what I explain here is like, want to know why most consultants suck is they never actually got in the trenches doing what you're doing. I sold the $8,000 packages already and became one of the biggest case studies. I failed over and over again so that you can learn from my mistakes and not make those same mistakes. Now, I work with dream clients, only work max 5 hours a day while I travel the world. For example, in this picture, I was out in Colombia for an entire month. Right? So you guys gotta understand, you gotta build off yourself. I'm telling a story at the same time as subconsciously telling people, hey, you should, not book a call. You should give me a follow, right, and move forward there. Here again, more client testimonials in a video format. Here's another one in a video format. Obviously, we got Cameron here, we got Wajid, but that's the purpose of it. When it comes to the book call funnels, it's aside from this stuff here, it'll be more or less me talking straight to the camera, right? What I'll do with these is once people view all this, like these types of follower ads, for example, I build up my ecosystem. And then from there, what I do is I then start to pitch the people who've actually seen my results. They know who I am. And what I do is I put them in a book call funnel. So we go over to the book call funnel from here. Okay. In the book call funnel, this is where I'm going to provide a pitch. I'm probably going to start to do more direct response. It's going to be me saying, look, you've seen my results. You've seen me, maybe even watching my content. Now, and I'm going to call them out saying, no, go ahead and book a call. Okay, obviously there's more to it, but it's the exact funnel that I use. It's the exact same funnel that's made me over hundreds of thousands of dollars. Okay, and I'm not just saying this, it's why I'm actively showing you my real results. Okay, so the point of that is you guys need to build a story, get vulnerable, and create ads showing testimonials, showing results, and call out your audience. Okay, so that's why these work so well. First, for me, I always do follower ads. And then I go over into the book call funnel. Again, you want to build your ecosystem, get people familiar with who you are. Because if you go straight to a book call funnel, they don't really know who you are. Unless your offer is really, really good and it's like too good to be true sometimes, then it's not going to work. Okay. So it's super important that you guys understand the funnel and how it works there. So it's literally what we're doing here, right? Funneling them in all the way down. Now, to stay within KPI, you guys may not know metrics. Now, with metrics, it's super important. You do not want to turn off ads prematurely before they get results. So to get real results, we're going to need to have no emotion and no attachment to our ads. A lot of people, why they screw up and why they fail is because they spend $50, $100. Okay, now they're spending $200, they're spending $300, and they still haven't gotten any result. That's the game of ads. Okay, unfortunately with ads, you got to put your balls on the line and you got to say, hey, I'm willing to lose every single dollar throughout this month on ads. And that's how you have to look at it. Because ads, if you are attached, you're emotionally engaged with the amount of dollars you're spending and actively losing, you are going to turn things off and you're not going to get, if you've ever seen that meme where it's like the guy who's pickaxing to diamonds and he turns around right before he hits it, that's how ads is. If you turn stuff off too early, you are going to do just that. You might have a gold mine that you're sitting on because you're not letting it run out. You're too emotionally attached to your money that you're spending. You won't see results with ads. You never will. Okay. So with the ads, first things first is just take all your emotions out of it. If you don't, I'm telling you right now, you're going to fail. You have to put your balls on the line. You have to be willing to lose stuff and test things and say, okay, I didn't lose $80. I didn't lose $500. I learned a $500 lesson. And with that, you just recalculate things and get going. For me, I personally have a client we just brought on. His name's Tarek. Maybe you guys have seen him in stories of mine. Tarek came in. He spent $250 in ads. He's never ran a single ad before. I taught him everything from start to finish. With him, he told me, like, hey, this is kind of disappointing. I spent $250. I haven't seen any results, right? I just explained what I explained to you, that you have to spend money, okay? If you spend money, you get emotionally detached from spending that money. You'll see results because you'll allow things to play out. With him, all we did is we tested things. We had a $250 lesson with him. From there, we repivoted because, again, we're taking it as a lesson. What worked, what didn't work. We look in the ads. We can tell just by looking at metrics, certain things that didn't work, what worked. We repivoted. He spent $490, $500 or so. He just went ahead and literally at the time of filming this yesterday, he closed a $3,000 deal. Okay, he spent $500. He just 6x'd his return simply because He took the lesson and he continued to move forward. He didn't turn things off, prematurely. He took my advice and went all in. Whether it was with the ads, was it the metrics, it was at the setting, the dialing, and booking. He took everything into account and moved forward with it. So with the metrics, what I want to show you guys, here we have our daily budget, $30 a day. If you're doing anything, I wouldn't recommend anything under $30 a day on an ad set specifically. So that's on the ad set. When it comes to monthly budget, don't spend anything less than $1,500 is what I recommend. Okay. If you don't have that much money to kind of afford to lose, I don't recommend ads. I just tell you that right now. I wouldn't recommend ads. $30 a day on a specific ad set. If you're doing, if you only have like a $1,500 budget, do $50 minimum. Okay. For me, I do $30 an ad set because I have 1, 2, 3, and 4 ad sets here. Okay. Now, looking at this is the amount spent. So we spent total $287, but 39 here, 81, 80, 84, 10, 82, 11. So with that, here's the results. Okay. These are follower ads. So we gained 258 profile visits, 356 profile visits, 343 profile visits, 104 profile visits. Average cost. Now, per profile visit, you want to see it sitting in and around, like my best performing are like 16 cents. Upwards of, like on the higher side, 40 cents. Anything above that, I find is just like kind of getting out of KPI. This is tend to be the sweet spot, like in around that 30, like 20 to 30, max like 40. But again, there's other things you need to look at. Maybe you have a high lead cost, or sorry, high profile visit, but you have highly qualified guys coming in. You want to take that into account, okay? When it comes to reach and impressions, this is how many people we've reached out, like unique. And then this is like, okay, so out of the 6,217 people, a total of 6,893 people, like it was played, whether it was video, whatever it may have been. So that means that 6,217 people, unique people, saw it. And then overall, it's been seen that many times. Okay, so that's how that works. CPMs. If you're running follower ads, these are the metrics you want to look for. Anything above, like if you're above like $15, you're too high. Okay, so you need to make sure that your CPMs are in line, and what CPMs are is your cost per millions. So it basically means it's cost per 1,000 impressions. How much are you spending before 1,000 people see your ads? If you're running follower ads, it should be like this low. If you're running like a book call funnel, it can increase to in and around like that 40 to even like $80 CPM range. With CPMs, the purpose of the CPMs is you can tell if your ads are resonating with people. How Facebook works, and Meta in general with Instagram, if your ads aren't being relatable, aren't relating to, or even building any sort of connection with your prospect, what happens is your prospect will swipe over it and they won't care. Facebook notices that. Facebook wants to keep people on their platform. So what they do is they will give benefit to the accounts that are keeping people engaged and keeping them on the platform. So if you have good ads, good content, people will stay and watch it, and Facebook wants to push it out to more people, so your CPMs will be lower. If your CPMs are through the roof, like over $100, all that means is that your ads, your content is not resonating in any way, shape, or form with your prospects. Therefore, Facebook, because you're not keeping people on the platform, people are scrolling past your ads or your content, Facebook's like, hey, we don't really care to push this content. Like, we're going to increase the spend, right? And that's why, knowing how to read metrics is very important, because just with CPMs, you can tell whether your ads are resonating or not. Unique link clicks, so how many times people clicked, cost per unique link click, right? Depending on what type of funnel, if you're running follower ads, it's going to be relatively low, something like this. It can get up to like 60 cents, 70 cents. But when it comes to like a lead form book call funnel, it's going to increase. Like you might see it increase up to like $2, $3, sometimes like $5. It'll increase, okay? And your unique CTR, so this is your click-through rate. Of the 1,000 people going and seeing it, how many are actively clicking on it and going farther, right? So clicking learn more, click on your ad. That's what this is. With follower ads, it'll be a little bit higher. If you have a book call funnel, lead form, follower ads will be higher. With the book call funnel, lead form, stuff like that, that's not so easy to get people to go forward with, it'll be lower. Anything above 1% is decent. If you can get above 2%, that's really good. I've seen guys that have like a 3-4%. If you have like that, you're going to just increase the ad spend and get out to more of these people. What this means is your ad is working. So if this is high, that means your ad is working. And then you can look at other metrics. Obviously, I teach the guys what to look at. So if, for example, your CTR is super high and you're not getting a bunch of leads, well, that means that you have a lead form issue or you have a back-end funnel issue, because what this is telling you is that people are clicking on your clicking on your ad, okay? So that is the metrics there. Now, in terms of like the followers, for example, again, this is follower ad. You can see broken out. This is it. So 320 Instagram visits, 29 followers. From that, $73 spent here. That is in a sense what we're looking at. So what you can say on average per follower, if you were to do the math there, that's probably just about like over $2. So yeah, probably $3, give or take, $2.50, $3, whatever, maybe. I'm not gonna do the math, maybe you can. With the follower ads, $2.50 upwards of like $5 is kind of in that ball range where you want to be. Above that is just the ads aren't really resonating, finding the most qualified guys. Per qualified person, because you'll have a bunch of followers, on average per qualified person in around like the $10 to $15 is what you could say. Okay. Again, that's the follower ads. So that is the metrics. When it comes to the tracking metrics, I give all of my clients a tracking system. It is very, very important. You need to know absolutely everything. So the impressions, and this is on like a daily basis. As you can see here, this is November 13th to 14th. So impressions was 11,000. Reach is 10,680. CPMs, my CTR, my profile visit cost, my follower cost, my new followers, profile visits, my ad spend, followers. I have this tracked out for everything, literally everything. When it comes to the book calls, when it comes to cost per acquisition, when it comes to cost per qualified person, I have this all here. My show rate, my cash collected, everything is tracked down even to my YouTube. If you're a coach consultant, you have to have YouTube. If you do not, you're screwing up. You got to build a YouTube that is going to nurture people in the long form. I even track all my YouTube metrics with a nice tracking system that looks like this, right? And there's a lot more to it. I'm not going to break that down, but you need to be able to track metrics. If you don't track metrics, I'm telling you right now, you're going to fail. I've had people come through and I asked them, what's this? What's this? Just recently, I had a guy in the DMs and he was telling me like, I have a problem with this. I have a problem with this. I'm like, okay, what's your cost? What's your show rate? I don't know my show rate. What do you mean you don't know your show rate? Okay, maybe you know other numbers. What's your cost per lead? My cost per lead is $115. Okay, wow, that's through the roof. Then we got into like the metrics, cost per acquisition. Didn't know that. He didn't know cost per booking. He knew no numbers. And for me to diagnose your business and actually help you, I got to know your numbers. Like as a coach, or even a consultant, you need to know numbers. You as a business owner, you need to know numbers. If you do not, you're not tracking these things. I can go back to any single date and time that I've been running ads and actually show someone like, hey, here's the metrics there. Here's the cash collected here. Here's the cost per bookings. Here's how many bookings we had. All simply because I have it tracked just like that. Okay. If you don't have anything tracked, you don't know what's going on. If you don't know what's going on, you can't really do anything. So here's all the metrics within Facebook. You guys should have all these here. Okay. Exact to a T, these things. The budget, obviously, the amount spent, results, cost per result, your reach, impressions, your CPMs, unique link clicks, cost per unique link click, unique CTR. Why I do unique is because someone can click on your ad 80 times and it will tell you you got 80 clicks. So I always do unique. Frequency means like on average how many times are people seeing it. So people are seeing my ad 1.14 times. Video plays, this is our hook rate. Okay, so 3-second video plays divided by impressions, I believe it is. That is your hook rate. What does that mean? So if your hook rate is under 20%, is typically what I've noticed, your hook rate is under 20%, you're not going to have a good ad. You're not keeping people watching your ads and it's not going to work. Okay. So with that being said, if your hook rate is above 20%, it's on average, like it's pretty decent. Don't let it go below it. If it's below it, you're going to want to reconsider your hook. If it's above, my best performing ads have been around like 35, 40%. When they're doing that, these ads are crushing it simply because that means I'm hooking them in on this percent rate. Video average play time, and then through plays. Okay, so through plays is 15-second video watch. That's what you want to be seeing. Those are all the metrics. Okay, guys, and if you actively track all your metrics, I promise you, you are going to get good results. Okay, and with that, again, this is all things I use. These are all ads I literally actively using. It's the exact funnel I'm using. I want to show you guys what's working. I'm not here to show you guys a bunch of fake shit. So yeah, track your metrics, learn your metrics, take this video and go look at metrics. If you're running paid ads, just kind of put this side by side. If you're running follower ads, here's an exact example of follower ads you can kind of play off of. All right, guys? So that being said, that is the paid ads. Let's get into the next one. So if you're having troubles with unqualified traffic, people joining your calls, wanting to be educated, no clue what you offer, no money for your offer, right? And want to just wait, payment plans, split everything up, terrible clients, terrible prospects. I'm going to show you in this video how to get qualified people. So if you have unqualified traffic right now, I'm going to show you how to revert it back and get qualified, ready to go buyers, people that already know what you offer, want what you offer, and more importantly, have the cash ready to go in hand. Okay, so if you're new to the channel, my name is Dorian Freilich. I help People like yourself, agency owners, coaches, consultants, scale with paid ads, and a lot more, ad strategies, systems, and everything that you need to be successful in the online space. That being said, go ahead, subscribe, hit the like button, and make sure to look out for more videos. Let's dive in. So first things first, we have what we call qualified bookings, and how do we get qualified bookings? So the first thing that we're going to be going over is our call out. We're going to be going over a few things like call out, the messaging, the targeting on pixels on your ad account, more or less everything that you need to be successful. So let's dive in and let's take a deep look here. So your call out. What is a call out? Okay, there's a couple different call outs. There's like a pain point call out, there's money call outs, there's any sort of call out that basically, again, calls out the ideal persona of the person that you're targeting. Now, everyone has different pain points, different things that they buy off of, different buying reasons. So we can't just gear everything to one typical person. We want to gear it towards the mass of obviously what we call top of market. Now, what is that top of market? That would be these guys here, and there's a very, very select few of them, but we want to make sure, oh, my arrow is hideous. We want to make sure that what we're doing is within power to make sure that we get as many of these guys as possible on our calls. Now, for different niches, different businesses, different verticals, there's going to be a different type of market, or top of market, I should say. For one business, let's call it the online fitness world, right? If you're targeting online fitness coaches, the top of the market is essentially going to be people doing $100,000 a month. Maybe you have guys that are upwards of $250,000 and so on. I know some pretty big guys out there, but the average top of market guy is in and around about $100,000, and then you have your one-offs that are doing, again, let's just face it, $400,000, so on and so forth. Now, in a different industry, let's say you own an agency that targets home remodelers, contractors in general. The guy that's doing $100,000 a month, he ain't doing too much, right? And again, it goes for the online business as well, online world. But the contractors, more or less, a big contractor is someone who's in and above $10 million a year, right? They're doing about $1 million, just under a month. And from that, you can consider those guys the big dogs. Those are the big dogs in the industry, and you can consider them the top of the market. So everything that we do, we want to call out that top of market. So the top of market is going to be the people making the most amount of money in that market, okay? As you can see on the screen there. These guys in the mid-market, do not get me wrong. These are great clients. They just haven't gotten to that next stage yet, in that good top of market. But they have the systems, they have the teams, they have everything to get there. They just might need marketing, might need better marketing. Maybe they're already doing marketing. Typically they're already doing marketing, but they just need someone else who actually knows what they're doing, right? So these guys are also really good to work with. They're making money, but at the same time, they're not making as much as obviously the top of the market. So keep in mind, these guys do come through. They're still great guys to work with. The only ones we do not want to work with, and the ones that you're probably working with right now, is going to be the low quality guys, right? Now, I'm not saying every single person you talk to is low quality, but it probably basically drowns out the good quality guys. And with that, your sales team morale is going to go down, and closing rate is going to go down. But realistically, those numbers aren't true numbers, right? You had people coming to your calls for education, no buying intent. Never ever did it trigger that they were going to buy from you, right? They just wanted to say, oh, what's up? What's this guy do? Let me just educate myself, right? So a lot of these people that come to your calls are probably wanting to get educated. So that's why we're going to switch that out, and we're going to talk to highly qualified people. Now as well, when you call out the top of the market, when you call out these guys here, what happens is at most you will get this, right? You'll get everyone in that box. Everyone in this box you will get. What you won't get is the guys at the very bottom, because you will have a call out, right? You're going to say, for example, the contractors that are doing 10 million a year, right? That's going to be in your call out. Whereas the fitness, you'll say fitness coaches doing, let's say 100K. Obviously there's much bigger ones. I'm just using this for example, 100K a month, right? You're going to call those guys out, because the guys who are doing, let's say for fitness, the guys that are just starting out, they're at $0, right? Or you have the guys that are, I put that backwards, the guys that are at 5K a month right now. You're going to scare them away. They're not going to think it's for them, and nor it's not for them, right? We don't want to work with you guys. So that being said, when you call it the top of the market, you're not going to get the bottom of the market with it. So that's why we always call it the top of the market, because you're still going to get people underneath, but you're not going to get the shittiest people that there is in your market. Now keep in mind, what happens when people call it the bottom of the market is you do the reverse effect. So you call it these guys, you're going to scare these guys away. Not scare them, but they're going to say, hey, like, you can't help me. That's not my pain points. That's not me. Like, you're calling out guys doing 100,000 a month. Man, I'm making $1 million a month, right? So you got to understand the different niches, different verticals. There's a different top of market, and there's a different bottom of market. Guys in the fitness consulting, in the fitness coaching, making $100,000 a month, it's a lot of money, right? Reason being is there's a lot of profits. It's about 80% profit margins, 70% profit margins at minimum, I'd say. Contractors, your profit margins are 20 to 40%, at max 50. You don't see too many of those, especially the bigger guys, right? But if you're making 100K a month, it's not a lot of money. So both businesses can make 100K, but it's one's making a shit ton and one's not making too much. So you got to keep that in mind when you're targeting your vertical and your area. So that is how you do the call out. Call outs are fairly easy. It's not too much complication. But when it comes to the next part, step number 2 here is the messaging. This is where it can get pretty tricky and difficult. So let me scroll on down on my iPad here. If it wants to scroll down, there we go. So number 2 is our messaging. So everything that we talk about, just how we did a call out, that was messaging, right? That was specifically the numbers section. So the numbers, our numbers we've already went over. We know how to call out the top of the market within numbers. Now, there's 3 different sections. We have our pain points, okay? In the pain point section here, a guy who's at the top of the market is not going to have the same issues as the guys at the bottom of the market. Matter of fact, you need to be realistic. Guys who are making, and they're at the top of the market, do you really think if they don't get leads, they're going to stop business? Their business is going to crumble? Their family's in, they don't have time for their family? No, you're living in a false reality. So when you're calling out those big dogs, you need to make sure that you're speaking to them in their language. They don't have a problem hanging out with their family. They don't have a problem with generating leads, generating appointments. They don't have these problems. The problem they have is they're here and they want to continue to grow to here. That's the only problem. They're going to get there, regardless of now or in 5 years. They're going to get there. They know they're going to get there. But one thing all these rich people want is they want to get there quicker. Speed, right? Action and speed. That's all these rich people care about. So you need to talk their language. How do you talk like a rich person, right? How do you call that person out in pain points? Pretty simple, right? Look, you probably already have the system. You already have the sales team. You guys are probably closing a tremendous amount of deals, right? But you do want to bring on more sales reps. You want to bring on and get a bigger team. You want to expand, open different locations, right? You want to target different niches, whatever it may be. You can go for online businesses and obviously in person, like brick and mortar, okay? You already have all the systems. You have everything. But what you're lacking is more, right? Faster. You want speed. You want to get more qualified people coming through the door, right? What we do is that, right? We have a system that helps you get these qualified people based on these, statistics, blah, blah, blah. And you talk about that. That is how you're going to talk about the pain to a rich person. They don't have typical pain. Like as a low tier person, yeah. You want to spend more time with your family? Yeah. Well, it's because they're so much they're on the tools, or they're stuck looking at their computer all day on their business, stuck helping clients. They're stuck doing those things because they're at this level. They're not here. So you need to make sure that you're talking to the right person in the right pain points, because the guy down here does not have the same pain points up here, right? This guy, matter of fact, if pain's not strong enough, if the call's not strong enough, they're not going to go ahead and book a call, or even, matter of fact, show up to that call. So you need to make sure that whatever you're doing is talking to that top notch, top of the market person, and that's going to be the pain points there. So again, we've gone over numbers, we've gone over pain. Now concerns. Typically, what happens here in the concern section with the lower tier guys, it's a lot of like, oh, I've been burned in the past, right? Oh, I've done this before, that doesn't work. If you talk about ads, maybe you're watching this right now and you've never done ads, right? How do I tell you it's going to work? Okay. Well, one thing I'll tell you is I'm not going to give you high expectations and set these massive guarantees, right? You don't do that, because the people that are at the top of the notch, they don't bite on those types of things. So back to the concerns. With the low quality people, they have all these little things and all these concerns, and they're worried about this and worried about that, right? Whereas the big dog, the only concern is, can you actually do that for me, right? And it seems similar. It seems like, okay, but you're saying the same thing, but it's not. When I say, can you actually do that for me? I want to tell you a little story. So when I first started my agency, I helped HVAC contractors, okay? One of my not very first calls, but in the first month or two, give or take, I had gotten on a call with a contractor who was doing, he's doing about eight to 900,000 a month, not a year, a month. Okay, big dog. He's already had marketing channels. He's already had marketing teams. He just wants more. His words, I don't want to put all my eggs in one basket. Okay, and it's self-explanatory. Why would you do that? You're at those type of numbers. You already know how it works. You know how the marketing game works. You just want more, and you're going to test to see if there's better quality somewhere here and there. He essentially told us to our face, I don't think you can actually help me with this big of an account. I think I'm too big for you. His exact words. And that's what I mean by the difference between one's concerned, can you get them the results? Because they're reliant. If you don't get them results, their business is shutting doors. And the other one, the concern for results is the fact that they don't think that you as a business can even handle them. That's the difference, right? And how do you get yourself past that concern for a bigger company? You need to portray yourself as a bigger company. And one of the things that he said, and again, I have the evidence here and the data. The reason for his wording, and he told us this, was the fact that we jumped on a call and we went through a slide with him. And that was the day I had never ever used Google Slides for a pitch deck or Canvas slides, I can't remember what it was, ever again. Never have I ever used those to this day, because it looks very low quality, right? We made it all look fancy, and that's the type of concerns that can be brought up. If your business, if your ads, right, if your business doesn't look professional, if your ads don't look professional, not in a professional setting, it can bring up concerns like this. Concerns of which are a little bit different from the low quality people. Their concerns are you can't bring in the quality that they're after because they're above you, right? So that's the problem. When you talk to rich people, you need to communicate in their style as well. You need to be, look apart. You can't be on a call in a tank top, for example. You can't be showing up in a call and your background's a complete mess. You can't do that stuff. You need to look presentable. Your business needs to look presentable. Your sales team needs to look presentable. You need to talk presentable. You need to sound presentable. What does that mean? You need to talk with authority. You need to sound like you know what you're talking about. Because these guys have different concerns. Top of the market is different concerns. And you need to make sure that you are not portraying more concerns for them. You have a messy background, they're going to, what's the standard with this business, right? So that is the concerns. The next thing here I have is communication style. So the communication style is in line with all of this here. Okay, now what the hell does that mean? The communication style, you need to talk their numbers, okay? As well, you need to talk like them. If you're targeting, a younger audience and agency owners, for example, right? I talk to you guys differently, like coach, consultants, agency owners. I talk to you guys differently than what I talked to when I was talking to old, brick and mortar contractors, those types of businesses. They don't understand the new lingo, right? I had to put myself in the feet and position of them, how they talk, how they communicate. Old school, right? I'm not texting them. I'm not going back and forth on Instagram. I'm calling them, right? Have a good conversation. Think of your parents, right? Maybe nowadays that might be sitting on the phone, but think of maybe your grandparents. Like, you're not DMing your grandparents. So communication style is everything. And back to what I was saying, use their lingo. You have to talk like them. You have to look like them. Even because I'm not communicating it, right? You got to look the part. That's what I keep saying. You have to look the part. You have to be presentable. It's going to generate more concerns. The communication style, you have to communicate as one. For example, rich people, when they're talking about money, it's typically not, I got this much money. It's, I have this much funding, I have this much liquid, right? That's the little details, fine details is what they use. They're not talking about cash. Yeah, here and there they might, money, but they're talking more different style of communication, right? Investing. I'm going to invest my capital, right? How much capital do you have? That's how they talk. Okay, so you have to use their not numbers. You have to use their communication style if you want to fit the part. If you talk like a low-level person, you're going to generate low-level people. If you talk and communicate as a highly ranked individual, you're going to get more people like that because you're going to, in a sense, attract what you are. Right, so that is the messaging. So right now you're probably geared towards low quality. So you need to make sure that you cover these 4 quadrants: the pain, concerns, numbers, and communication style, to then only attract the big dogs. Now, here we are at Facebook. Number 3 is your Facebook ad account targeting. If this is not set up correctly, you are going to be in an endless cycle of unqualified people. What does that mean? Well, let's do this. First, you have your ad. Okay, number 1 is your ad. In your ad, essentially, you're going to have your callouts and all that fun stuff, and it's going to attract people. What it's going to do is it's going to attract people to go ahead and click on, this Learn More button and go ahead to your landing page, right? So they're going to go to your landing page. From there, essentially, you're going to have a call out up here, right? Call your call out. From there, the VSL. Your VSL needs to look good. Don't have a stupid image, a stupid thumbnail. Make it look presentable, or else you're not going to attract the big guys. From there, it's, for example, a CTA. Let's call it a book call. Okay, where am I going with this? The people that you attract to here, okay, are going to judge the landing page, see if it's for them. Okay? If it's not, they're gonna get off. Now, what also happens, they'll fill out a form. When they go to fill out that form, what happens if you've only been attracting highly unqualified people and you're accepting that, you're saying, hey, Facebook, great job. I love these guys. We're accepting them, right? There's options where you can tell Facebook to accept something or not accept it. As well, you can put a pixel on a landing page that says, hey, Facebook, good job. This is the type of person I want. Go look for more. So what happens when you send unqualified people to your metapixel, all it's going to do is going to operate on shitty data. It's going to go back to here and say, hey, you found it. Good job. Look for more. And what happens, this is what it does. Who does it look for? It starts to look for, there's two options, option 1 or option 2. It's going to look for option 1 because, as you can see here in option 1, there's low quality people. There's more of them. There's not as many rich people in this world as there is poor people. Okay? We know that. Same goes for ads. All these businesses, there's more low quality people than there is high quality. So with that, if you're telling your Facebook pixel, hey, you found someone, good job, go find more people just like that. Go look at their behaviors. Where are they? What websites are they on? Right? Find that information and go look for more of them, just like the ones you just found. Because whatever you did, I'm telling you, you did a great job. Okay? Or what you can do is you deny all those people. You deny everyone in here. Right? They go to your Facebook account, they go to the ad, they click on the form, they fill out some information a certain way. Boom. Wrong. You're kicked out. Right? It says, thank you for submitting the form. Take care. We have set up in a way on our ad account that tells our ad account, do not look for more people like that. And what it does is it goes to the next 1,000 people, the next 1,000 people. That's why you have CPMs, cost per millions, cost per thousands. Okay? From there, it's going to go to the next pool, and it's going to try to look for people. What it's going to do is going to be like, oh, let me grab that. Oh, that guy looks kind of interesting. No, he's not interesting. No, he looks like the other guy. We don't want him. Nope. Well, how about this guy? He's got different behaviors, different interests. Let's pick him. All right? Sends the ad to that guy. More high qualified guy. Okay? He comes through. Then he fills out the form. Everything looks good. Yes, he gets put through. It sends that data back to the pixel. He gets sent to the confirmation page with the pixel on it. And from there, the ad account says, oh, okay, this is more like it, right? But the problem with that is there's not as many of these guys. So if you let your ad account just continuously search for these people, it'll find them a lot more. There'll be a lot more of them. It'll find them a lot easier. So you need to make sure that you make it hard for these people to get through, because if you don't, you will never ever get these people. And these are the people that are going to be making you the money. It's not going to be the guys over here in option 1. It's going to be the guys over here where there's a select few of them. Okay? Yes, your cost might be higher. But I'll tell you right now, your cost per booking will be cheaper and your cost per call taken will be cheaper, because these guys are high quality people. And high quality people have high quality standards. They respect time. They respect your time. They respect their own time. Right? So you need to make sure that you're looking for the right people, because if you don't, your ad account will happen. It'll be a continuous cycle of good shitty prospects sees ad, shitty prospects book call, shitty prospects information and data gets sent to your pixel. Pixel sends shitty prospect ad, shitty prospect fills out ad form back to the pixel. So if you don't fix this, if you don't have the right questions, if you don't have what we call brokey bait, right? There's the questions that get rid of those guys. How do you get rid of them? When you put in questions as simple as, are you for example, let's go with contractors. Are you a contractor that's making over $1 million a year? Are you a contractor that's making $5 million a year? And so on and so forth. Or you might have 4 different options. They pick number 1, the lowest option, excludes them. Everyone else can come through. Over time, you start to get more of those high quality people. The less quality people, right? With those less quality people, they're not going to be coming through as much. It's going to ignore them. Okay? So you need to put in these questions. If you start to notice that in your ad account you have a lot of unqualified traffic coming through, you need to fix it. That way, your ad account, right? Again, let's say it targets one of these guys down here. It targets one of these people. We'll go back up here just for the sake of this. It then sends that ad to that qualified guy. One person. Again, you have like one shot at this. Send it to that guy. He sees this. He's like, okay, yeah, this is more my style. I like this. Fills out the form, books a call, right? And then that information gets sent back to the pixel. Your pixel like, oh, yeah, this is the type of guy we want, right? Like I was mentioning earlier, the pixel goes in different pockets and it finds different people and it'll test. The people that you send back to the pixel is going to continue to look for them. The people that you ignore, it's going to say, okay, that was not a guy. We don't want him. Let me go to that different pocket, and it finds the good guy. And then it takes his data, and everything will be based off of his data now, not the shitty guy, right? This looks like Christmas on here, so let me delete some of this. So that is, in a sense, how that works. So you guys need to make sure that you're not collecting shitty data, because this is what happens. It overlooks absolutely everything in the good data, and from that, you'll be talking to more broke people, right? So that's why your sales team talks to shitty people. Your setters are talking to shitty people. You can't close. Your show rates are decreasing. Your close rates are decreasing. Everything's decreasing in the wrong way. Your ad spend's increasing, right? The amount of people you're talking to is increasing, but no numbers come from it. And that's why you get the wrong data, right? Your sales team looks like they're bad, but realistically they're not. You just keep sending them shitty people to talk to. They want education. They don't want to buy, they want education. So here's a problem with all this, okay? If your ad account has a problem, ad account is picking up the wrong data and keeps sending it back to those people, okay? Now, just a little heads up, everyone that's in our inner circle, in the back channel rev scaling inner circle, they have access to SOPs just like this one here. They have 3 calls a week, right? Small group calls, not group coaching calls where you got 40 people in there. You try to get a question in, hour goes and there's no more questions to be answered, right? You go off the call and you have to figure out yourself. That's not how we operate. Small groups, small concise groups of action takers, people who want to make a difference within their business and make more money. Those guys are on those calls, right? We make sure every single question is answered before we end those calls. As well, you have one-on-one call a week where I sit down with you personally, look over your entire account, look over all your funnels, help you with clients, right? Help you with your ads, help you with your clients' ads to make sure that you guys are getting them results because they will stick with you. And if they stick with you, you have more money and you stick with me. See how that chain works? That's how that operates. So everyone in the back channel rev scaling inner circle has access to me 3 times a week, one-on-one call, as well, all the SOPs, the strategies, how to be profitable with your marketing, how to be profitable in making good funnels, how to attract the right buyers, and as well, obviously the sales. You need to close these guys. So that being said, all the links will be down below in the description if you want to apply to one of those. Now, back to this. First things first is your ad account. This is where the problems start. So your ad account is getting the wrong data. Then what happens is once the wrong data goes through, it's like a chain reaction. It goes down into your marketing. Your marketing team, they're going to make the wrong decisions. They're going to start to panic. Things aren't working, right? You guys are going to start to make different ads, whole new angles. Reality, it all was started because your pixel. If you don't fix your pixel, you can put out new ads, and all that's going to happen is it's going to get sent to those shitty people. And those shitty people are going to click on it because of the bottom of the funnel. And they'll click on almost anything, right? Now, given, yes, you're going to scare them off with high callouts and stuff like that, but you're only going to be letting those people still through because only thing your ad account knows, only thing your pixel knows is to look for those people. So then what happens? Marketing, they book a call, all looks well, marketing numbers are sweet. Now, again, marketing team's they're still panicking. But they hop on a sales call. Now, they get on a sales call. These people are asking a bunch of questions, right? They want education. They don't know what you do. They don't really know if they have a problem that you can fix. They don't know anything. They don't have money. They just want education. Free. Free is their favorite word. Right? So they come to these calls looking for free education. And what happens is your team close rate is going to start to fucking tank. Your show rates are going to start to tank. And that's going to affect your team's morale. Your sales team's going to think, oh, we're getting really bad at sales. We got to change stuff up. So things start getting changed and they don't need to be changed. The process works. It's just you're talking to the wrong people. So the entire process, all these numbers look inflated. They look wrong. But in reality, you're just talking to the wrong people. Your show rate's not as bad as it seems. But you're talking to the wrong people. People don't respect their own time. Why would they respect yours? Why would they show up, right? So you got to keep that in mind. From there, what's going to happen is, yes, your sales team morale will go, but as well, some might even switch offers and they leave you. From that, if your sales team's gone, no cash, no business. And that is the biggest problem. So you need cash to have a business. And if everything is not working in tandem, your ad account gets screwed up, your pixel's screwed up, I should say, then your marketing will be screwed up because you'll be making panic decisions and decisions on the fly. From that, your sales team will talk to shitty people. And when they talk to shitty people, I hate to break it to you, but you don't collect cash.
Now, when it comes to confirmation pages, this is probably one of the biggest things that sets people apart from having like a good show rate. Okay, so within the confirmation page, there's quite a few steps. Now, if you only do one of them or you only do 2 of them, you're not going to see like a total success. Like you will probably increase your show rate. That's the whole intention of a confirmation page, is to give your prospects some propaganda on your offer, on you, your results, talking to or seeing your clients, that sort of thing. So you're just building a case for yourself and your offer on why the person should actually show up. So there's a few things that we're going to cover. On every single confirmation page, you need these, and you need all of them, okay? The intention is to, again, increase the show rate, set the standard for the call. As well, it's going to allow us to unqualify people and let them unqualify themselves based off of what they're seeing on the confirmation page. So some people, they'll come across your confirmation page, your results or your testimonials might be a lot higher than in a sense where they are, right? So I have clients that testimonials that are doing when they first started, we were doing 50,000, now doing above and beyond 100,000. So the person who's just coming through, they're probably gonna be like scared off in a sense because like they're like, oh well, that doesn't really relate to me, right? I'm brand new, or they might come through thinking like, oh, this is the best, I'm gonna make 100K. So there's two sides to it, but let me dive deep in. I don't want to keep talking with this. So let's share the screen here, and we'll get right into it. So this is obviously the confirmation page setup. So why have a confirmation page? Well, like I just mentioned, right? We want to feed our prospect as much propaganda as possible to get them excited and actually show up to our call. Okay. As well, we are fighting for the attention of our competitors. Okay. So what does that mean? Well, our competitors are doing the exact same thing to your prospects. You need to make sure that you are staying top of mind, right? You're giving them a reason to want to show up. You're building some sort of excitement. You're building a case for yourself to get people to want to show up and again, hopefully join you in your partnership, right? So the one who wins is the one who can retain the attention. It's not the one that has the best offer. It's the one who can retain as much attention as possible. That's why you will see there's gurus out there that make a shit ton of money when they have a shitty product. And it's simply because they are able to retain the attention. So if you can do that post-booking, when someone books a call and you can keep the attention, you will win every single time. Now, the first system is going to be what we call a pre-call video. The pre-call video is essentially going to set the tone, and I'll tell you how to structure it in like all the points in a second, but it's going to set the tone for what the call is about, why they're going to join the call, why they need to join the call, and what happens if they don't join the call, right? In this video, you're basically giving them that like last talking to before they join the call, and it has to build the excitement. Okay, so these are typically fairly quick. So you're 2 to 5 minutes, and these should be at the very top of your confirmation page. Here you'll have like a little call out, just saying like, congratulations for booking your call. And then in this is obviously the pre-call video. And again, like I mentioned, every single pre-call video is short, sweet. Don't make it like as long as a VSL. Don't make it 10 minutes long. It's strictly to the point. Like that's all it is. Okay, and that's a pre-call. Now there's a couple of different points to it. Okay, and you can't miss any of them. You need to make sure that you cross off all of these, or your pre-call is not going to be effective, okay? And I'm not saying you have to sit here and talk a minute about each and every single one, but you want to talk and get every single one covered, okay? Now, the first thing is congratulate your prospect. You need to gamify everything. Within your funnel, you want to congratulate someone for every single step along the way, right? So the point and the purpose of this is because as humans, we like to see progress, right? It's just a psychological thing. We want to see progress. Every single day we wake up, we want to get, progress in things. When you don't, that's when you start to have like stress levels go through the roof. You start having anxiety simply because you're not progressing, right? As humans, we need to see progress. So first things first, you're going to congratulate the prospect. So they just did something important to grow their business, right? Whether it doesn't have to be their business, but it could be for their health or just the better for themselves, right? So you want to go ahead and congratulate them for booking. Then what we're going to do is set the record. So we're going to set the record for the call. And why we should do this is simply, or why they should join the call, why they should listen to you is what we're doing here. So why they should listen to this video and what the call will be about. So you're doing this right off the bat. It sounds a little bit like this, okay? So first things first, look, I want to congratulate you for going ahead and booking your call. That is one of the most important steps to this process. That being said, I just want to set this clear on what the intentions of this video are. My name is Dorian Furlick. I'm the business owner here, and my whole blah, blah, blah is to make sure you get all the information, right? That's what we're doing. We're setting the record for this call. Number 3 is, in a sense, we're announcing contact. Now, what the hell does this mean? It's a very simple concept. Wherever you're going to be reaching out to the person, you want to let them know that you're going to be reaching out to them from that platform in a certain way, from a certain contact, certain number, certain email, okay? Why? We want to make this the most simple process possible, and we want to allow them to have full attention to what's being sent, okay? So announce contact, what does this mean? So if you're sending them emails, if you're sending them texts, or even calling them, you must let them know exactly why you're doing it, and let them know that let them know from who specifically. So first things first, we're gonna be sending you emails related to your booking, right? We're gonna send you out some reminders just to let you know, like again, you guys are busy people, you're a business owner, blah blah blah. We want to make sure that you guys remember that your call is booked for XYZ. That being said, we'll be sending you emails, we'll be shooting you texts, and I want you to keep an eye out. We'll be sending you a text from this number, and I typically put it right below the pre-call video, right? I'll say the number below is, someone from the team will be reaching out to you. So that being said, keep an eye out, and so on. If you're calling them, you say, well, as well, we'll be calling you from that number specifically. So make sure to keep an eye out from a call. It might say, from Dorian, or maybe Dorian. It might say a spam contact. I just want to let you guys know that that is me calling you, right? I am making it as easy as possible for my prospect to know when I'm trying to contact them and why I'm trying to contact them, right? So if you're giving them a free SOP or some sort of free material, free value, let them know, like, hey, I'm going to text you this. So make sure to keep an eye out for that number because that's the only way you're going to gain access to XYZ, right? So I'm just announcing contact. You don't have to overcomplicate it. Just let them know when, where, why you're contacting them on what platform, okay? Number 4 is your offer structure. So on the pre-call video, again, super quickly, we're gonna explain how our offer works and who it works best for. So yes, you're doing this in the VSL typically, but on the confirmation page, we also want to readdress this, or not the confirmation, the pre-call video, we want to readdress this, right? Simply, again, it's our last point of contact before we hop on the call with them. If they're not qualified, we want to unqualify them with our one last chance, right? If they're qualified, we want to let them know why they're qualified and why they're going to show up. So it's super simple. The offer structure, explain how the offer works and who it works best for. And then again, simply go on. Do not try to go in detail. Again, this entire video so far is only 2 to 5 minutes. You're quickly skimming through this information here. You're not going, like I mentioned, 1 minute here, another minute here, 2 minutes here, another minute here. Like, you can't do that. It's quickly skimming over. You should have already touched points on all these things in the VSL as well throughout this confirmation page, and as you will obviously see. Number 5 is research help. Now, a lot of you guys, and especially like in the coaching consulting space, you're going to get reviews from people who are just the worst clients on earth. Like, people who, first off, never worked with you, people who just think you're a scam, for who knows why, right? They saw a comment on a post and they want to go ahead and write a review. As well, you'll get people who never put in any work, right? They gave you the money and then they went ghost for 5 months, and then they tried it again, or they didn't consume any of the content. They didn't show up to the one-on-one calls. They didn't show up to the group calls. They didn't do what you said. Therefore, they got no results, okay? These types of people, the number 5 here, research help, is really important. I've seen it make or break an offer. I've seen it make or break show rates. So the point of purpose of this is, if you have bad reviews, even if it's not the best review, okay, you want to show them. You want to bring that to light. But not only just bring it to light, you want to explain. So for example, someone came and gave me a 1 star and it was apparently I'm the biggest scam on earth. Like, maybe that's the example, okay? You are going to pull that up. You're going to show them where you found it, and you are going to explain what the situation was. Okay. For example, like I mentioned, people are going to give you reviews and they don't even work with you. So you're going to go on and actually show them, like, look, I've never even worked with this person. I don't know why they're saying these things, right? They don't have the right to, blah, blah, blah. I've never worked with them, right? Just get rid of yourself, exclude yourself from ever knowing them, and that sort of thing. If it's someone you worked with and they got bad reviews, explain, right? I will show you guys the amount of content that this person consumed in the course. I will show you guys, you know, the amount of calls they didn't show up to. You explain all this and let the prospect know, hey, if you would just do what we ask you to do, if you show up to the calls, you consume the content, you will get results, right? We are addressing the obvious. So you're going to have bad reviews. It's common. Don't think it's not. It's business. You're going to get them. So we need to make sure that we address these things beforehand. That way our prospects don't go out, find these bad reviews, and then, you know, make decisions for themselves, because that's the last thing you want. That will literally dictate whether someone shows up or not. Okay. So just to recap, some of you have bad reviews from people who never worked with you, or from people that didn't even put an hour in work in and said you were a scam because they were too lazy to do anything. Okay. What you want to do is pull up those reviews and address why the review is what it is. Explain everything like there's nothing to hide or even worry about. Okay. It's a small part, but I'm telling you right now, it'll make or break an offer. I've seen people where their offer literally, they're wondering why no one's showing up. It's simply because they go on Reddit, they go on Google, whatever the hell it could be, wherever your reviews could be. It could be in your social media, it could be in your ads. You're going to see people commenting there. You need to address those things. Okay. And that's just that. So anything that's bad, you've probably been told and taught to, you know, just kind of leave that in the dark. Do not bring it to light. No, it's the actual complete opposite. You want to bring all the darkness, all the bad stuff to light and show your prospect, you know, why it says what it says. Number 6 and the final is the confirmation. So number 6, we are literally just restating the time that they booked and just kind of confirming things one last time. So confirm the times and where the meeting will be. So if you sent them an email with the link, tell them when they're going to get the link, tell them where, like, what's involved, what they need to do. Make everything as simple as possible, right? So state where they can find it. You want to make this job as easy as possible for them. And again, the point of the call is for them to just show up and get what they need to get and continue on, whether they work with you or not, right? But your whole job beforehand, before you make a deal, is to get them to show up. So just do whatever you can in your power. Keep it simple, to the point, and don't make it actual, like a challenge for them to figure out what they have to do. All right, so that is the pre-call videos. Now, the second is what we call breakout videos. These breakout videos are very, very important, especially when you are dealing with a very saturated market, for example. So for me, my breakout videos, they're going to cover quite a few things, okay? They're going to cover objections. They're going to cover like my frequently asked questions. They're going to cover like why I'm better than other people, right? That's what breakout videos are for. Now, the reason why we use breakout videos, simply because a lot of your prospects are going to be coming from, like, for example, short form platforms, and we want to make sure that we can hold their attention. So you most likely capture your lead from a short form platform. So you want to keep it short form so it's easy for them to digest. if you just capture them from short form, they're typically going to want to look for more short form. Okay. The next is propaganda. So this gets them bought in on, a sense, who you are and excites them. Okay. It's supposed to excite them on the call. Like they have to have some sort of excitement or be curious of some sort, or else they're not going to want to join. Right. If people don't resonate with what you say, they will cancel and even save you time. So like I mentioned, if someone feels like they're unqualified, they're probably just going to let you know, and you're not going to have to waste your time with them. Okay. Number 3 is obviously, like I mentioned here briefly, is objection handling. So people will talk to themselves and try to make every single reason on why they shouldn't join or why they shouldn't do what they're supposed to do. And in a sense, what these videos are for is to handle that, right? So handle why they should show up to the call, handle any sort of price objections beforehand, handle any sort of skepticism, any concerns. Like the best way to figure out where to make this content, where to, in a sense, find the best FAQs is simply by talking to your sales team. They're going to have the objections. They're going to have the things that people are most concerned about. And within those videos, you're going to break it all out. So with the FAQs, I'm only showing 3 here. But for example, like how is this different from every other 10K program out there? 2 minutes, 2 minutes and 22 seconds long. Do I need to be good at ads or sales before I join? 2 minutes and 52 seconds long. Even these are a little bit longer. I would even recommend you guys like do a minute long. It doesn't have to be anything crazy. Literally take your phone at a desk. For me, I just put it on my camera and I just talked how I am talking right now. You guys are simply allowed to just take your phone. Again, make sure you have a nice setting. Like this is a nice setting. It's a nice wall behind me. I don't have a bunch of laundry, like a bed. Again, you want to, if you're going to be that person that like they're supposed to look up to as the authority, you want to look the part, right? So you can just take your phone. It's very simple and just selfie style and talk about these videos. Or you can do what I did, just set my camera on my desk, and I just talk to the camera, right? It does not have to be some high production. All I do is take this, throw my logo on it, and throw a captions on it, and call it a day. That's all there is to it. With this, you want to have more the merrier, okay? So anywhere from like 5 to upwards of like 20 videos as breakout videos, okay? So 5 to 20, just going over all your frequently asked questions, objections, and stuff like that. Again, ask your sales team. They're gonna have all the information that you need. From there, here's a couple of FAQs, okay? So what does your process or framework look like, okay? What exactly do you help people accomplish? How is your consulting different from a course or done-for-you service? How much time do I need to commit every single week, okay? Who is this not for? Do you offer any guarantees? Do you help with execution or only just the strategy? How quickly can I expect some results? These are all great questions. The easiest way to do that, like I mentioned, is in a sense, talk to your sales team. If not, what you're able to do is gather a few questions and then even use AI, right? Give them a nice explanation of what you do, how you do it, your offer, somewhat of understanding of your ICP. And from there, it can typically help you pretty well. Obviously, you're going to personalize it, but if you're stuck, just go to use AI to kind of help brainstorm some ideas. Under that, okay, so first what we've covered is we have a pre-call. Now under the pre-call will be your breakout videos. Under your breakout videos is more of the propaganda. So we're showing results and testimonials. So what do clients have to say? For me, I dropped 3 testimonials on my page. And in a sense, what they're for is these here. So first, we're gonna validate our offer without even selling it. If you really wanna sell people, get other people to sell for you. Don't have yourself talking, right? The purpose of a testimonial is to get people to understand, oh, that person's just like me. He got really good results. This guy must know his shit, right? You're also gonna be building emotional certainty. So like, if they see others talking about how they saw success and they're in a similar position, they're gonna get emotionally tied to that and say, oh my God, like that can be me, right? I'm certain I can do this. I'm in a similar position. I know I can do that, okay? Another reason is it's gonna show social proof from clients at different stages in revenue levels. You wanna make sure that the results and client testimonials are in line with the type of prospect you're going after. For example, if you are targeting, let's say SaaS, right? And you're showing results that don't even relate to SaaS, or you're talking about, like you're trying to target $10 million SaaS companies and you have results of like a SaaS company that's just starting out and they only made like $10,000. Unfortunately, like the person's not gonna relate to that. Okay, so you have to have results that are related to obviously the prospect, the ICP you're targeting, and they will also, again, give you good results. But what can happen is you will put results on your confirmation page. They don't relate to the person. It'll actually do worse for you. So people will start to disqualify themselves. They're like, oh, like this guy, or not disqualify themselves, but disqualify you simply because they don't think that you can help them. Okay, so it's really, really important to make sure that the results, testimonials are relatable to the prospect. As well, what this is going to do is increase show rates because the prospect doesn't want to, in a sense, miss out on the same success that someone else had that's very, very similar to them. Okay, now that's why it's important to have it relatable. All of these videos are short and digestible. Do not have like hour-long videos. Don't have 20-minute long videos. Keep it simple. Keep it short. The entire purpose of the confirmation page is so that people can quickly digest some videos. Have it relatable, big or small. Okay, what that means is the big or small testimonials. So again, yes, like I mentioned, the SaaS, it can be if you're targeting $10 million companies, you don't want to have someone who's doing 10,000. But for example, if you target a SaaS company and that's doing 10 million, and your results, for example, is like a company that's doing $4 million a year, and your result basically said, they added on an extra 250,000 a year. They added on an extra $500,000 a year. That's still a lot of money. Okay, so that's what I mean by big or small. Still add it, but again, it has to be relatable. So that's what I'm mentioning here. You can't call it experienced business owners and then show them beginner stats when I say, like, that's what I mean by big or small. Okay, so I mean, it doesn't matter the result. It just needs to be similar to ICP as a person you are targeting. Okay. Now, under all of this, so again, like we've covered, we got your pre-call, you got your breakout videos, you have your testimonials. Now, the next thing here is I just want to shoot them and get them watching more my propaganda. If I can shoot them to a YouTube, when they go on YouTube next, I'm probably going to be referred. Like, it's going to say, here's a recommended video, right? So I want to be able to target them on all platforms. If I already got them on Instagram, I want to get them on YouTube now. Okay, so I will put some long form content at the very bottom because I don't want to distract them. I don't want to take away from the platform. So I'm purposely leaving this at the bottom. That way, once they've consumed all this information here, then I can take them away from this platform, right? I can take them away from the landing page, so to speak, or the confirmation page. So once they get to the YouTube, they can go through there and go through more of my propaganda videos. Again, just kind of stating or going over like different blueprints, my tactics, how they can use AI, how I reverse engineered Mosey's backend system. Give me 27 minutes and I'll blow up your funnel with qualified leads, that sort of thing, right? So that's the purpose of that. There's a reason why I have this at the bottom. You do not want them to consume this at the very top of the page because you'll take them away from the confirmation page and they won't consume what you want them to consume. Okay, guys, so that is the entire confirmation page setup. And again, it's very, very important you have all these steps. In the beginning, yes, you're not going to have testimonials, so just make sure that you go very heavily in the pre-call and as well as the FAQ videos. And once you start getting some clients, you start getting some results, then you can start to fill your page up. But aside from that, again, you can send them to long-form content and have them consume that instead of having to consume some sort of testimonials. Again, if you have the testimonials, use the testimonials. If you don't, then this is what you're going to do in the beginning. Okay, guys? So I'll see you in the next training. Peace. So story sequences are one of those things that if you don't do it, you're not going to be seen and your competitors are probably going to outperform you. Now, story sequences are essentially how you build a relation with any of your followers and nurture people on an ongoing daily basis, okay? They need to see what you do on a daily basis. They need to see results, okay? They need to see, like, why should they work with you? How can they even relate to you, right? They need to see your life, right? What's the outcomes of them working with you? What's the outcomes of your lifestyle from getting actual results? So story sequences are one of those things that a lot of qualified buyers will come through. And when people are ready to buy, they're more often than not going to come from the story sequence itself, okay? Now, the thing with story sequences, if you've watched the confirmation page training, it's essentially a daily confirmation page. On a confirmation page, we're showing our results, we're showing, talking about our offer, we're going over a few things that essentially we want our prospect to see to get them excited for the call, okay? With a story sequence, it is you actively doing that on a daily basis. You're showing the results, you're showing you, and every single day people are tuning into what you're doing, okay? And the stories are meant to build connections with potential prospects. That's all stories are made for, okay? You're gonna CTA people every once in a while, which I'll get into, and I'll show you the 4 areas to cover. But the story sequences, and I'll show you different examples, live examples I use, but even live examples of how powerful they are, right? What do people say when they see story sequences? Because it's a daily nurture process. If you didn't do any story sequences, people just see your posts, okay? And maybe your long form YouTube. But if you're not actively displaying that stuff, people aren't gonna know much about you. It's just gonna be a lot of transactions. The story sequences are meant to build the personality, like who you are. And that's essentially what it is. Like what's going on after hours, what's going on outside of business, what are your clients doing? Like they need to see that on a daily basis in order to nurture them. So the 4 areas that you're going to cover are the following. So we're gonna go over in this the identity content. So it's like identity content is you as a person, like who are you, right? What do you do? Proof and pull is essentially like your testimonials, your clients' results. Build in public is you actively showing the ups and the downs of business, okay? Everyone likes to have like this rainbows and sunshine kind of glory to business, like that's their thoughts, simply because on social media, that's all people show. If you're different, if you build in public and people actually see you build up on, not on a daily basis, but over time, they see the result, they see the success, they see you progressing in stages of your business, they're going to want to be a part of that, okay? If they saw you start at 10,000 a month and then as time goes on, you start posting more and more and more of your results and of you personally building in public, you're going to have a lot more people come to you simply because you're vulnerable and people like to be a part of that, okay? The last one here is conversion hooks, so call it CTAs if you will. We're going to cover all 4 of these, so let's waste no more time. Let's jump in. Now, identity content is, like I mentioned,
about you. So you need to show people, in a sense, what you're about, what you believe in life, right? Who are you as a person? What do you do outside of business? Things that interest you personally. For me, it's like hockey, it's like playing sports, those types of things, and give people a reason to relate to you. So you need more. You need to be more than just like a business junkie or just like so one dimensional. Like you don't do anything else but business. People want results, but ultimately people want to work with people who they can relate to and they like. So you need to be that person. You can't just be like a business junkie. You got to show that you're a real person. Okay, because essentially people are going to buy from who they relate to. Okay, now a couple different examples are these as follow. So this is a post. You have so much more to offer, but you're the biggest enemy. You have dreams of starting a business, but always head straight into the ground with ideas. Your first thought is, what if it doesn't work? What if I fail? Well, that the worst case can happen is you go back to the start. Okay, but staying stuck doing something you hate because you're scared essentially to fail is really the scariest thing. Do yourself a favor and find someone to guide you through the steps. Right? I'm just letting them know like kind of who I am. So as you can see here is like my dog. Make it something funny like where's the treats, you idiot. It's just simple stuff like this. It doesn't have to be anything crazy. Here's another one, right? For example, sometimes I'll do is I'll have, and you can see here, like see next story. So essentially what I'll do is I'll make one that's relatable to me, and then I'll also have like some sort of results afterwards, right? Something about getting on client calls with clients and getting in the trenches. These guys want real results. If it means helping them for over an hour, so be it. People would look at this and say this isn't scalable, and that's why their clients leave them and ask for refunds. Like this is the stuff that I'm putting out there. Why? Because yes, I'm gonna I'm gonna show people getting results. Like my clients are getting results. But end of the day, I want people to understand that when you work with me, I actually have been in the trenches and I will sit on calls with you. I will make sure that if you want to get things done at a quick rate, I'm there. Like I'm all for it, right? Yeah, okay, it's one-on-one call a week. That doesn't mean if you are struggling with something, I'm not gonna help you. It's not like, oh, screw off, dude. You got your one-on-one call for the week. I'll see you on the group coaching calls if you want that. No, like I actually hop on calls, as you can see, for an hour and 17 minutes, going over everything with the client. And yeah, people are gonna say it's not scalable, and so be it. But that's literally what separates me from others. Is I want you to see success, probably more than you want to see success. And it sounds weird and sounds stupid, but I am willing to sit on those hour and 17-minute long calls when no one else will, right? And I'm gonna display that. I'm gonna let people know, like when you work with me, you're getting the best of the best. So many so-called coaches and consultants are fucking lazy. They only care to see money hit their payment processor, then they run away. Every time I collect money, I want to have people say things like this, okay? And it's like actual client, client testimonials, and then have in their own words talking about me. I don't have to sit there and say, I'm this person, I'm that person. It's clients' own words, right? It's not me having to say it. Another one is like quick lesson, speed and execution beat everything every single time. I was just telling one of my one-on-one partners, if you want big results, you can't sit around and wait for a week thinking about it. Right? I spent $350 in ads in 2 days, and the results came in below KPI. Most people would sit there complaining about losing money. Instead, I just took the lesson and launched new ads the same day. That's the difference. Some people get emotional about decisions, others just take action. And obviously, like I mentioned, sometimes I put results after just so they can relate to that, and I put the results. So in all of these, in the identity content, you can see it's me expressing myself, right? With this here, I'm calling people out. Like I will actually sit there. Here, I'm calling out other coaches and consultants. Like they just care about their money hitting the payment processor, and after that, you don't hear from them. Something relatable, like I'm just showing my dog. Like I'm working, he's sitting there, make it funny, make a couple jokes. Another thing here is like I'm trying to help people, right? You are your biggest roadblock, and because of that, you're probably not going to see success. So do yourself a favor, go get a mentor of some sort to guide you through the process. Okay. And then I'm kind of just expressing myself, right? Quick lesson, just giving them some free sauce, free value. And that's identity. Like they can understand who I am as a person simply by posting these things. So next we have the build in public. Build in public is literally one of those things that's going to, in a sense, get people to relate to you, right? Letting them see the progression, as I was stating before earlier. They want to see progression. As humans, we like to see progression. That's how we work off things. That's why we're so addicted to games, because games, for the human mind, you are progressing and you're always doing something, trying to be a challenge, you're getting rewarded. It's progression. People like progression, right? That's why every single game is built off campaigns and stuff like that, because people want progression. They want to go through stories and be able to relate to things. And that's what building in public is. Okay, building in public, you're essentially going to show people your progression, show the ups, show the downs, show them everything that they can relate to. You gotta think. People are just seeing so much, and that's why like the Lamborghinis and like showing off all these materialistic things nowadays doesn't work anymore. Before, you can post you sitting in a Lamborghini, and people are gonna be like, "Oh my god, I want to be like that guy." And don't get me wrong, it still works to this day, but not nearly as effective. And the types of quality of people that come through, content like that, aren't the best, right? People nowadays want to see the progression. They want to see you actually progressing in what they are trying to do, because people want to buy from people they can relate to. So if they see you posting wins, if they see you posting losses, if they see you posting stuff that they can relate to, that's what they want to see. So the first thing here, the first story is essentially me just saying, it's one of those days, 5 hours and 380 takes later with only 2 ads done. So I'm showing the struggles of creating ads. Like, I'm not some superhuman. I don't just turn on the camera and film shit. Like, things go bad. Even when I'm filming this, things go bad. For example, my camera just died. That's why I switched over to a different camera. It's stuff like that. My processes aren't any different than yours, right? It's not like I have some perfect execution plan. It's just I get things done regardless of what's going on, right? Now, the second one is me in the gym. So I've been slacking on the gym lately with a stupid excuse of, I've been busy building something new. I don't got time. If you're reading this and doing nothing, get your lazy ass up. So yes, it's me, not in the sense more like the business side of things, but it's me showing them, like, look, I'm human. I can tell you right now, I slack. For example, I was slacking in the gym, but watch, because I'm going to change that around. And if you're not doing anything right now, you should be too. So this one can kind of fit into build in public, but as well as like the identity content. Personally, I feel like it goes in here first because I'm building in public. I'm showing you that I'm going to build not the business side of things, but build myself, right? Build like the health in that sort of sense. Here's me just like kind of editing actually it's me editing the intro to, not editing the intro, but like kind of putting all the clips together. I got someone to edit that for me. But basically filming, at the time I was filming, is what it was doing. So gotta make those catchy intros for those with the attention span of a goldfish, right? Just kind of being funny, using some humor, at the same time just showing them like, hey, here's what I'm doing today, right? I'm building in public, I'm making videos at this current moment, and that sort of thing. Here, yesterday was a 9K day, new client and retainer hit the account. When you know how to create an offer that is a no-brainer, people will piff on the first call. So that's essentially just me kind of showing them, look, I'm building in public, I made this much money today. As well, what it's also doing is I'm also showing proof. Okay, so proof of my process. Another one here. Even though I'm closing deals worth 5 to 7.5K and getting clients results, I felt lots of pressure and stress because the fulfillment will always have room to be dialed in 10 times better. I'm currently creating an entire free training from the info that I give only to my one-on-one partners, and that would be what you're watching right now. I'll be adding so much more to the fulfillment and passing it down the line to all my partners, making sure they get even better results. We'll be releasing this early next week for those looking to scale their offer. Okay, so that's what that is. I'm essentially just letting them know, like, look, I'm actively building in public, like literally what I'm saying here. Like, I'm literally building in public. I'm showing you what I'm doing. I'm talking about how I'm still building things, even though that I'm getting good results from my clients. I want them to get even better results. So the building in public just to kind of recap, is this here. So see, everyone wants to be secluded and hide their own bubble. Like, no one wants to be open. Everyone wants to just do their own thing. But people love to be a part of some sort of journey, right? People love to be a part of, that's like for example, cults, right? People like to be a part of something. They feel like they're welcome. They feel like they're involved and something matters to them. Okay, they want to see progress, because if they're going to buy from you as a person, as an individual, as a business, then show them the progress. Okay, this is where you can show people that you're essentially that their life could easily this is where you can show people what their life could essentially look like if they listen to you and followed your lead, right? Building in public, for example, you guys can see the $9,000 days. You can get $7,500 PIFs. You can have retainers of $1,500 from clients that are 8 months old. Like, it's up to you, but that's what we do around here, right? Talking about my clients, how we close 5 to 7.5K deals, and we still aren't satisfied with the fulfillment. We want it to be 10 times better. So I'm building in public, right? I'm showing them, hey, I'm a human. I slack off. There's things that I don't do. There's troubles with what I'm doing on a daily basis. Not everything is going in a big old perfect sunshine and rainbows kind of day. Right, but the end result is this here. This is ultimately what I lead people to and get them to look at. Like, this is the results. From me doing this, from me doing this, from me hitting the gym and just holding myself accountable, you're going to get the results like this, and that's that there, right? So that is the build in public. Now, number 3, let's dive in, is going to be the proof and pull. So in today's market, proof is everything. People want to work with those that can take them from point A to point B. If you spam proof on your story, people will get FOMO. We as humans want what we don't have. Ultimately, results will help you not have to sell. What I'm kind of meaning by that is the results will basically talk for you. The results will speak for themselves, so you don't have to do so much selling yourself, right? And just let the results speak for themselves, is what I'm saying. So with the proof and pull, again, this is going to be, it's not CTAs, it's nothing like that. It's strictly showing proof, showing that you can do what you talk about, okay? So if we just dive in here, here's what you'll see. So some clients' results at the end of the week. As you can see, Tark just signed his first client, $1,500. And then from there, I explained, Tark closed his first deal today, invested, implement the systems, and then he got results, right? We got another one, we got Polo. So a small win for today. Polo with his second deal. You got the Stripe there, $500 deal. We got another one. So this is like a client's metrics. Reviewing client metrics today, $900 spent on new ads, 14 calls booked, $64 cost per call booked. This is basically showing, like, this is the proof in the pudding. Like, this is what people want. They want to see the success works. Not just results, but as time goes on. So similar to like the building in public, I'm also showing that, hey, this is what our clients are doing. We're building in public. I'm showing you the client results, right? $900 spent, 42 leads, $21 cost per lead, $64 cost per booking, right? All the numbers and the proof is there, okay? Polo's results recap. From absolutely zero, here he is, first 2 weeks, right? Another $500 deal. You know, even though it's a small win, the reason why I want to share this is for 2 reasons. Polo's only 18 years old and invested into his skills. This shows a proof of concept, and now it's about doubling down on what he's doing, right? And obviously, I kind of go through other things there. Widget's results. So just changing Widget's target audience allowed him to do this. So we essentially, redefined his ICP, and because of that was simply because of like seasonal things. From that, total 10.5K. Another deal here, right? Another $1,500 deal here. 9% rev share. Got more stories. Like this was all done in a 2-week time from thought to first 3 sales. We make it look easy and with the systems and SOPs in place. And I basically, this is like also used as a CTA, but I just wanted to show this because it's the second half, obviously, of the results here, right? So this is, in a sense, a CTA, but I'm also just kind of showing them the proof, all right? DM me to get access to all this. Another one, right? So Polo was skeptical at first, no experience, had been scammed. He collected $500 in a week with 0 prior experience. Action takers. Widget went 6 months with not a single sale and spent 11.5K on courses to closing 20K in 60 short days, right? So I'm just showing some other things here. More client results. So for example, just showing them like, hey, this is the funnel that I'm currently running. Like I'm actively doing it myself, right? I'm getting a bunch of followers. We have verified people coming through. $7,500 PIF. We got a 10K in 30 days, trip to New York City. And then obviously I just showed you this one was Widget's deal. And again, more client updates. So I'm just showing constant results. $27 cost per book call, 2K setup plus 2K month deal. Like that is the proof in the pudding. So people are seeing like, Dorian is actually getting results. It's not just him, but it's his clients. And that's one thing. People want to just show everything that they're doing, all the results that they're getting as a coach, consultant. But the most important thing is people want to see that what you teach, what you do for others is actively working. So they want to see results, an endless amount of results. Like if I was to go to my confirmation page, I can pull up my confirmation page right now. As you can see here, this is my confirmation page. On my confirmation page, I have an endless amount of results. I know it's a little bit small because I have a mobile version, but you guys can stop, pause, and zoom in to whatever you want. This is just an endless amount of results, right? Just showing my proof of a concept. Here is literally me in a video with a mentor of mine talking about how I'm closing $8,000 deals. Like people want to see that, not just my clients, it's me, but it's both of us. More importantly, it's both of us, right? I'm talking about what I do, how I can help others, and with that, my clients are also getting results, right? So it's just an endless amount of testimonials, screenshots of results, because that's what people are bought in on. So it's really, very important that you're showing this stuff, you're displaying it. That way people can relate to you and say, okay, this guy knows what he's talking about. So that out of the way, the fourth and final is going to be the conversion hooks. Now that we got people bought in, they're relating to us, they like us, they consume all our content, they want to watch the long form content, they like our results, they are in a sense hooked in. Now, yes, they could potentially reach out. It's possible, people do it all the time, but you want to get them. You in a sense want to walk someone down the funnel every single time. You want to be as easy as possible for them to get in contact with you and to get whatever they want. Okay, so yes, people will reach out on their own, but for the people that don't, you want to do CTAs. Now with the CTAs, you do not want to spam CTAs. Do not over CTA your prospects because they will start to hate you posting. They'll say, oh, another CTA, like no value here. He just wants a CTA. He just wants more money, and they'll see it as strictly transactional. So it's important that you, as a business owner, are doing everything, and that's why it's important you hit the 4 steps. But to finish it off, once we have traffic, it does us no good unless we are actively pushing these people down the funnel. You need to give them a reason to have a conversation with you. Okay, so here's some CTAs. These are in a sense called soft CTAs. Okay, so I'm gonna show you a soft CTA. So it's me showing like my payment processor from when I first started. My first agency did this in just under 8 months. I was learning and burning cash like it was going out of style. Learning so many different skills: ads, sales, fulfillment, management. Right? Drop free game in here if you want to learn. So I'm just doing a little soft CTA. Nothing crazy, but like join the free group. Right? Here's a little bit of proof about me, that sort of thing, and then they join. Okay, and then from there, what I do is I start to nurture people inside the Discord. So I actually take them off the platform. So there's different ways you do marketing. Me personally, I like to take people off of the platform where all my competitors are, and I'm gonna put them in a platform with just myself. So it's gonna be me posting clients' results. I'm always active on the Discord, so I can put everything in there. And that's a soft CTA. Okay, another soft CTA. So whatever it is you're trying to do, stop trying and just do. And also, if you want access to trainings that I give to my one-on-one partners, here you are. So similar thing. Here's another CTA. Okay, so this is the actual training that you guys are currently watching. Right, so 4-hour free training live Tuesday. I've completed 9 trainings so far, and all I'm doing here is basically saying like, should I add in 2 other trainings? So it's not in a sense a hard CTA, like I'm telling them to do something. This is more like a really soft CTA, right? Just saying I'm trying to gauge the interest of people, right? So people will just gauge interest simply by responding. Okay, and here's a pretty hard CTA. So if you've been looking for a tracker for your business, this is it. You can link to almost anything to track accurate numbers, not a manual disaster. So CEO dashboard, call dashboard, sales dashboard, YouTube dashboard, seller dashboard, closer dashboard, and I took a screenshot just kind of showing them, what does that actively look like, right? And that's not there. And then as well, I tell them to DM me. So these are the CTAs. CTAs, you want to do once a week, or every other week, give or take. So once a week or once every 2 weeks. Do not CTA your clients every other day. I'm telling you, you will lose focus, and everything that you built up, all your reputation, all the getting them to relate to you, is all going to be tarnished simply by just CTAing the shit out of your clients. So do soft CTAs. If you want to show results, and you can CTA them after, right? Kind of like what I showed you, I believe it was up here somewhere, like something like this, right? This is another CTA with the results, and then if they want access to this, they just have to, DM me a certain word, okay? Or even swipe up. That's the CTAs. So don't over CTA your clients, because it's essentially going to burn everything, okay? So that is the 4 steps, and then just to kind of give you an understanding of what that looks like. So, for example, this was the gym one, right? So not only did this guy respond to something that wasn't related to the business, it was this exact story I can show you. It's this guy here. So he responded to this one here. Okay, this was the specific story that he responded to. It was a story sequence, and that was just the exact one he responded to, but this is his words. All right, bud, I've been watching your stuff for a while now. Curious how you do it. Not trying to be in the corporate jungle forever myself. So essentially, he saw my story so many times to the point where he literally sent this DM out, and from there started a conversation. So that's the power of these story sequences. It doesn't have to just be one story. He literally says, I've been watching your stuff for a while now, so that means he's been seeing my stories, he's been seeing on YouTube, he's been seeing my posts, he's been seeing everything to the point where he's been nurtured to where he wants to figure out what the hell I'm doing, simply because he doesn't like what he's doing anymore. Okay, so that's the power. This is the types of responses you get from your story sequences if they're done properly. Alrighty, guys, so that is the story sequences. Again, there's 4 different points, but make sure you're doing all of them. Okay, you have to have a healthy mix of each one in order to have success. You can't just talk about like what you do every single day. It's not going to work. You can't just post a shit ton of results and not be relatable. Like, people want to relate to you. Yes, results is the thing that speaks about, I guess, that has the most power, but essentially it doesn't do any justice unless people like you, right? And then building in public, so showing people what you're actively doing, how you're scaling, what you're doing in the business, because people are going to relate to that. All right, guys, so that is the story sequences. Let's get on to the next training. If your show rate has tanked, if your show rate is just not where it's supposed to be, you're spending money on calls, you're booking a lot of calls, but you can't get people to show up, this is going to be your Lord and Savior. That being said, in this video specifically, I'm going to show you the systems that allow me to, on average, over the last year, so 2024, it was about 70% show rate. I'm going to give you absolutely everything to increase your show rate, whether you're at 20, 30, 40%. You need to get to that 70, 80%. If you don't, you're spending a lot of money on calls that essentially are just going to waste. Okay, so personally, I love when I have people show up, and that's probably the best feeling, is when you get on a call and someone's already there waiting for you, and there's nothing that beats it, right? So there's nothing better than opening up a Zoom and seeing your prospect already sitting in the waiting room, but unfortunately, most businesses never experience that. So that could be you. You won't have that sort of experience. It's a lot of nagging your clients or prospects, if you will. And the average show rate sits around 40 to 50%, which means half your calendar evaporates, and with the call costs at $500 plus each, and that's a huge problem, okay? Now, the first thing that I want to do, and I'm going to cover, so we're going to cover the like a lead form book call style, and we're also going to go like the DM book call style. So I'm going to show you both today, because ultimately you're probably running follower ads, DM ads, also running lead form book call. Okay, so this is the first step, and the first problem that I see with everyone is everyone tries to do a lot of this. So a lot of like automation. So everyone is so, I don't know, big on these automations, like, oh, automation this, automation that. Unfortunately, when you are doing automations, it's just making you a commodity. You're like everyone else. Everyone else sends these stupid like reminders that are 24 hours out. Let's call it like, I don't know what people even do, 12 hours, 2 hours, 15 minutes beforehand. And it's all green automated text. Your prospects know that this is fake. The prospects know it's not you. And why it doesn't work is because you try to make it look like it's human. It's humanized, and it's not. And you never will make it like that. So you guys need to do is take out this handy dandy device that a lot of you have, and we call it an iPhone. If you don't know what this is, nor do you have one, I definitely consider you get one of these if you want to be taken serious in business. It sounds stupid, but I learned from someone, and I've been doing it, and it's done tremendous things for me. I've worked with some of the most indecisive, unreliable prospects in general, call it contractors, And with that, I've been able to get the results I've gotten simply because I take this out and I stop trying to automate every single entire thing in my business. What I do is once someone books a call, okay, I'm sending them a personalized message. If they're not responding to my green text, so if you use like Go High Level and you've been trying to contact them, call them, text them, they're not answering, I always take this out and I always use it. So what it looks like is a text like this. Hey Adam, it's Dorian. Saw you booked a call with us. Have a quick look at the video beforehand. And what I'll do is I'll also send them like a little link, obviously. And I always, like, no word of a lie, but 90% of the time, they respond. And not only do they just respond, but they also respond in a good way, like in a positive way. Like, hey man, yeah, I'll quickly take a look at that. Thanks for that. Look forward to our call. Stuff like these are the types of things that people will, they like, you gotta think. They just got how many automated texts, automated green text. You are now someone who's switching it up. You're texting them from an iPhone. It's a blue text, so you look like a real person. You've never been scammed before with it from a green text. Let's just say that. Or sorry, from a blue text. You've only been scammed from green text. So they're seeing this, and you're making it personalized, right? It's so much of a different process than what your competitors are doing. And that's what allows me to be so successful, is the fact that I don't give a shit. Okay, wow, I got to take an extra 2 minutes to go on my phone and text this person myself. So be it. I'm going to collect probably about 2 to 5 times more than you, simply because I'm not lazy and I'll go ahead and do these things. That is the first way. So take out your phone and send personalized messages. As well, what you can do with this, and I'll get into it in a second, but what you're able to do, I'll just tell you now, what you're able to do is send personalized videos. So when people book a call with me, I literally just take this little handy dandy phone again and say, hey, so-and-so, it's Dorian. I just want to put a face to the name. I saw you just went ahead and book a call for tomorrow at 2 p.m. That being said, my job is to just give you all the information possible. So that being said, if you have any questions, any concerns, just anything that you want to see, please let me know. I've also sent you over a link. It has all of our results. It has how we, in a sense, how we work, how we operate. But yeah, again, John, if you got any questions, I'm the man. This is my personal phone, so you can hit me up at any time of the day. Just not 3 in the morning. I'll probably be asleep. But other than that, look forward to talking. I'll see you then. As simple as that. That is what I do, and that's how I see success. And that's how I'm able to get people to show up to the calls, because I take the extra step and go the extra step, literally just to get them to show up and make them feel like this is personalized versus just sending them a bunch of reminders. Now, on the not the automated side, on the Instagram side, what it looks like is this. So if you want people to show up, you got to meet them where you found them. So a lot of you guys, if you're doing coaching consulting, you are going to find a lot of your prospects are on Instagram and they're going to talk on DMs. So no better place than to get them in the DMs and have a conversation. So DMs are really, really powerful, especially because you can talk like a normal person. There's no like professional manner that you need to follow on, for example, the DMs. There's no sales script. There's no pressure. It's just a simple conversation that builds familiarity and lowers their sales guard. That's all the DMs are for. You can talk about anything in the DMs. Typically, once you book someone, and a lot of people are against this, but you can literally start like a smaller conversation. Just show them like, hey, I'm not just here to book a call and be transactional. Let's talk about other things, right? Okay, so that's the DMs. Now, what you're gonna do is send the DM to their account, and it looks something like this. Okay, so similar process. Just saw your booking come through, brother. Look forward to chatting tomorrow. Give this a watch and take a look at some of the client's results. I'm incentivizing them because you can't just get people to watch things. What I'm telling them here is, look, go have a watch and you're going to see some of my clients' results. Everyone wants to see clients' results. And that's literally what I'm telling him. So I'm incentivizing him to want to go ahead and watch this by just saying, you can see my client results. Send him the link, and what happens is he goes like this. Just watch the video, bro. Excited for our call tomorrow. Let me tell you something. This guy closed, obviously. But this is, in a sense, what's going to get you to that next level. It's doing the extra thing, okay? Some people just book a call, and that's it. They say, okay, cool, see you tomorrow. You got to walk them through a process that you want them to walk. If you don't want them to do a certain thing, you got to tell them you don't want them to do a certain thing. If you want them to do a certain thing, you have to tell them to do a certain thing. And you have to get them incentivized. Like, you have to incentivize them. Me, to get him to look at that video, is on that page there, it shows them everything. It shows them my clients' results. It shows them what I do, how I do it, and screenshots that are endless. Like, just a bunch of results. And for people to consume that, all I'm doing is giving them propaganda, saying, hey, Dorian's the best, Dorian's the best, Dorian's the best. Look, Dorian's the best. Look, this guy's just like you, and Dorian made him that much money. This guy works. That's all I'm doing subconsciously in their mind. They might not think it, but once they consume the content, that's what their brain is telling them. Okay. So when someone books, I'll send them a quick DM about something outside business, something human. And what this does is it instantly positions you as a real person. you're accessible, how do you want to say it? And not just another transactional online marketer, right? Which I was getting at earlier. So when people feel connected, they want to show up, not just, yo, book a call. Oh, awesome, man, you booked a call. Good, see you there. You gotta make it more than transactional. Yes, people understand you're going to sell them. That, like, if you're jumping on a call, no shit, you're going to sell someone. That's what the call's for. You're not just gonna get a bunch of shit for free and say, nice meeting you, man. Let's connect. Let's go meet up sometime. That's not what it is. They know it's part of it is a transaction. But the other side of things, you can kind of hide that transaction within if you act like a normal person. If you just be a bro to bro, have a good conversation with someone, and make it seem like you truly care, whether it's for their business or them personally, I'm telling you, you'll make a lot more sales. So you want to hide the transactional part and stop looking like you're the commodity of the online marketer by simply just being different. Okay. And that's the point of that. Now, outside of the reminders, outside of doing this first step, this is literally the first step of the entire funnel. There's a lot more to it. The second step is creating purpose content that is going to indirectly influence them to want to show up to your call. So there's 4 categories. Within those categories, you want to go over a few things. So you want to show proof. Okay, so you want to create proof. You want to be relatable. You want to create some FOMO and value, and as well cover objections. So cover objections like, for example, what's the price, or why are you different than other people? FOMO and value. So showing them like your experience working with people, like the value provide. For example, it can kind of tie into the proof with showing results, showing that sort of thing, people just like them. And that also ties into being relatable. So showing people just like them makes it relatable. But being relatable is showing that you're a human. So not just posting a bunch of content about transactions, but showing your lifestyle, showing how you do things. And when you do that, it's also going to create FOMO, in which people don't want to miss out on. Okay. So you're going to make this purpose content, and there's going to be 4 different sections to it. And with that being said, you want to create about 30 to 50 pieces of content. Now, it sounds like a lot. I'm pretty sure Instagram just actually put out a new feature, like this week it may have been, where you can post content without having to post it to your timeline. So you can make about 30 to 50 pieces of content. If you don't want your entire feed to see it, like that's not really the purpose of these videos. It's just to use to redirect people to see this type of content. So in between the time of them booking a call to them hopping on the call, they're seeing all the content. They're seeing the proof. They're seeing that, yo, you're a real person. You're relatable. Dude, I like that. That's sick. Oh, you travel here? That's awesome. You're showing FOMO. So getting them like, hey, client retreats, clients results. Like you're showing them FOMO. You're showing them value. As well, you're handling the objections. You got to think people are going to have objections. Okay. Things like, for example, if maybe you have a couple bad reviews, but it's from clients or people that aren't your clients. It's from clients that maybe just are lazy. They didn't really put in any work. You want to talk about those things. Like those are active things that people are going to look up, whether you like it or not. So cover that. So make sure that you're covering these 4 different areas in about 30 to 50 pieces of content. Instagram's new feature, you can post things that are going to your feed, so you don't have to spam your followers with a bunch of fucking videos. So do that, okay? The purpose of this and why it's so effective is it's silent, okay? It's simply silent because you're not constantly reminding someone like, hey, like, I'm over here. Hey, 24 hours before your call, like your call's in 24 hours, make sure you show up. Hey, it's 2 hours out, make sure you show up. We are doing things subconsciously, again, in their mind, and this is the silent show up machine. So what that means, it seems pretty stupid and simple, but the silent show up machine is as easy as you are putting content in front of them, you're building that propaganda. All they're going to want to say is to themselves, dude, I got to show up to this call. Why wouldn't I show up to this call, right? So instead of chasing prospects, you let your content warm them up, educate them, and remove objections, and keep you top of mind. You're unfortunately competing with competitors, whether you like it or not. There's people that you're also booking calls with. You are fighting against them. It's a race to who can get the most attention and get them showing up on the call. So you want to appear on their feed naturally, answering everything that they are worrying about without having to ask them or even go on that call and tell them. Yes, you will probably reiterate a few things, but having the ability to do this without bombarding their phone, blowing them up, they're naturally seeing you, and they're just gonna want to watch it because they just booked a call with you. Why wouldn't they? Okay, so that is how it works. On the back end setup, I don't typically show this stuff, but again, because I want to give you guys the amount of information that I give to my one-on-one clients so that you can get real results, this is what it looks like. This is a retargeting campaign. You're going to take these 30 to 50 videos and you're going to put them in their own ad set. So every single ad set will have one ad, for example. And you're going to exclude the 3-second video watch for that specific video, okay? And you can walk them down. So ad set 1, you're going to exclude 3-second video watch for ad set 1. Ad set 2, you're going to exclude 3-second video watch for ad set 2 and 1. Like that's how it works. You're kind of pushing them down and so on and so forth, right? So they see this, they keep going down the funnel and so on and so forth there. Now, again, you're excluding 3-second video of the ad within that ad. So, within that ad set, okay? So one ad set, one ad, all you're doing is excluding the one ad in that ad set, okay? That is how it's set up, and you're gonna do that about 30, 50 times. And from there, what you're gonna do, again, these are video ideas, the objections, kind of already went over, testimonials, expectations, features about your system, your service, different things. It just separates you. Your service outcomes, again, what are they actually going to get tangibly out of it? Other things you can do is like kind of showing off your team, telling your story. People, and I've said this before in this training, people that are vulnerable are going to get the best results because people can relate to you. People will buy into your story. Why content? So why they should choose you, like why you do this, why you do that, that sort of thing. Okay, so all these videos are going to cover these aspects along with what I had mentioned. We're stuck with what I mentioned up here. Okay. Now, other than that, what you're going to do is start up conversations with old prospects instead of spamming them through SMS or call. So these videos here literally work with other people outside your book call. People that no-showed before, what we're able to do is we're going to be in front of them and they will actively, potentially book another call and show up to that call because we're running the same system. So not only does it work for active new bookings, but as well for people who have been inactive in the pipeline and have no-showed in the past. As well, what we're able to do here is build authority and build trust, like I mentioned, simply because we're putting all the content in front of them. They're seeing you over and over again, and that just builds authority. So to make this effective, like I mentioned, you need 30, 50 pieces of content ready to go. And yes, it's going to be hard. It's a lot of work, but I'll tell you right now, it's definitely worth it. So in the time being, you shouldn't be booking people out more than 72 hours, which is 3 days. If you are, that's another problem. So squeeze your calendar down. If it's super open, you're going to make it exclusive just to the 3 days. So if it's a Monday, you can book out like to a Thursday. Sometimes it's 3 days in advance, or if it's a Monday, you only let people book to Wednesday. That's typically what I do, and it allows me to have like a 70% show rate, and that's over a duration of a year, not just like, hey, like this is a 1 month, one-time thing. It was over an entire year. Okay, so within 72 hours of booking, most prospects will have seen about 15 to 20 pieces of your content by themselves organically. So instead of you reminding them and bombarding them, they're naturally seeing your content. They'll feel like they already know you, trust you, and like you, and this dramatically increases your show rate without needing to send a single follow-up message. Now, again, we are not like everyone else. We're going to do the extra work, go the extra mile. So we're going to be sending them a video. We're going to be sending them messages on our iPhone, that blue text messages. Because let me tell you, if you don't have time for this, if you're going to make the excuse of like, oh, I got to hop on calls, dude, I'm telling you right now, you as an individual, whether it's a business owner, you have sales reps doing it, they are not taking 40 calls a day. They can send these messages. Okay, so it's important that you follow along and do every single part of this, or else it's just not going to work. Like if you only do one thing, it's not going to work. You have to do all these things together. Now, the last is going to be your emails. Okay, and I'm going to show you some real emails that I even use to this day. The emails, they have to have 4 types. So just how your content is purposed, you're going to do the exact same thing with your emails. The 4 types of purposed emails. So while most businesses treat emails as a reminder system, so a lot of guys like, hey, your reminder 24 hours, hey, reminder in 12 hours, hey, reminder in 3 hours, and so on. The purpose emails, in a sense, this is a framework that's going to treat every single email as a conversion engine. Okay, so these emails don't just remind people. Okay, what they're doing. If you watched early in the training where we had the interest, like in the DM Setter Master SOP, I showed you the interest levels. In the interest levels, people don't stay in one interest level the entire time. If they come in from just curiosity, okay, we're going to try to move them up to general interest, from general interest to high interest, from high interest to conviction. Once we get them here, it's honestly automatic sale, like not automatic, but this is the highest point. This is typically where all your buyers are. They're convicted on you as a system, as a person, and they want what you have. So that's what we're doing. Okay, we're elevating their interest levels. We're deepening their beliefs on us, our system, our product, destroying all the objections, and manufacturing the urgency. So actually getting them to want to make a decision on the call. And all of this is done long before your sales call ever takes place. Okay, so a lot of people get this screwed up. They try to do everything on the sales call. They try to handle objections. They try to get them to bought in on them as a person, build rapport. That all happens before the sales call. So make sure you're doing it beforehand with these systems. Again, you're gonna move the lead up in the buying spectrum. So what that looks like, so expectation and authority emails are something along the lines of this. So these emails set expectations. This is a business call, not a free coaching session. Clarify what the call is for, position you as a leader, and tell them exactly how to prepare. Okay, so the outcome is the call becomes important in their mind and increases their show rate. Okay, objection handling. So these emails address price concerns, time concerns. Will this work for me? Or like, why are you different? fear of being burned, implementation fears, like the how, short stories, case studies, screenshots, simple explanations is all this is. Okay. You eliminate your beginner objections and your closer handles real buyer questions. All right. So your closers, or you as a business owner, are going to show up to the call, and people are literally going to ask just like that final buying questions on how they specifically it's going to work for them and they want to move forward. 3 is identity and beliefing shifting emails. So these emails are future pace. Imagine where you'll be in 90 days from now, right? So like the contrast between the winners and the people who are just half-ass things and don't actually get anything done. Highlight the cost of staying stuck. Reinforce that they can, as an individual, and should solve this now. Okay. Outcome: they arrive to the call emotionally ready to move forward. Again, all this selling is done before the call. So stop trying to be the person that just tries to sell everyone. Get them emotional in the call. Do it beforehand. Okay. So number 4 is urgency. You want them to make a decision. Reconfirm the date and time. Urgency and confirmation. I think I said that. These emails reconfirm the date and time. Emphasize the importance of the call. Emphasize the importance of fixing their problem. Add scarcity, so no reschedules for no-shows. And then as well, remind them what they'll gain and lose. So outcome: show rates increase from 40 to 50% to upwards of 70 and 90%, right? So you got to give people incentives to want to join. And that's what the point of this is. So that there is obviously the 4 sections of the emails and different ideas. Now, in terms of some real life examples, ones that I'm actively using, here's what they could look like. I'm not going to read off all of them, but for example, what I'm showing them here is how to create new ads. So with the new Andromeda update, maybe you guys are familiar, maybe you're not. You can't just spam the hooks with one body, right? So a hook 1, hook 2, hook 3. That's the old way of doing things. Again, you put it with one body. Now what you do is you have different buyer angles. You add 1 about one specific reason for them to buy. Add 2 for another person who will buy for a different reason. You have an add 3, and so on and so forth. That's what I'm explaining in this entire email. This one here, most people's funnels have holes everywhere. Here's the biggest leak that I see from my funnel audit checklist, right? So no retargeting sequence, and I kind of go through a few different things, right? So I'm showing them active things that I literally use in my business. Here's another one there. So this one's a little bit different, a little bit unique. I don't really tell people this little trick, but here, let me put it in this. It should be like this. Hey, contact name. I'm shooting this to you myself while I'm in between some one-on-one calls with partners. I've been sending a bunch of these free sauce. I've been sending a bunch of free sauce over the last 2 days. Hope you've been implementing these things. Again, I'm building somewhat of a rapport, like a relatable conversation, making it sound like I'm a real person. And then a little trick here is this. Okay, it's small. Maybe you haven't noticed it yet. Is Dorian sent from iPhone? So regardless if I send it from GHL or not, I'm also stating that it's sent from an iPhone. And what it does, people just think, okay, that's a person. That's a real person. Dude, he's got an iPhone. This guy's just like me. It seems small. I'm telling you right now, it goes a long way. So if you guys follow every single step here with the going an extra mile to give your clients a personalized approach, that's going to work. If then you take the next step and what you're doing is going with the retargeting, so they're seeing 30 to 50 pieces of content that are specific to them, that's going to help because they're naturally seeing you on their feed. And then the last one is in the emails here. So in the emails, we're also sending a bunch of value similar to the 30, 50 pieces of content. And ultimately, this is going to allow you to increase your show rate above that 70%. All right, guys. So you have it there. I'll see you on the next training. Peace. Okay, so in this video, it's gonna be a little bit different. Obviously, if you're watching this, that means what I'm about to create got you hooked in to watch up this far. So that being said, I'm essentially going to show you like the kind of raw, organic backend of how I, in a sense, use AI to get really good outputs, right? So not like the basic robotic style, but I use Poppy. If you guys want, this is essentially like Miro, but it has like Claude, ChatGPT all more or less connected in one central spot. I use it for everything. If you guys want, I'll put the link down below. You guys can use my code and get a discount. But essentially, I want to make sure, or not make sure, I want to give you guys some sort of like organic context on like how I'm using it. So this here, I'm creating the intro to the exact video that you've been watching, right? So the exact video, the first 2 minutes of the video, that's what I'm creating here. So you can use this to create ads, you can create VSLs. Now, what I have here is my VSL creator. Obviously, all my partners are getting access to it, as well as my ad creator, my landing page creator, all that stuff. You have full access. But I want to show you how to use these things because you guys can go ahead and use, like for example, Poppy, but you're not going to be able to get the same outputs simply because of the things that I have in here. So like these are all the SOPs, the context profile, master VSL, SOP, obviously my result, and then what I have given here is context, like the entire transcript
of my competitor's intro, which I want to kind of mimic. Obviously, I'm not here to copy things, but I want to put it in my style. So I even went as far as giving it my Instagram. That way, it can go through my Instagram videos and see my communication style and essentially take that. So what I'll do here is I'm just going to, since post or paste the entire prompt. I'll edit a little bit and then I'll come back and show you guys. So here is the prompt, right? So I can expand this a little better. So I'm creating a VSL, it'll be more of a training. I have all the trainings complete, but I do not have the intro yet. I need to take on the role of an elite copywriter and create a captivating intro for this training. In this training, I cover niche selection, creating a 100K offer, paid ads masterclass, DM setter and dialer framework and training, my personal ad strategy, confirmation page best practices, blah, blah, blah. I want you to touch on my results and the fact that my clients have been using these systems to get these kind of results that they've gotten. Now, I have given you my competitor VSL with an intro, I have given you a competitor's VSL with an intro style that I really like, and I'd like you to replicate it but not copy. You have access to the following for your use: my Instagram, VSL framework, VSL SOP, ICP context, and my results. I want you to aim for about 2 minutes talking time and keep my viewers engaged the whole duration by giving them the wow factor every 15 seconds or so, just how my competitor did in his intro. So I'm going to run this through and we'll see the output. So one thing we're going to notice is I didn't really give it any context on my numbers. I gave it context on my results, like my clients and stuff. So what I'll have to go through is actually give it my numbers, right? So let's go through. Look, I wasn't planning on releasing this training. The systems I'm about to show you are the exact ones that running behind my $150,000 months, and frankly, keeping them private has been my competitive edge. But after watching, Mondo go from scraping by $500 retainers to closing 5K deals, the scaling past 150K per month, and with Jid going from 6 months of burning cash on courses with zero deals to closing 5 clients, blah blah blah, in just 2 months, I realized something. You're not failing because you lack talent. You're failing because you're using a playbook from 2019 while the top 1% of us are playing at a completely different game with systems you've never even seen. So the past year alone, I've invested $140,000. For me, it's been $40,000 in private masterminds, back in infrastructure, and testing these exact frameworks. It took my team over a month to compile everything into everything you're about to see, from niche selection that actually converts to a $100,000 offer structure that makes price irrelevant. This isn't another surface level course. You're getting my paid ads tongue twister. My paid ads masterclass, the actual campaigns and creative strategies. I'll just skim through this. I didn't set a dialer framework to 20 those called for today. That will to right. So this is pretty solid. Only thing I'd have to do is I'd change a few of these things just to give it some more human cadence. Like, it sounds pretty transactional. What I mean is, it's a lot of numbers, right? I don't like to have too much. Don't get me wrong. Numbers are great because that's what keeps viewers watching. That's probably what kept you watching. But what I want to do here is give it more of a human cadence. Talk about pains and problems and stuff like that, because for example, not 140,000, but I have spent 40,000 on just courses, not really, courses you can call it. So I want to change that. So what I'm going to do now is kind of come back and tell it more or less the changes that I want. So just kind of explain, I've been in the game for 3 years. I spent $40,000 in training, masterminds, all that fun stuff. Telling it to give it some more human cadence, and as well, why I pivoted, right? So a lot of people, they say in the space, if you're making a bunch of money, why continue? For example, one of my biggest deals was a $22,000 deal, and I personally, full transparency, I fucking hated working every second with that guy. So for me, it wasn't about the money in a sense, and that sounds stupid. Everyone says that, if you're making money, it's not true, right? You want the money. But, I've closed $22,000 deals, and I didn't enjoy a second of it, which is why I ultimately pivoted out of the agency space working with contractors, because I didn't like it. I found, for me personally, when I found that I liked working with the info clients more, that's when I just fully pivoted. I had 2 clients, 2 mentees at the time, and wasn't charging super high ticket. I still charged a mid ticket, mid 4 figures, wasn't the high 4 figures. But for me, I realized that I liked working with these guys because I would actually sit there and work with them till 12 o'clock at night, right? Just hopping on a call. I would sit there for an hour and I'd actually want to go ahead and that's ultimately why I'm doing the one-on-one now. But I'd go ahead and, be able to sit there. Whereas contractors, for me personally, I hated every second of it. I get a new client, it's cool, the money just hit the account, and then you actually start working with the client. It's fuck, this is the same thing, same headache every time. So let's just, enough of the barking, I'll kind of run this through here. So let's see.
So I also wasn't going to film another training. So it's stuff like this. Like I'm not going to keep going through and giving it more context. Things like this, because I haven't filmed a massive training like this before. This is my first one. I'm going to switch stuff like this on my own, right? So honestly, I wasn't going to film another training. So I'd say I honestly wasn't going to film this big of a training for free because, you know, in a sense, I want to give away all this information. But I basically gave away 3 years of my life for free, and honestly, most people just didn't do anything with it. Okay, so, but then I kept getting these DMs from guys stuck 20K, 30K, working 14 hours a day, their entire business collapsing. They had a weekend off, and it hit me that this what literally was 3 years ago. Running my agency, working with contractors who didn't give a shit about my results, bring myself out for clients I couldn't stand. You know what pisses me off? You're out here checking Slack at 2 a.m., fixing client fires, babysitting your setter who can't book a call to save their life. Meanwhile, you're watching a 22-year-old posting 100K months, and you're thinking, what the fuck am I doing wrong? No. Here's what tells you. I personally dropped $40,000 on courses, masterminds, mentorships. Most of it complete bullshit. Source level 3 from guys who haven't run ads since 2019, but buried in all that noise. I found the 1% that actually works. The back-end systems, the infrastructure, the stuff that nobody talks about because it's not sexy. Someone went from $500, you know, blah, blah, blah. Now he's doing $550, or Rigid did. Okay, see, 3 years ago, I made a choice. I was done with the contractor clients, done with the agency grind. I wanted to work with people who actually gave a damn. Coaches, consultants, info product owners, people like you. And when I made that shift, everything changed because these systems I'm about to show you, they only work when you're building something real. So, yeah, I'm going to give you everything. The niche selection process that prevents you from picking a bad dead market. 100K offer. Okay, stupid not buying. Exact paid ad strategy, like the actual campaigns I'm running right now, the DM scripts, the dialer framework, the AI automations, 80% of fulfillment. Here's the thing, if you're looking for another quick 5 video while your business on fire, just click off now, seriously, because what I'm about to show you requires you to admit something. The hustle you got here, the hustle will get you there. You know, that's your business is a mess. You need actual systems. Okay, so grab something to write with, turn off Slack, tell your team to be back in 90 minutes because I'm about to show you something. Okay, so that's much better than I believe what I had up here. Yeah. So I like this more. Obviously, it's going to need its little fine tweaks here and there, right? So let's just try this. If not, like I'm gonna try to give it some. But again, talk. Let's try that. Okay, so I gave it a couple more prompts. I just don't want to have you guys sitting there through the entire thing, but basically just told it, like, I basically, just to give you some context, I gave it my competitor's transcript again and said, hey, like, you're not really basing things around this. And then it started going and copying every single word. So I had to say, hey, give it some human cadence. Stop copying. I don't want to copy my competitors. I want it to have my story. For example, this is my first time creating a training like this. So you can't say I've created plenty like this before. You've got to really use my story, my numbers, my results. And, I don't want you to copy. I want you to have like the same style or less, the same framework, but it cannot sound the same in any way, shape, or form. So that's what I did. Okay, so here it is. Look, I've never done this before. Never sat down and recorded a full training because honestly, I've just been too busy, right? Doing the work, building, testing, but something happened that made me realize I had to share this. Over the past few months, I've watched guys in my DMs completely transform. For example, Mondo hitting 150K months, with Jig going from dead broke to 20K collected, and they all said the same thing. No, dude, nobody else is teaching this stuff. That's when it hit me. I'm sitting on $40,000 worth of lessons that actually work, while everyone is recycling the same garbage. And I can say that because obviously I spent $40,000 in courses. So, see, I'm not some guru who's been doing this for a decade. 3 years ago, I was grinding with contractors, building an agency I couldn't stand. Every client was a nightmare. Every day felt pointless. So I did what any desperate person does. I bought every course. I joined every mastermind. Spent $40,000 trying to figure out what exactly actually works in info space. And here's what I discovered: 90% of what is being taught is complete bullshit. The other 10%, the backend systems, the infrastructure, the boring stuff nobody wants to talk about. Right? That's what separates the guys doing 150K months from everyone else stuck at 30,000. So I spent the last month putting together something that's never existed before. 4 hours of me showing exactly what's running behind the scenes, not theory, not motivation, the actual systems, my niche selection process, the 100K offer framework, the paid ads running, the paid ads that are running right now, the DM setter scripts, booking 20 plus calls, right? So like this, for example, I'd change this because I want to be transparent. You're not going to be booking 20 plus calls. Like you're just, unless you're spending, $10,000 or so on ads, and even then, like you're not going to be doing that. I can keep this private, keep my competitive edge, but watching coaches and consultants with massive potential just spinning their wheels, working 14 hours for $30,000 a month, that was me. And if someone had to show me 3 years ago, it would have saved me 2 years and $30,000, right? Here's the truth nobody wants to admit. You're not failing because you're not smart enough. You're failing because you're playing a completely different game than the top 1%. So I'll stop reading, but I'll skim through this. You guys can kind of see what it says. But yeah, like some of this I'll probably just change a little. This, not what it says, I like this, right? Because that's essentially what I'm doing right now. I'm not cutting anything out. I'm just giving you raw training how I use AI. Right, so it's gonna be long. Yeah, this is fire. I like the end. The ending is really good. It's kind of just like that, like it says, a personal touch. I'd say it's like that one last touch, like one more kick in the nuts. Maybe that got you to listen. Who knows? But yeah, like I'm gonna rip this. I'm just like that. Like I'm obviously gonna take this, add a couple tweaks, but you guys watching this right now, you'll be able to see that I'm actually using this. I'm not here to just bullshit it. That's why I want to put this training in here. That way you guys can watch, kind of see the back end, how this all works. Because I'm going to use stuff like this, but like, little things here and there I'm going to change just to my communication style. But overall, this is fire. Like, I think I like this. I'm not something like, and this talks how I talk. Like I'm not just some stupid guru, right? That's why I work with everyone one-on-one. Like the reason why you can get results working with me and is almost guaranteed. I always say almost because you can come in here and do absolutely nothing and you don't get results. Like there goes that guarantee thing, right? Everyone that comes through is gonna make $1 at least. Like you're gonna make profits, right? But it all relies on you to do work, right? But that's why I like to say I'm not some guru. It's all one-on-one. You felt pointless. This is cool stuff. Yeah. So there you guys have it. Obviously, it's gonna be cool. Once you watch this, I recommend you even go back and you listen to the intro. You'll see how similar it is because I'm actually going to use this. Be a little bit of changes here and there. But yeah, guys, hope that helps. And it's the same thing, just to kind of recap. You guys, all you got to do is, like for example, anyone that's in the program working one-on-one with me, you have access. You fully take these templates. You don't got to go make your own framework, your own ICP, your own VSL, SOP, your own your own results. But obviously we have all that stuff. But there's plenty of information here. And that being said, again, you can use it for ads. You can use it for landing pages. You can use it for VSL just like this. You can use it for just the intro, how we're doing almost anything, even down to the content, right? So winning content and stuff like that. In this video, I'll go over like how to create an ad, like a scripts. So you'll see what I'm going to do is a couple different steps. And with that, I'll also give you guys like the documents I'm using. You guys can take them. But with the documents, I'm going to feed it all the information. So it's a little bit more work, but the information you're going to get out of it and the outputs that you're going to get from this is going to be 10 times better than what the hell you guys are getting right now. So first things first, if we're going to create a script, what I'm going to do is I'm going to pause this. I'm going to go grab a doc. I'm going to get a ICP doc so that my ChatGPT understands everything about my ICP, and it's not just making basic, basic ads, basic scripts for some random person. So this is the doc. Essentially, I'll link it down. You guys can have it, but it's going to go over about 40 questions. Okay. Now I know it's a lot. It's a lot of questions. You can also get AI to help you with it. But again, first you want to give it some context. So what you want to do essentially, and I'll run through the entire thing with you. It's going to be a little bit longer video, but you can skip through. That's my offer. Go here. So we'll copy this. We're gonna go back to ChatGPT. Okay, I'm basically gonna say, these are a bunch of questions. So I just finished typing up my little Bible here. But essentially what I did is I copied and pasted all the context, so all the questions. And then what I did is I said, these are a bunch of questions that are going to help me with understanding my targeted ICP. I'm targeting young men who want to make a name for themselves and create a business online. I'm looking for 18 to 24-year-olds that are hungry and eager to get results for their clients. Right now they have a decent amount of income coming in, but they might be capped at 10K a month and not sure how to get around that next level. Whether it's marketing, sales, fulfillment, they are just unsure of a consistent process. I want you to answer all these questions based off this information. Take on the role of a professional, take on the role of professional marketer and copywriter that performs at the highest level. So what I'm doing is I'm giving it, why does it keep doing this? I'm giving it a task, right? So I'm telling it, essentially take this context. So I'm giving it a doc, take the context, here's your task, okay? Here's what I'm doing. Here's what you're supposed to do. And then as well, what I want it to do is like take on the role of something. So if you get basic outputs, it's because you're not essentially prompting your AI. So like I said, AI is only as good as you make it. If you tell it, if you give it all the information and then tell it to act a certain way, it will do that, right? I can get this thing to respond to me in only Chinese if I wanted to, because I'm telling it to. So you have to understand that AI is only going to do what you tell it to do, and its understanding and I guess capacity to reach like the higher level is only as good as you make it. Okay, so what you got to do is give it everything that I'm doing here, and this is really important. Like take on the role of a professional marketer and a copywriter that performs at the highest level. Okay, and let's see what the outputs are here. So here we are. Step number 1, audience basics. Who exactly are you writing to? Ambitious young men, 18 to 24, who've built some level of online income, running a small agency, doing freelance work, or offering a done-for-you service, but they've hit a plateau. They're self-taught, addicted to progress, and hate feeling that like they're standing still. They know that they're capable of more, but haven't cracked the systems or the structure to scale consistently. Okay, as you can see here, I'll skim through it. If you guys want to pause, you can pause. Right, but it understands absolutely everything, and it can fill all this information out, all their pain points. So like, my audience is frustrated that they're doing all the right things but getting inconsistent results. They're tired of guessing what to fix next, lead flow, sales, fulfillment, and feeling like every single month is starting from scratch. Right, they've tried courses, free YouTube funnels, cold DMs, Upwork gigs, basic ads, or a coaching program that overpromise and underdeliver. How typical. So this is like perfect. This is essentially, I can target this. And with that, what I'm going to do, I'm going to take this ICP context, I'm going to save it. And anytime I go to tell ChatGPT, Claude, Poppy, any sort of LLM what I'm doing, like for example, I want to create a new VSL, I want to create new ads. And this can be done for all your clients as well. I do it for all my clients. I take this, get them to, or not get them, but I do it myself, build out all this, who they're targeting, all that fun stuff. And then it helps me write ads for them, right? It helps me build VSLs, helps me do everything for them, ad copy. That way, that I know everything in here is done correctly. I only have to do this once, unless your client or you are changing your ICP every now and then, which is, not the case. So take this, save it on a doc, and then what you're gonna do, for example, is we're gonna take this. I'm gonna act like I have this saved on a doc, and what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna do a new chat. I'm gonna paste this, and now I'm going to essentially get it to write me ad scripts. So I'm gonna prompt it, and it'll come back. Okay, so just to give you guys a better visual, this is exactly what I did in ChatGPT. I use Poppies because it's a lot easier, but I'll show you the output in a second. Essentially what I did is I gave it an entire doc, about 70 pages worth, that's about direct response ads. So how to write direct response ads, what to avoid, what to do, what not to do, all that fun stuff. As well, I gave it an entire SOP and framework on ads. I gave it my ICP. I also gave it all my clients' results, okay? And then another thing I did is I gave it, what's the word I'm looking for? I gave it a understanding in actual ads, there's scripts that were winning ads. So I gave it everything that I could possibly give it. That way it understands exactly like what's winning ad. Like how do I create these ads? What do I do? What do I not do? Right? How do I create that that secret sauce that is essentially going to get this ICP to click on the ad? Okay. So from that, this is the output that I got, and I'm okay. Let me just actually go back to the top so I can show you the prompt. Okay, yeah, so I want to show you the prompt first. So I gave it the context, the ICP, and everything else underneath. This is only for the partners, so you guys, if you're not in the program and you're watching this, I won't be able to give that to you. But again, you have the understanding of the actual prompts. If you guys want to access this, then just shoot me a message and I can set you up. But I want you to take on the role of a professional media ad copyright or meta ad copywriter who writes scripts for consulting businesses that attract the ICP I gave you, which is this ICP. That's what we just did. We are competing in a saturated market with lots of competition, so it's important that we are catchy and to the point, giving them excitement or that wow factor every 10 seconds. I'm going to give you SOP on creating direct response ads and a few winning ads from other industries so you can understand the idea. As well, use this to create 4 different unique scripts that are 30 to 45 seconds talking time. Okay, so from that, this is what we got. So these are the outputs here. First one, okay. So you're not failing, you're just freestyling. Now, again, keep in mind the words. What I'm able to do with Poppy, that's why I like it so much, is I can give it my Instagram or my YouTube, and I can link it, which is really, really cool. And then from there, like this is my Instagram, I can literally connect it and say, communicate in my style of talking so that it understands like how I speak. So that's a plus there. If you guys want a link to the Poppy, just let me know. I can send you a link. But essentially it's a hook. So you're not stuck because you're bad at what you do. You're stuck because you're freestyling your business like a mixtape. See, like that's not like how I would talk. Maybe it's someone else talks. Most young founders hit 10K and think that more hustle is the answer. It's not. You don't need more effort. You need structure. The reason your income resets every single month is because you're rebuilding the same thing over and over. When I finally installed a backend system, offers, tracking, fulfillment, I stopped winging it and started scaling on purpose. If you're tired of the chaos and ready to install the same systems that took me from 10K to 100K, blah, 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 right? So the problem I'm seeing right now is it's talking very robotic-like. It has all the context, but I don't like the way it's talking. So that's again the plus of like having Poppy. I can get it to communicate my style in just like one shot, right? Especially if I'm doing like VSLs, I always one shot it with all my all the context I give it and my communication style. So the 10K month you work so hard for, it's a prison if you can't take a step away without it collapsing, right? Every young agency owner thinks more clients equals growth until you realize you just built yourself another job. The only reason you feel capped is because you never built systems to free you from the systems. I used to be the same: calls, delivery, panic, repeat, until I built backend that runs 80% without me. Now I can scale or chill without losing income. If you're done being the bottleneck in your own business, hit the link. I'll show you how to escape the 10K hamster wheel, blah, 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 right? So what I could do here is I can tell it this. We'll just try that for now, see how it works. Okay, so this is a bit better. Again, if you want to give it, if you don't have Poppy, an easy way for you to give it like the way you communicate is take videos, get the transcript, and then copy the transcript and feed it and say, this is my communication style. Here's a couple of videos and here's a transcript for them. And it'll understand the way you talk, right? But this is much better. It gives it obviously a more in-depth and like a better way to communicate to my ICP itself. So essentially, I don't really, in a sense, speak like this, but bro, you're not crazy. You're doing all the right things, posting, DMing, building offers, and it still feels like you're stuck at the same number every month. That was me, right? Grinding 12-hour day thinking one more client was going to change everything, but it made me just feel more tired. What I didn't realize is I didn't need more work. I needed structure. The moment I built systems that handled lead flow, fulfillment, and follow-ups, things finally stopped breaking every single month. If you're in the same spot, trying to get unstuck and actually scale, click the link and I'll show you how I went from chaos to consistency. Typically, I put like I went from 10K to 100K, like something like that. All right, ad number 2. You ever notice that 10K months feel more stressful than 3K ones? Yeah, that's the trap nobody warns you about. You think you're growing, but you're just doing more in the same, doing more with the same broken stuff. No systems, no clarity, just running on the fumes. I remember thinking, if I ever stop even a week, it's all going to fall apart, right? If you take a vacation, stuff like that, it's all going to fall apart. And that's what you want to think while you're reading this. Okay, how can I, refer this back to my ICP? only if you're using like something like ChatGPT or Claude. Like again, if you have like Poppy, I keep saying Poppy, it's like I work for them at this point, but it's just you're able to give it so much context. That's when I realized I wasn't running a business as I was the business, and that's why I couldn't scale. Right? If that hit a nerve, good, because I built a system that fixes it. Click the link, and I'll walk you through exactly blah blah blah. Okay, so we are going to be going over the sales script, the first half, and next week we'll be over the second half. Now, it's very, very important. Not every prospect's the same. We can't talk to every prospect in the same way. But what we can do, and the things that we can control, is the route and the path that we take on every single call, right? You're going to have 8 steps. We're going to be covering 4 in this video. And basically, what I want you to understand is that there is a framework and there's a format, just how we have ads, just how we have ad copy, just how we have messaging in our funnel, just how we have the actual funnel itself, the process that your customer goes through before they go out and jump on a call. We have the exact same thing when it comes to the sales call itself. Okay, so I want to teach you guys a few things. This is typically a lot of people's roadblock. We're going to have your marketing dialed regardless, but sometimes what takes longer is going to be the sales, and that's just simply because you can't just go ahead and hire a sales rep. A lot of people do that, and what happens is they hire sales reps thinking, oh, this is the almighty God, these guys are going to save me, and it comes to it, and the person doesn't understand how to sell your offer. It's not a proven offer, okay? They aren't learning from anyone because you don't know sales. You can't teach them on your processes. So you're expecting someone to come in cold into your business and just all of a sudden snap a finger and fix it. Now, don't get me wrong. It will happen once in a blue moon where you bring on a sales rep who's just, maybe they've been in the same niche. Maybe they talked to people like your audience before and they've seen success, okay? More often than not, though, I'll tell you right now, it's not the case. So don't think that the savior to your problem is going to be hiring a sales rep. It's always you got to go in there and do it yourself. Just how, you're not going to go hire a ad manager or a media buyer right away, because end of the day, you can't tell what he's doing if it's good or not because you don't know the numbers yourself. Same goes for sales. You don't know if your sales process works. You don't know if your offer is good. You don't know anything. So you have to get in the trenches yourself and do it. So let me teach you very, very simple way. This is probably one of the easiest scripts you can memorize. And the easiest way to memorize a script is by literally writing it down. I would quite literally sit here, read it word for word, and write it down word for word on my paper, my notepad. Okay? So let's get into it. First things first, step 1 is overarching desired outcome. Okay? What does that mean? Well, with overarching desired outcome, we are going to get somewhat of an understanding of more or less what they're looking to do. Okay, it's like what overall, what are you trying to do? Is it bring on a new marketing company? Is it implement AI? Like whatever your offer is, obviously that's why they're there. So we want to understand that. We want to just hear it from them first. If you start off a sales call asking, where are you calling from? What's the weather like over there? Right? How you doing today? Let's talk about your life. No one gives a shit, especially rich people. Especially rich people. They don't care to fucking tell you how their day's going. They don't care to talk about the weather. They care about what the hell can you do for me and how the fuck can you do it. That's all they care about. So let's get into it. First things first, you're going to say, hey, John, can you hear me? Can you see me? Sweet, man. Sweet. And then you jump right in. Awesome. So it looks like you booked a call into our calendar to possibly implement, marketing strategy for your business. It looks like you booked a call to possibly implement an AI into your company, right? It looks like you possibly booked a call to implement XYZ into your coaching offer. Like, you guys got to fit what your offer is. Obviously, they're on the call because they want what you have. Whether that's marketing, whether that's you have some different offer that's for real estate, whether it's a make money offer, look like you're possibly looking to figure out how you can quit your 9-to-5 and start your own business, whatever the hell it may be, right? You guys take that and implement it as you will. Once we get the yes, that's exactly it, or they'll have somewhat of a similar answer. They'll tell you something here. What I'm going to do is say, sweet. So how to kind of structure these calls, that way you get something either way, is first understand the business, ask you a few questions, see where we could possibly best help you. From there, I'll guide you in the right direction, making sure that obviously it's in line with what you're looking for. And then if all sounds well, if myself, you think this is good for the both of us, we can talk next steps. How's that sound? Okay. So obviously, that's what I'm saying here in these 3 here, right? I'm talking next steps. Sound fair? From the next part, we're going to say is, so when it comes to a marketing strategy, whatever you say here, so when it comes to starting your new business, when it comes to implementing AI, right? Do you know more or less what you're looking for? Okay. We want to basically get, like I mentioned, this is where we're getting the overarching desired outcome. This is where we understand on a basic level, a very basic and the base level of what they're looking for. Okay. Now again, like I keep mentioning, they booked a call for one reason only. They want what you have. So yes, we already understand, but you can't assume anything in sales. If you assume stuff, there's guys in the program that do this quite a few times. They'll assume things, and I'm going to call you out for it because you can't assume stuff. Even if it seems like the most basic, stupid question to ask, like you already know what color shirt they're wearing, you're just going to ask, right? You want to ask because you want to understand them. Maybe for the sake of it, because of the example, they're colorblind. So to them, that's not a red shirt. It's a fucking blue shirt, whatever the hell it is. You want to understand from their point of view. That's what I'm trying to get across here. You want to understand everything from their point of view, not just your point of view. Hey, I've talked to 1,000 guys just like you. I understand everything, blah, blah, blah. Let me assume everything. You're not going to get anywhere in your sales calls. You have to have a curious tone, curious kind of, you need to be curious. There has to be some sort of curiosity, or else you're going to go into the sales call thinking you know everything, and you're going to skip across questions and things that they say. Okay? So that's the first part. That's overarching desired outcome. So as you can see here, there's no fluff. It's right to the point. Okay? Next is the problem. So once we kind of understand more or less what they're looking for on a base level, we're going to ask, what's the problem? So what have you been doing to, again, the desired outcome? What have you been doing to, implement marketing to get XYZ amount of jobs? What have you been doing to scale up to $100,000 a month? What have you been doing to this, to that? Okay. They're typically going to tell you the problem, right? Oh, well, I've been hired a few marketing companies. No one seemed to ever, kind of get a grip and get it working. So, now I'm here. Okay, man. And how long have you been doing that? Right? How many times does that happen? How long have you been doing that? Right? Typically, they'll give you somewhat of a different answer than what I just mentioned, but I want to give you guys different examples. Okay? Let's say they say, I've been marketing right now. Right? I run ads, Facebook ads, Instagram ads. I run cold traffic, DM outreach. Could be anything. Okay? How long have you been doing that? Oh, I've been doing that for, the last 5 years. Oh, I've been doing it for the last 5 months, last 5 weeks, 5 days. Okay, and is it working? Right? Is the DM outreach, is it working? Yes or no, doesn't matter what the hell they say. They say yes, okay, what about it is working? Right? And you'll get a lot of times more with the ego-driven people, the guys who just don't want to say that what they're doing is not working. That's fine, because we're going to say, well, look, John, it sounds like everything's kind of going the way it should, right? The business is working, the DM outreach is phenomenal. As you mentioned, your DM setters are, again, they're converting at 40%. I guess, is there anything that you would switch about your acquisition and how you're getting customers? Right? All I'm doing here is telling them, hey man, basically it sounds like you already got what you fucking want. What are you on this fucking call for? And that's what we're doing, right? So we're saying, well, it sounds like, it sounds like everything's working out. I guess, is there anything that you would change with the process of which you're doing to get X, Y, Z? Okay. Again, this is a desired outcome. You should already have the desired outcome here. Okay. If they say no, right? Well, very simple. Okay, well, that's not good. I guess what isn't working about it? What isn't working about you doing the DM outreach, the cold outreach, right? What isn't working about you doing the paid ads? Okay. Reason why we want to know this stuff is because first off, they say yes. Well, we want to know why they joined the call, right? There's obviously something. Don't assume, they just joined the call to talk. They didn't. They say no. Well, okay, dive into that, right? Tell me a little bit more. Okay. Once you understand, I guess, what's not working, or figure out what exactly they're here on the call for, you're going to say, okay, with that being said, what have you seen in your business that has you looking for desired outcome? All right, so it seems like everything's working well. You got the DM setters, all that fun stuff. Is there anything that you'd change about your acquisition? Well, yeah, I just want, kind of more qualified people, right? Oh, this, that, whatever they say. Okay, and with that being said, what have you seen in the business, or I guess what have you seen in the lead quality that has you looking for, more qualified people? Right? I guess what have you seen in your business that has you, looking for more projects, right? What have you seen in your business that has you looking for a better system to follow up with your leads? Again, you guys got to fit the narrative here and implement exactly what makes sense to you, to your audience and the person you're talking to. Okay. Again, a rich person and a poor person, a new company versus a very successful company is not the same problems, nor are they going to tell you the same thing. So you got to treat everyone differently with the same format, the same sort of questions. Just flip it to them. Next, let me finish this off. Once you get this part here, so okay, with that being said, what have you seen in your business that has you looking for more qualified appointments, right? Well, I've been talking to a lot of unqualified people, blah blah blah, and how long has that been going on for? Okay, from here, you're basically going to reiterate what they said. Right, and now what does that mean? Well, for example, now having the unqualified leads going on for the last 5 months, right? I guess, how is that affecting the business? Like, is your setters, are they seeing issues like being consistent?
Are you having issues with retention on your employees? Like, what exactly about what's happening? What is that doing to the business? That's what we're going to do here. So we're reiterating what they said and then asking how is that affecting their business? Because there's always, I'll tell you right now, it's always affecting their business. There's always something. It could be as little as, even successful companies. Once they have, let's say they're getting a lot of qualified appointments, a lot of qualified estimates, whatever the hell it is. Once their sales reps, or again, I'm just using this for example, once their sales reps get a taste of these bad quality people, the first thing they're going to do is start to complain. Once sales reps start to get bad quality people, they start to complain. Everything starts to, attack that team morale, and the morale goes down, right? And what's that going to do? What's that going to do? Well, if your team's morale is going down, if people aren't encouraged to go out there and make more money, they're not going to make any more money, right? Your sales will go down. Everything's going to go down. Your profits, literally everything will start to decrease. If your fulfillment team starts to slow down, you're not getting any good results. Your sales team is not getting any sort of reassurance that what they're selling is working. The morale is going to go down. The close rate is going to go down. The cash collected is going to go down. Everything compounds. So there's always something. Don't just take, I don't know, it's not really affecting the business. I just like more qualified people. There's always something. So keep that in mind. Okay. Next part here is, so why are you looking for, again, adjust this accordingly. Why are you looking for marketing partner's help instead of, I guess, just doing more of whatever they say, right? However they're getting their dream outcome, however they're doing things, operations right now. I guess, why hire on a marketing company? Why not just double down on the referrals and the word of mouth? Why not just double down on the organic, right? What we're trying to get out of them here is basically for them to say, hey, well, that's not going to work, or hey, that's going to take too long. I don't have time for that, right? Hey, I want to hire on people in the next month or two. I don't have time to sit around and figure the organic. I want to ramp this up quickly with paid ads. Again, whatever the hell they say, you guys got to adjust accordingly, okay? And from there, we move on into what we call the gap building. Okay, now the gap building is going to be your fourth step. Overarching desired outcome, we have our problem, we've already figured out. And then from there, it's not your fourth step, it's your third step. We have the gap building. Okay, so we got the desired outcome, we have the problem. Now we want to build the gap from where they are to where they want to be. How do we do that? Is ask them the very simple question. Okay, so let's say we can help you get more qualified appointments. Let's say we can help you get to $100,000 a month, right? Let's say we can help you get an entire system that can follow with all your leads. Okay, how much revenue do you want to be making in the next 3 to 6 months? Right, so I know you use an example of like $100,000 a month there, but again, you're going to kind of reiterate it, right? So let's say we can get you XYZ. How much revenue do you want to be making in the next 3 to 6 months? Okay, from there, this is where we're going to build the gap, right? How far are you from doing that right now with what you have in place? So I guess, how far are you from $100,000 a month with what you have in place right now, like the cold outreach, the cold DM setting, right? The cold calling. How far are you right now from that? Oh, I'm sitting around like, 30,000. Oh, I'm not too close. If someone gives you an answer like that, you'll get it often. Wait, okay, not too close. What exactly does that mean? Like, kind of, like, are you like under halfway there? Are you halfway? Like, where exactly are you? Don't ever take a stupid, simple answer like that. It won't get you anywhere because you need the full answer. You need to understand exactly where they're at. If you don't, you won't be able to help them. You won't have any ammo for objection handling. As when it comes to the pitch, you won't be able to personalize it because you don't know anything about them. So keep that in mind. Do not take a simple answer. You're always going to go in depth. You're always going to get an understanding of what they mean in a deeper level. Do not assume. Okay? I said at the beginning of the video, do not assume things. You can't assume stuff, even if it fucking makes sense. Even if it's like, boom, what color hat is Dorian wearing? Oh, it's white. Don't assume. Okay? Assume he's colorblind. You don't know the color he sees. I want you guys to be like that. You're curious. Okay? Have that curiosity. You'll have a more genuine conversation with someone, and you'll be able to genuinely help them. In sales, you have to want to get on the sales call to genuinely help that person. If you don't, if you try to just get in there to make a sale, you're not going to make any sales because you get commission breath. What's commission breath? It's like, oh, I'm going to make a percentage off this. I'm going to make money. And it just comes out of your mouth. Right? It's just, that's the words. Everything, your tone, the way you speak and communicate, that is how it comes off. And people don't like that. Okay? So keep that in mind. So once we know where they're at, and again, where they want to be, we know the gap, right? We're going to ask them. And with what you have in place right now, with the cold outreach, with the entire setting team that you have in place right now, do you see yourself hitting that goal in the next 3 months? Right? Building that gap. What are we doing here? We're getting them to acknowledge that with what they have, where they are, and where they want to be is two completely separate things. They're over here, and they want to get to here.
They don't have the system to get to here, right? And that's what they're going to tell you here, right? Do you see yourself hitting that in the next 3 months, 6 months, a year, a week, whatever the hell it is, whatever your offer more or less is based around? Money based, typically you're going to go 3-6 months. Okay. You're going to ask, do you see yourself hitting that with what you have in place right now? Now, ego-driven person is going to say, yeah, I do. Okay, right? Well, with that being said, I mean, again, it seems like you kind of got everything laid out and everything's working the way it should. Why did you go ahead and book a call today, right? You can call them out directly, depends on the prospect, or you can go the more civil route that we had used earlier, and that's okay. I mean, again, it seems like you kind of got everything more or less laid out and everything's working, right? And you reiterate, why are you here? In whatever tonality, whatever way you want, just make sure it's more of a curious. Don't come off as like you're an ass. Like, come off as a curious person. You want to understand them, okay? If they say no, right? Do you see yourself hitting that goal right now? Do you see yourself hitting that goal in the next 3 to 6 months? No. Oh, how come? Let them tell you everything. Let them spiel it out. Those little one-liners, like, oh, how come? Oh, why is that? Right? Oh, what has that done to the business? Those little lines are very, very effective, and you have to use them. Don't just let someone give you a basic answer. No, yes. That ain't gonna help you. There's no ammo in that, right? You might as well take that and shoot it in the air because like that bullet's gone. There's nothing in that. It's an empty. It's a blank. Okay. So that's a gap building. Then we have the solution. So essentially, with the solution, what we're gonna be doing is this. So again, we have built the gap. We understand where they are, where they want to be, right? We have the problem that they're facing, and we have the desired outcome. We have everything that we need to, again, be effective, whether it comes to the pitch, personalize the pitch, or it's in the objection handling. So solution, okay? So before we started chatting, were you out there talking to other marketing companies? Were you out there talking to other coaches? Were you out there, doing fitness, training, whatever? We want to understand what the hell were they were doing. What were you doing, right? Help me understand what exactly you were doing. That way I can kind of see. And the purpose of this question is on a deeper level. Sometimes people skip this. So when someone says, so before we start chatting, I guess were you out there talking to other marketing companies? Oh yeah, I was. Okay. And I guess, what they have to see? Why didn't you move forward with any of them? A simple question like that. What you're going to get is everything that they didn't like. Oh, I didn't move forward because they told me like they're, $5,000 a month. That's really expensive. Okay. And was that just the only reason? Like just because they're expensive, or something within the system you didn't like? Oh, I didn't like how they didn't call, all my leads. I didn't like how they qualified people. I didn't like how they did this, they did that. Right? They're telling you everything that they don't like. That way when it comes to the pitch, again, you can personalize it. When it comes to objection handling, you can personalize it. Okay? And you know this information. It's very good to have because you can pre-handle objections as well with this information. Right? Yes, I was. Okay, and why didn't you move forward with one of them? Right? So before we started chatting, were you out there, finding ways to lose weight? Were you out there talking to other fitness coaches? Right? Before we started chatting, what exactly were you doing to, lose extra pounds? Okay, and again, I'm using a lot of different examples here because I want to help everyone in their niches. If they say yes, so why didn't you move forward with them? No? Well, look, it can't be nothing. You obviously got yourself here somehow, right? Fitness training again. Well, it can't be nothing, right? I'm sure you're obviously doing something towards your goals. You're doing something to lose weight. It's not nothing. Are you walking? Are you trying to eat better, eat healthier, right? Are you running once a week, twice a week? What exactly are you doing? Okay? And that's what you're going to say. So, again, guys, that is the first half of the script. So we got the solution, we have the gap, we understand, what the more or less they've been doing, where they are, how operations work, the problem they're facing, and so on. Okay, so that is the first 4 steps. Now that we've already covered, again, like I mentioned, the solution, the problem they're facing, in an ideal world is more or less where we're going with this. Okay, so well, let's do this because I want to make sure that in a sense what we do will actually work for your business, or what we do will actually work for the program that you have for your health, for your goals. What we do will actually work for you. That's essentially what you're telling them, right? What exactly are you looking for in a partner, I guess, in an ideal solution? Or what exactly are you looking for in a fitness trainer in an ideal solution? What we're trying to get here is to understand the real reasoning of them buying. Okay, so yes, they've given us the problem, they've given us desired outcome, but we want to know what exactly is in an ideal world. What do they want? Is it more help? Is it accountability? Right? Is it just guidance? What exactly is it? Okay, and that's what we're going with this. So ideal solution is in an ideal world, if you can just have what you wanted, like after this, from the sales call, from this call itself, if you can have whatever the hell you wanted, what is it, right? What's that ideal solution? And that's exactly what we're going to get. So once we gather, what are you looking for in a marketing partner? What are you looking for in a trainer, right? What are you looking for in a coach, in an ideal solution? They're essentially going to give you exactly what they want, right? And again, in their own language, you're going to obviously have to, don't assume things, dig deeper on this part, okay? And when I say dig deeper, it's just a simple, like, oh, what do you mean by that? Or how come, right? Why is that? Those types of things. From there, it's like they're going to start to not reiterate themselves, but they're going to explain themselves, okay? Then we have the desired solution, right? So let's say we can get you desired outcome and you hit $100,000 a month. Let's say we can implement the paid ad strategy and you hit $100,000 a month. What will that allow you to do, I guess, that you just can't do right now, right? And what we're trying to get them to understand or get them to acknowledge is there's things that they can do that they can't do right now that they want to do, right? So there's things that they want to do, and that's what they're going to tell you here, that they can't do right now because of their situation, right? Because they don't have the funds, because they don't have a big enough team, because they don't have the right system in place, they're not able to go ahead and do X, Y, Z, okay? And that's like what we're doing here. We're trying to get an understanding of the desired solution to work, right? What's the desired solution that they want, and what's that, like, where are they going to get from that, okay? Okay, now we're on to cost of inaction. Cost of inaction is like the final piece of the puzzle. Now, it's a very important part. I'd fight that it's it's the most important part. The reason I say that is because this typically is where a lot of objections come. Things like, I'm just going to wait. I'm going to wait till the end of the holiday. I'm going to wait till next week. I'm going to wait 3 months, 3 years, whatever, 3 decades. This is where a lot of like that, you didn't build urgency. You didn't give a cost of inaction. They'll say, well, I can do it myself. Well, I can just, go get someone else to do that for cheaper. Right? You have to have a cost of inaction, or else there's going to be no sort of decision when it comes time to say, hey, it costs this much, let's take action. So the cost of inaction. The first question is going to build off of the desired solution. So let's say we can get you desired, let's say we can get you the qualified appointments and get you to $100K a month. What will that allow you to do that you can't do right now? Whatever they say, blah, blah, blah. And awesome. And I guess with what you have in place right now, how far are you from achieving that? Okay. So again, we're building that bridge. We're still building the bridge. Yes, we built the bridge earlier, building the gap, but we're continuously building that bridge, building that gap there. Right, so with what we have in place right now, how far are you to achieving that? Okay, and I guess what happens if you don't get the desired outcome and the problem continues? What happens if you don't get qualified appointments and your sales team morale continuously decreases? Right? What happens if you don't get more leads and your appointment setters or your dialers, whatever they are, they continue to have that problem with not enough appointments, no leads? What happens? What happens if that problem continues? Okay, that's all we're doing here. We're taking their words, word for word, right? What happens if you don't get the whatever they said, desired outcome, and the whatever problem they said continues? What happens if it continues? Okay, and in their own words, right? There's gonna be 2 options. Well, it's like, oh, I won't let that happen. Again, stereotypical, egotistical person, right? Well, I won't let that happen. Well, I mean, you have so far. It's been the last 5 years you've been doing things. What happens if nothing changes? What happens if unqualified appointments keep coming in and you get even more of them, right, at a higher percentage? Because again, yes, you're saying it won't happen. You're not going to let it happen. But I want you to understand, it has been happening. For the last 5 years, you've been doing this, and now you're noticing that all these appointments coming in are unqualified. I'm sure once upon a time it wasn't just like this. I'm sure this over time it's been happening. Right? So I understand you want to say it won't happen, but it's already happening. And it's been happening for X, Y, Z. That's why it's important we get the specific information from these people. That way we can say things like this. So it's really important. The cost of inaction is a very big step, most important, I think. But in order for it to work effectively, you have to have all the other steps. You have to have information, the problem, the desired solution, everything, what they want. You have to have it, or else the cost of inaction doesn't work as well. If they say, well, that would suck, right? Or, for example, I don't want that. If they agree and towards you, when I say that, if they agree and it's in your benefit, it's as simple oh, how so? How come? Right? Get them to expand a little further in their words, and then you finish it off with, and you're willing to settle for that? No. Are you sure? Okay. Awesome, man. Well, look, what I can do, and this is where we get into their pitch, right? What I can do from here is I can kind of walk you through how we can help you, what we do, how it works. It's up to you. Am I gonna walk you through it? Yeah. Now, most people think, oh, like you're asking them something if they want to go through it, where they say no, right? Well, if they say no, well, I mean, they're gonna have objections for you before you even pitch pricing and what you do, and it's probably not the best fit. That's probably why they're gonna go with that. But what we're doing here is giving them fake leverage, thinking that they have the leverage here, but in reality, we own that leverage. It's us. It's our sales call, right? So, are you willing to settle for that? No. Are you sure? Right? Like you already have been. Right? And just challenge them one more time. Get into it. Well, look, man, what we have here, I think it would definitely be able to help you. Do you want me to kind of walk you through how it works and essentially what we do? You tell me. Yeah, I do. And you go through the pitch. I want to show you guys a new tracker that I fully built out. I'm typically using a lot of like Google Sheets and things like that, but I like to have like kind of like a visual of the data. But what this allows you to do is understand your entire business, see what's working, see what's not working, versus like a Google Sheet, right? Google Sheet can kind of get you by to a certain extent, but you want to start seeing the objections you guys are coming up with. You want to see where your people are coming from, specifically, not just like the specific ad. Maybe you have, you're a content creator or whatever it may be. You do a lot of like DM outreach, you do a lot of YouTube videos. You want to see where your traffic's actually coming from. That's what this video is going to be. So I'm going to show you the tracker that I built out here from start to finish. And then I'll kind of walk you guys through how you can also get this yourself. Okay, so first things first here. This is my tracker for the back channel rev scaling. Essentially, you have a couple of things up here. Now, different businesses, if you have a low ticket, you want to know your churn rate. You want to know, different things versus like a high ticket. So it doesn't matter what you guys specifically are looking for. I'm just going to show you somewhat of a basic, and then we can kind of go from there. If you guys want like different custom dashboards, obviously you can reach out to me. We can go from there. But essentially here, this is your main sales overview dashboard. Okay. On this, you're going to see things like your calls booked, your show up rate, your live calls. So out of the calls booked, how many actually showed up, your sales, cash collected, your average order value. If you have a type form, I always recommend like a Calendly and type form combo. It just works the best. It actually brings down the cost per book call for like all the offers that I'm working with and the guys that I'm working with. So I always recommend the Calendly and the type form combo. That being said, what you also do here is you can see all your payments that can come through. You can see your fees. If you have a Stripe, WAP, fan basis, whatever it may be, you can see all your fees. That way, maybe at the end of the month, you can see what you spent and so on. Now, your customers, any recent transactions will all be here. I obviously have their emails blurred out, but you'll see the date, their name, their email, the total of what they spent, and so on. And from here, you can have all your call data. So every single live call you had can all be here. The campaign. So essentially, again, because I just made this after the fact that the calls were done, what we are able to do from here is see exactly where they came from. So if you have an IG DM, if you have a DM setter and we send links through there, we can see how many times people click on the link, and we can see how many times people actually booked a call from that link. We can see the show rate of those links. We can see absolutely everything. If you have in your bio, we can see how many people are clicking your bio. If you have a specific video on YouTube, we can see how many calls that specific video is generating, the cash collected, everything, the show rate, because we are tracking these things a lot deeper than the average, right? So with this tracker, it's going to be able to pinpoint exactly where your traffic is coming from. And from that, you can continue to do what's working, okay? Next, we have what we call a calls dashboard. So on this is going to tell you everything but your calls. So you'll have your calls booked, your live calls, your cancel calls, your no-show rate, your no-shows in total. You can have the quality, so how many quality people are coming in versus non-quality. You can have these sources, so where a little bit more than what I'm showing you here. The call source breakdown, so the specific calls that you guys have. You can see the calls booked, the show rate. We're also able to do is see the specific source. So like I mentioned, when we're tracking UTMs, you're able to see, okay, they came from this link. This link is in my type form. This link is on my Instagram, right? This link is in the DMs. Only a setter can send it. So you're able to see where the majority of your business and where your calls booked are coming from, right? So the whole point of this tracker is to let you guys see exactly what's working. Again, I keep repeating myself, but that is the whole main purpose of this. A lot of people, and the problem with it is a lot of people try to track stuff, but they do it on a very basic surface level, which doesn't allow you to actually understand what's going on in your business, what's working and what's not working. So that's what this dashboard is able to do. Not only track it, but give you a visual, right? So you can see here, cancel calls, what this little bar is at the bottom is the goals. So if you guys have a 74% show rate, well, let's say your goal is 85%. It's going to tell you how close you are to achieving that specific goal, right? You can do the same thing for cash collected. You do the same thing for calls booked, right? So calls booked in the month, you want to book 30. Well, let's say you booked 85, right? You're 283% over your live calls, right? 20, and you got 71. So you guys can see the importance of this. Not only does it help your sales team, the marketing, right? Because we can do this for absolutely every single aspect of the business, but also you as a business owner can see and look at this super easily and understand exactly what's going on and what's not going, what's going wrong, right? So that's the importance of this. Now, another cool thing is the source. So I can track exactly which calls, right? So for example, you have a Typeform Calendly setup, like a stack. What you're able to do is when you're disqualifying people, maybe you send them to a different calendar, a different call funnel, right? We're able to track exactly where those people are coming from by clicking source, see concrete demo call, concrete application, sales call, one-on-ones, and so on and so forth, right? So every single step along the way, we're able to track the specific things and it gets into detail. That way, for example, let's go source. We can do this one only, right? And it'll tell me everything about this call, right? This specific calendar. What is the show rate? What is the live calls? What's the cancel calls? It tells us everything. That way we're able to see exactly what's working and what's not working. So the next thing we're able to see here is the trends. So over a long period of time, you want to see what the trends are. When did you have a slump in your show rate? When was there a slump in your cash collected? When was there a slump in your book calls? That way you're able to look back and say, okay, what did we do here that was super good? And what did we do here that was super wrong? That, had us go from this show rate and just decreased. And with that, you're able to look back at the data. Again, as a business owner, make the right decisions for your business, right? So every single partner that I go in and partner with, this is the first thing we implement, right? Yes, we go look at their numbers and look at whatever they got, but the first thing we implement is the tracking system in this dashboard here, because it allows us to get so much more data. And with that data, you can make the right decisions, right? So it's not like you're making any blind decisions anymore. Everything that we see here, it allows us to make the smart decision for the business, okay? So for example, if your cash collected, let's say for the week you want to make 100,000, whatever your goal might be, right? It'll tell your cash collected, how much you have, the percentage you are from achieving that, your common objections. So this is a super cool one, especially for your sales team or you have a sales manager. You're able to see what exactly your sales reps are screwing up on. Why are they not selling? Okay, well, we've been getting a fear objection way too often. Okay, let's stop honing in on the money objection. We've clearly overcome that. Let's now go in on the fear objection, right? What's causing fear? Are we not explaining something? Is it the value? Like, what exactly is it? Right? And you're able to go in there as the sales manager or even the business owner and talk to your sales team. You have, and I'll show you obviously in the closers tab here, a little bit more in detail, but you're able to see these types of things. Okay. Your show up rate, if you have different offers, so your cash collected comparison, if you have different offers, right? Maybe you have a low ticket, you have a mid ticket, and you have a high ticket, you can see where the majority of your cash collected is coming from at a certain time, right? Obviously on every single dashboard, it has the date. So you can change the dates. The source, again, you can see all the concrete, for me, it's the concrete demo call, sales call, and concrete application. And again, it's only for that week. So if you change it to a different week, and let's say maybe over time you change your names, you change the call, the calendars, whatever it may be, it will only track whatever you have selected within that time frame. Okay, so let's say, for example, source, maybe concrete demo call didn't exist from July 2nd to July 8th, right? So it won't show that unless you have it selected, right? It's a cool feature. You're able to do all these different types of things to see exactly what's working. Now, if you are a person who makes a lot of content, you have a lot of YouTube content, not sure where the people are coming from, this is what you can do. So with the YouTube, we're able to see exactly what's happening with your YouTube channel, see your viewer count. I'll go through it, obviously. So your new subscribers, your videos liked, your views, your total watch time, your average view percentage, your videos shared, subscribers versus non-subscribers watch time, and people are viewers. So how many people were subscribers that have viewed your channel? How many people were not subscribers, right? Your views over time, you can see all that data here. A really cool feature is what we're able to do here is also track where your calls are being booked from. So when you have links in your bio and stuff like that, we're able to see exactly where they're coming from. That way you say, okay, I made this video, it got this many shares. Maybe this one got a lot of traffic, but it didn't really convert. Versus another one who had a little less videos, less views, less video likes, but for whatever reason, it had a lot more book calls. And from that, you're also able to see the show rate. Okay, so you're able to see a bunch of different data aspects. That way, again, as a business owner, you can start making content that's going to push the right sort of customers to you, right? Should be making more videos regarding to this? Should you do this? Do that? Let's say one video is making two videos, for example, have a lot of book calls. Which one has the best cash collected? Which one's bringing the best types of people? And then from there, you can kind of make similar and related content, right? So that's the importance of this. Now, next thing here, and I find super cool, especially for the sales team. If you guys are doing a lot of DM outreach, if you have a lot of inbound, you're able to track absolutely everything. So from here, we have a form. You might have an EOD for your clients, for your team. After the day, they fill out a certain form. Obviously, again, anyone that I work with, I come in and implement all this stuff because it's just super, super easy. I already know what works, what doesn't work. And from that, we're able to scale your offer. Okay. So the back channel rev scaling, essentially what we track, for example, the date, whatever day it was, your setter, the warm leads that came through, the quality of warm leads, the warm leads that are booked. Okay. Maybe you have a cold side, so a cold outreach side. So maybe cold looms, cold DMs, the positive responses, the booking links that you sent out to those people, and then the calls that were booked. Okay. Your follow up. So if you have any sort of follow up, for example, the date, how many times after 24 hours people were followed up with, how many times after 48 hours people were followed up with, how many times after 5 days. So obviously this can be super, super personalized to you guys, whatever your follow-up or outreach is right now. You can obviously customize that. Now, for example, back to the source here, you're able to pick different setters. So if you have a different appointment setter, one's for cold outreach, one's for warm outreach, inbound leads, outbound, whatever it may be, or even a dialer, you're able to do is come in here and select that person. Then you can see the results for that specific person. Or you can do is you can select the entire team and you can see the results for the entire team. But with this, you're able to see who's performing, who's not performing. And from that, you can go in and say, okay, what is this person doing specifically? Why are they getting better results? And you can tell your team to look at those types of things, right? So as a business owner, you're able to dive deeper into the information and the data that's provided and make the right decisions. So on the closer dashboard here, essentially, we have everything in terms of what the closer is doing, who's performing, who's not performing, why aren't they performing, their cash collected, their close rate, their AOV, their close deals, absolutely everything. Notes they've taken on the call recording, so you can easily click on the link as a business owner and watch the call recording if you need to, or your sales manager. This tells you everything, okay? Now, again, the importance of this is you can see everything for specific closer, or you can see the entire team, right? Now, we'll break it down here. Call outcomes. So the date of the call, the closer who took the call, the lead's name, obviously blurred out. Did they close them? So is it closed, lost, follow up? You have another book call, it's a follow up. The cash collected, the revenue that was generated that day, and then maybe it was just a deposit, right? So they didn't close the deal, but they got a deposit. You can see all this here on the specific date. And as time goes on, this can obviously all be updated. Now aside from that is the call notes. So very, very easily, this can be, in a sense, like the central house for all your information as a business owner. So you have to go from tab to tab, see different things, line it up, like where's this, where's that. It's all held in one spot. So again, the call notes, the date of the call, the closer, the lead, the notes for the call, right? And the call recording. So you can actually click on this link here and it'll direct you back to the Fathom or the Firefly, whatever you guys use, and you can use it. Another cool thing, again, like I mentioned, because you can do this over time, you can pick the exact date. You can have it from 1 month to the next. You can see the results. You can go from the next month to the next month, and you can kind of compare the two and say, okay, well, in this month you collected this much cash, this, that. But you notice, maybe you have a fear objection that came up a lot more often, and from that, that's probably why your sales decreased, right? And nothing was ever fixed. But you can only track this type of data when you have a system like this. You have a tracking system that allows you to look back at your data and see where the hell you guys went wrong, right? But the cool thing, again, like I mentioned, the closer metrics. So you have the cash collected, their closed deals, their AOV, their close rate. So if you change the date, everything's going to change here. Again, it's super, super precise on the specific people. It gets down to specific objections. And not only do we have a tracker for just objections they're getting, we have a tracker for the objections they're overcoming as well, right? Again, everything can be fully personalized to the business and what you guys want to see. Okay, so if you want to see certain things like type form submissions, it can be honestly anything, any sort of data that can be tracked. We can use it here and implement it into the dashboard. That way, you guys are able to take a step back and actually look at like what's working, what's not working. So yeah, this is the dashboard. Obviously, you have your closers, your setters, your YouTube, your trends, calls dashboard, your sales overview dashboard. Again, there's many different things that we can implement here. Like for example, the Facebook ads. It's obviously not finished. That's why I didn't show you guys that. But for the specific example, the typical things that people need is the closer, setters, YouTube trends, and stuff like that. So we're in the works of building out the Facebook ads right now for this specific dashboard, but you can do absolutely anything. Like I mentioned, low ticket, mid ticket, high ticket. You can see where your money is coming from, what has the best show rate, what has the best conversion rate, your type form submissions. It could be anything, any form submissions you have. Everything can be implemented and added in here. That way you guys have an actual visual representation of the data.
In this one, I'm going to show you how to properly onboard a new client. Doesn't matter what industry, what niche you're in. I'm going to show you how to correctly onboard someone once they've just made like a huge high ticket purchase, right? Because the last thing you want is people to start, asking for refunds and then disputes coming up and stuff like that, right? So let's get all of your clients off on the right foot, not the wrong foot, and let's just dive into it. So first things first is how to properly onboard
clients. Now, first you're going to have your sale, right? So your pricing structures. And I'm going to have a whole separate video on pricing structures and how you guys can essentially make the right pricing structure for your business and be able to scale it, right? Because there's low ticket, right? Typically, you're just testing and learning something. And then you have your mid-range, high ticket, plus a retainer, which is typically like you have a proven offer, proven system. And from there is also what we call the high ticket and rev share. Now, this is typically only done once you've mastered optimize, and that's essentially what I do. I do high ticket and rev share. Okay, so let's start. Once you close your deal, essentially the first 5 to 7 days are the most important days. You need to make sure that your client feels like they just won the lottery, like they won everything and they just got the best thing on earth, right? They make sure that their $10,000 or $5,000 has just gone to something that's actually going to move the needle, right? It's going to help them. Because essentially in these first 5 to 7 days, it's either make or break. The client's going to get off on the right foot and they're going to like you, or the client's going to get off on the wrong foot and they're not going to like you. And it's going to be a pain in the ass for the next, however long the term is, or they're just going to ask for a refund immediately. Okay. So how do the clients feel? Well, typically they're feeling nervous, right? Impressionable and apprehensive. So these guys they're ready to, they're like a bomb ready to explode. So you need to make sure in these first 5 to 7 days, like I'm mentioning, you follow these steps and you do the exact ways that I onboard clients. You need to do it as well. Okay. So after the 5 to 7 days of working together, your clients, there's 3 things that they should feel. One, they should feel I can see this. They can see the path to success. The reason I bought the service program in the first place, right? So, like I mentioned, they need to make sure that they felt it feels like they won the lottery and that they bought something that's actually going to get them to success. Number 2 is I really like who I'm working with on the emotional side. Their perspective on us as the company owner or the sales rep, the team, whatever it may be. Perspective on us, the team, and the company in the process. Okay. And number 3. They have full confidence in the fact that this is the team that will get them exactly where they want to go. And in fact, this is the team that will get them exactly where they need to go. Okay. So essentially here, these are the first main key 3 things. You need to make sure that your client is feeling all of these in order to see success. Okay. Now, first, there's 2 things here. You have a sales side and you have your fulfillment side. Both need to work in tandem. You can't just have the sales side close someone and then the fulfillment side has no idea what's going on. Okay. And I'm going to show you guys exactly how each side, each part of the team, whether it's sales or it's fulfillment, knows exactly what's going on and makes it super seamless. That way the client's like, holy, how does this guy already, I've never met this guy. How does he know everything about me? Right. So step 1. Okay. So step 1, essentially what it is set expectations. So every single way or every single step along the way, we need to remind the client of the expectations or we'll have ongoing issues. Okay. So you need to remind them of the expectations. Throughout the sales call, it starts with their sales rep. Throughout the sales call, throughout the onboarding, everything needs to be consistently going. On the onboarding call, you're setting expectations, always setting expectations, and you continuously set expectations even after you sign the client and you guys are working together, right? So number 1 here is the collect the payment. Okay, so sales rep collects the payment, signs a contract, and from there, what happens is they then move on. And this is on the sales rep. The sales rep has to make sure that the client is getting excited and that the client feels like this is exactly where they where they need to be, right? So get client excited and assure they made the right decision. They just spent $5,000, $10,000, whatever your program costs, your system, whatever it may be. They just spent a lot of money. You need to make them feel like they just made the best decision that they could possibly make for their business and for themselves, right? So something that you could say to them is, in the meantime, while they're getting like the contract signed and they're maybe doing the purchase payment, is something like this. So awesome. While you're doing that, while you're processing the funding, while you're signing that agreement there, let me get your Slack channel set up so that we can hit the ground running ASAP, right? So whether it's Discord, Slack, whatever you use, like iMessage, right? Say I'm going to get you set up in the iMessage group with the team, right? So just make sure that in the meantime, you're kind of it's like in a sense you're distracting them. You're letting them know like this is how fast we move, right? So what you're going to do is add them to their channel. Okay. And the most important part is welcoming every single person. And as sales reps, you're supposed to introduce everyone to each other. Okay. So the sales rep is going to go into their channel, say, hey, so-and-so, it's good to have you here. Look forward. If you need anything, here's who you can ask for this. Here's who you can ask for this. I just want to, again, quickly introduce you to so-and-so. And again, you're just kind of introducing everyone together. Then once the sales rep has welcomed the client and introduced everyone, what the team is then going to do is every single person individually is going to introduce themselves. Say, hey man, nice to have you on board. If you need anything related to this, this, and this, I'm the person to go to. I'll make sure that you're seeing success and you have all the help needed to see success, right? So something like that. Make sure that the sales rep is welcoming the client. From there, the sales rep is introducing everyone to each other, letting the client know who to contact and so forth. And then as well, the individual team members are going to introduce themselves. Okay. So that is step number one of what to do. And again, this is for the sales side. That's what the sales rep is doing. Step number two is the sales rep is now going to walk the client through the entire onboarding. Okay. So you should typically have, and we have all this in mentorship, is how again, this is exactly what I do. What I'm showing you is what I do. So we walk through the entire onboarding funnel with the client. The reason for this is because we don't want them to have any sort of confusion. We want them to know what to do, and they're able to get off the call and go do it immediately. Okay. So explain the immediate next steps, which is they need to complete the onboarding funnel while you're still on the call. Okay. You're not getting off the call and telling them to do it. You're still on the call. Walk them through the onboarding funnel step by step and explain each step. This is why we require each step to be complete, and you explain that, right? This step here, step number one, is for this. Step number two is for this. The importance of you doing this and this, right? So on. And number one here, this is my onboarding funnel. Is okay. So right away it says, welcome to Bull Ass Consulting. Stop. Do not leave this page. Watch this video before continuing. So I get them to watch a video. It can be about 10, 15, 20 minutes, whatever you want it to be. In this video, essentially all I'm doing is just congratulating them that they made a good decision and that we are going to be the best fit for them. I'm setting expectations. I'm telling them how they see success. I'm telling them how people don't see success with us. I'm telling them absolutely everything. That way, when they come in here, I'm immediately correctly setting the expectation. Okay. Once they watch that, I then tell them, once you've completed this video, do not move on until you have. Once you have, click here for the next step. It then shoots them over to this video. Okay. Onboarding step number two. On my onboarding step number two, I'm kind of going over the form below. So again, onboarding step number two, stop, do not leave this page. And I explain in a video, again, it's like 4 minutes or so, 5 minutes. I'm explaining everything in this onboarding form that I need them to fill out and the reason I need them to fill it out. As well, if there's questions where it needs an answer, it needs like a long answer, the better the description, the better the better results we'll get them. I'm explaining that, like, hey, in this question here, I need you to fill this out with as much detail as possible. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. But if you want us to get you the best results, I need that fully filled out to the best of your ability. Okay. And again, this is all mandatory before they even go ahead and book their call, right? And I tell them that you need to complete this before you go ahead and book your onboarding call. We do not start up your marketing. We don't do anything until you actually got your onboarding call and you're fully onboarded. Okay. So this is up to you. And this is why I'm showing you this so that it's speed. I want you guys, again, as you're talking to the client, I want you to finish this as quickly as possible. That way that we can get you up and onboarded and get your marketing going, right? And then from here, once they've completed the funnel, they've done the video, they've completed the forms, whatever you guys have, you need them to do, make sure they complete it, whether it's invite you to Facebook, whatever it may be, right? I get them to then book their onboarding call. So onboarding step number 3 is book your one-on-one. Again, watch this video before continuing. I explain what they need to do. And essentially, every single step along the way, I explain them and congratulate. Hey, man, awesome. You filled out the form. Now let's get you booked in for your onboarding call. On this call, exactly what we're talking about is this, this, and this. Okay. Do not book your onboarding call if you haven't completed the form yet. If you have any questions about the form, feel free to reach out. Now, book your onboarding call. I tell them make sure that you leave a certain amount of time, like an hour, 2 hours, however long your onboarding typically is. I tell them to leave some time, even extra. That way, I know the expectations and no one's ever leaving the call because, oh, I got a job coming up. Well, I told you to book off a certain amount of time, right? As well, you can also let them book after completion of the onboarding funnel, right? So that's here. Or I've seen other people. I typically recommend you do this funnel versus what I've seen happen is people will book the onboarding call and then they say, hey, this has to be complete before then. But I don't like to go back and like, hey, you didn't complete it. You can't have the onboarding call, right? It just kind of creates some friction between you and the client. call, your sales rep needs to, hey man, since we got you all onboarded, I just want to make sure, or sorry, not onboarded. Since I explained everything to you, that's about all I have for you today. Is there any last questions or concerns that you have beforehand, before I end this call, right? And the sales rep might typically get, oh, I have a question about this. I have, kind of concerned with this, right? This is where it'll come out, and your sales rep is going to be able to answer that and make sure you guys, again, start off on a good foot. Now, from there, essentially, what's going to happen is, so already we've onboarded the client, or not onboarded, but we sent them the onboarding funnels. They understand what's going on. We've welcomed them to the channels, right? That was the first step. Now, essentially, what you're going to do is the sales reps going to now communicate with the team. Okay, so you should have a channel inside your Discord, your Slack, whatever it may be. That's called new client channel. Okay, and this channel is going to be every time someone is signed, the sales rep comes in here. He mentions the client name. Okay, he mentions their company name, as well location. Again, this is typically for like service, like if you're doing local service ads for people. So, for example, this was at the time of this video, and the screenshot here. This was for a HVAC client. So new client, his name was Keith, company name was whatever, and then the location, right? And then here, essentially, every time the sales rep closes someone, what he's then doing is he's creating a very short video, or not a video, an audio message of exactly the importance of this client, what's important about why they chose us, what their struggles are, and what they're looking for, right? That way, the entire team, even the sales rep, can go back if, let's say, for whatever reason, there's a refund that's being asked for, or there's just a problem in general. Everything is tracked and recorded, right? If you watch my other videos, you guys know that tracking things and recording things is very, very important. So here, in a sense, what we're doing is making sure that the entire audio message is overlaying exactly what went down, why they chose us, what their struggles were, and what they're looking for. Okay. Again, share all the details. So the voice note needs to cover who the client is, their offer, their starting point, current revenue, their goals, their biggest struggles, past failures, etc. That way that the entire team knows what's going on. And it's in this format. So it's format, new channel. Okay. New client, not new channel. From there, it's their name, right? Their email, and then a doc. When we say doc, typically it could be like their Google Drive doc, if you guys have one. Like there's some sort of thing that's like, okay, here's what's related to this client, right? And number 5, a voice note on the client. Okay, so that is more or less the sales portion. Now, once we've gotten off the call, we've gotten them, the team pretty much is brought up to speed with what's going on here. What's then going to happen is the sales, again, nothing is ever going to work if the sales team and the fulfillment team aren't talking to one another. So you have to have strong communication. So once we go over to fulfillment, this is the fulfillment side of things now. Step number one is listening to the audio message, right? So like the sales rep just sent over in the new client channel, the fulfillment team is going to go ahead, listen to everything that the sales rep has to say, and ask the sales team if there's anything that's not clarified, right? Whether it's like, oh, where are they located? What's their offer? What do they do? Again, depends on your industry. Different types of questions might be brought up. So we need to make sure that that is tracked. From there, step number 2 is confirming all the client files are made. Okay. So if you're like us, we have an entire onboarding funnel, automation that basically once someone signs the agreement, a bunch of stuff happens in the back end and we don't need to do anything, right? The Zapier automations, the back end automations will all start to do stuff. You'll start to do market research and a bunch of things like that will help you guys and help your fulfillment team and make your life a lot easier, right? So number 1 here, let's just say automated client files. So all the client files are here and they'll have their name, right, inside this little box. From there, essentially what's happening is we come down, okay, there's automations. So we move them in our CRM, right? We move them and change everything that's associated with that specific person inside our tracking sheet. So whether they just went from a new lead to a book call to now a new client, we have to make sure that we're updating our spreadsheets and our tracking, whatever tracking you guys use. And from there as well, again, it just sends us a message in our Discord channel, or for you guys might be Slack, whatever you guys use, right? So we have automations for absolutely everything. That way, when someone's onboarded, it's super seamless and there's nothing that's going to ever be missed, right? From there, essentially, we'll come down is another one, is once contract is signed, like I mentioned, this is our onboarding funnel. It's all fully automated. Document signed, creates folder, create consulting log, create ad tracking sheet, creates account information, and then API stuff. Okay. Now, again, like I mentioned, this part is very, very important. You do not want to have this missed, because if you have stuff like this missed, what's going to happen is people aren't going to be onboarded correctly. And as we know, when someone's not onboarded correctly, questions and concerns are going to arise, and you could start to get people asking for refunds. Okay. So aside from that, step number 3 is checking in on the client after day 1. So just following up super quick. Again, strong communication, not just across the team, but with the client is very, very important. You guys need to make sure that you're talking to the client. You're asking, hey, is there any questions? How was the onboarding, right? Did you get all the questions? Was there anything regarding that? Any concerns there? Just kind of over communicating. That way the client doesn't feel like they're left in the dark, right? For example, some clients, they might fill out the forms, but you might notice that their onboarding call hasn't been booked. You guys do not want to let them book their onboarding call past 2 or 3 days after you've onboarded them, you've sold them. Okay. Because the reason for that is what's going to happen is people are going to start to forget. They're going to start to get buyer's remorse. They're going to say, oh, like, I don't want this anymore, blah, blah, blah. They're getting their own head and they're not going to want to continue. You need to make sure that you're pushing them along the whole entire way. Okay. So as you can see here, what happened was our sales rep noticed, hey, they didn't book their onboarding call. So he actually added the client in the channel. He said, reminder to rebook your onboarding call with team so that we can get this started and get things rocking and rolling for you guys, right? So again, it's not just a fulfillment team, the sales rep, because you guys have to explain this, whether you're a sales rep watching this, owner of the business, doesn't matter. You need to get across to your team that just because, for example, the sales rep closed someone doesn't mean their job's done. The person who is trusted the most right now and is practically the only contact is going to be the sales rep with the client. So you need to make sure that the person who's trusted the most, which is the sales rep, is talking to these people, regardless. That is supposed to say sales. You need to make sure that they are talking to the client and keeping up with the client. That way, everything is seamless and smooth. Okay. Now, clients trying to delay, like I mentioned, they'll try to delay things. So you need to stay on top of the client and do not let them book more than 5 days. Realistically, do not let them book out more than 2 or 3 days. Okay. What happens if you do is it will result in the client losing interest or having more concerns built up, like I just mentioned. So we go on to the next step here, and step number 4. Step number 4 is your onboarding call. Once you guys have actually onboarded, you got the forms, you got everything there. Now it's time for the onboarding call. Again, you need to set expectations here, and you need to make sure that you're hyping up the client and making sure that they are excited and they feel like this is the best decision they've ever made. So now, whoever's on the fulfillment side, just how the sales rep was getting them excited, it's now your turn as the person whoever's onboarding this CSM, whoever it is, need to make sure that this is done correctly. So, onboarding call, conducting your first onboarding call. The next big milestone will be the CS taking the onboarding call with the client. Typically, again, taken in 1 to 3 days. Step number 1, okay? And there's 6 steps here, so make sure you follow along. Step number 1 is build rapport. So don't treat it like a sales call. You get very personable with them, talk to them, build a relationship, because essentially you are going to be talking to these people for the next 4, 5, 6 months, whatever your contract duration is, okay? Then from there, how to start your call. So typically, how you can start your call is like, usually I start by asking where they're based from and what's going on. Get like kind of like a 5. It's not a sales call, so you don't have to treat it like a sales call. You can build like small talk, right? It's not like it's going to build some sales resistance. You've already sold them. Now it's time to actually talk to them like they're humans, right? So on a 5-minute conversation about family, their history, how their business is going, just chat it up with them, right? Get to know them, and from there, 10 minutes max. We want to keep these calls about business for the most part, so don't let them ramble on too much, right? I like to say about 10 minutes max, you ramble on, get to know them, that sort of thing. And from there, what it's essentially doing is just building more rapport, right? You're getting to know them. They just had a good conversation with the sales rep 2 days ago. Now they're hopping on with you. They're having an even better conversation, right? Like they're like, oh, I like these guys. Like this is a smooth process. I feel welcomed. And that's what we want. We want them to feel welcomed here. From then, step number 2 is asking questions. Okay, so before we dive in, this is what you're gonna ask them. Before we dive in, was there anything specific, like anything about the questions, about what you filled out? You had anything on your end during the onboarding process so far? Like, what do you got for me, right? Before we get into things and dive in, let's make sure that they don't have any questions with the onboarding, because they may have filled out the onboarding form and it might not have been in as much detail as possible, or they might even bring up more information that might help you guys. So make sure you ask us. And from there, step number 2.2, this is more so to get basic questions out of the way. That way the client, that the client might typically have. And again, this only takes a few minutes. So make sure you get this out of the way before you move on. Step number 3. Step number 3 is a process to achieving goals. So you want to talk about things like these are things that should be these are things that should have been taken asked in the onboarding form. But you want to make sure that client repeats things, clarifies things, and continuously goes over their goals and what they're looking to do. Okay, so it's super important. Even if you've already asked it in the onboarding form, even if the sales reps already asked it, you as a fulfillment, the CS team need to make sure that you are asking these things. That way you get clarity, because they might even, again, mention more stuff and repeat things that will help you say, okay, like this is something that they're very, very focused on, and we need to make sure that we help them there. Okay. Step number 3.2 is questions like, what's your goals in the next 3 to 6 months? What does success look like to you while working with us? If you can get one takeaway with working with us, what would it be? So you're getting clarity on exactly what their vision is, why they move forward with us. That's also really important. The sales team, again, can take information. So let's say the sales rep didn't get the information of why this person moved forward with us. The fulfillment team can ask, so let me ask, why did you choose us? What was it? What did you like about our offer? What did you like about us? What's made you want to move forward with us, right? What this will do is actually give you guys clarity. It'll help with the sales reps. It'll give the sales reps clarity on like what they did good. It'll give the owner, the business, the marketing side clarity, because it'll say, okay, you guys are doing this. That's good. That's what's actually good at marketing. We need to market more of this. So there's always steps. You guys need to be communicating. Sales team and the marketing team and the fulfillment team all need to be communicating to one another and telling each other things. From there, step 3.3 is actions needed. So at the end of the call, essentially, what you're going to be doing is directing the client to the next action step. So actions needed, right? You need to make sure that after every single call, they have something to do. So a lot of these pathways involve the client watching certain trainings, course content. Other times it can be involve them booking calls with certain team members, sales, account managers, etc., right? Marketing, whatever it may be. However you guys have your offer, they're going to be booking calls or, again, watching videos, content to consume, just to get started, right? So it needs to be action step after your initial onboarding call. We need to make sure that is done. Okay. Now, step number 4. We scroll down here is productize their offer. So essentially, in your onboarding call, you're going to try to figure out what exactly the process is and what can you productize. What can you make super simplistic? What can you make a template for? That way, it makes their life easier, right? Again, you're supposed to take authority and understand what their struggles are and how to make it easier. So productize their offer. This is something that we must cover with the client, as many other goals tie into creating a more scalable productized offer. The only way to scale is if you have something that can be repeated over and over again, right? If every single person is customized, it's going to be a complete disaster. Okay. And step number 4.2 is irresistible offer. So this, for example, you're making their irresistible offer. For our service, we must help clients create a strong offer. Without it, the ads will never work, right? If you're doing home service, you need to make sure that your ads are very, very clear. The offer is there, or else they're never going to get success. And then as well, have a confident client. So this is usually where 20, 30 minutes of the call is spent, ensuring the client is fully bought in and feels confident about moving forward, right? Again, getting clarity, as I mentioned up here, in step number 3, is there's different pathways. There's different goals. There's things that you want to make sure that this is super, super clear. Okay. So that is step number 4. From here, we have step number 5. Essentially, that is the next steps, expectations. So as is very, very important, you're talking about the next steps. You're talking about what they have to do, the action steps, as well, setting clear expectations. Hey, if you guys don't do this, here's what you could expect. If you guys do this, here's what you can expect, right? So step number 5 here, for us, this is primarily the VSL, the DSL. We share a screen and show clients exactly how to create it, right? There's just different things here. Like, for example, after the onboarding call, say, hey, I need you guys to get started on your VSL. Like, it's going to be different for all you guys. That's why I'm just saying exactly what it's kind of related to. For example, home service, it could be like, I need you guys to make sure that if you haven't already, send me all your photos, all your videos of projects, right? That needs to be done now, right? On the onboarding call. I need to make sure you invite me to all these things. Like, that's the next steps, essentially. Okay. Specifics. So step number 5.2, this also includes the specific pathways developed to align with their goals and areas of focus, ensuring clear and strategic approach to achieving their objectives. Everyone's not going to be the same. For example, some niches, VSLs don't work. Some niches, DSLs work 10 times better, right? In some niches, you just like there's many different things. That's why I'm saying specifics. You need to make sure you're getting specific with exactly what their goals are and align the specifics with that specifically, right? A lot of specifics. So essentially from there, move on to step number 6. The final step here is, again, just like the sales call, you're going to be asking, is there any other final questions before we, kind of wrap things up and get the ball rolling here? Do you have anything else, any concerns? And it's your last point of contact to make sure that they are fully good and they're onboarded. They have no more questions. They're happy with their results, or sorry, not results. They're happy with their decision and ready to get started, right? So ask the client if there's any final questions they need answered. If not, we end the call, making sure that they know exactly what they need to get done, right? You cannot end this call unless they have the next steps as well. So again, guys, this is the onboarding. It's a team effort. It's not just the sales team onboards person and then that's that. Sales team has what they're supposed to do, right? Walk everyone through the onboarding. The fulfillment team has everything that they're supposed to do, right? The sales team has to inform the fulfillment team, and the fulfillment team has to ask questions with the sales team if there's anything that's not answered. And from there, the fulfillment team's taking a lot of stuff that the sales team gave them, and again, just talking about it, relating back to it on the onboarding call. So this is a process. This is the exact process that we use inside the mentorship.